Fifth Dimensional Templates. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We have been placing our attention on what you all desire, and we have been creating our own templates for your fifth dimensional experience. These templates will be made available to any and all of you who would like to access them. Now you are creating your own templates, some of you more consciously than others, but we are creating templates for the entire human collective, as we have that broader view of you. We can see each and every one of you, and we know your desires. We know what it is you have been striving for as a collective, and therefore we have created these samples for you. And they are just that. They are merely options, suggestions that you will have access to as you shift over to the fifth dimension. You will have access to them in the sense that they will be an optional reality for you. But if you want to download the schematics of our templates, then you are more than welcome to do so before you shift. Those of you who are working more consciously on creating this fifth dimensional reality that you've been hearing so much about will appreciate the input. You can and will appreciate our perspective on what it is that humanity would like to be living. We only want to enhance that which you are all doing. We don't want to take over. We can't. We can only suggest and offer our insights and perspectives. One of the things we have noticed you all desire is an easier time moving around. You all desire to have no traffic, no pollution, no security lines, and so we have devised a portal system, which are like mini stargates. These portals are natural. There will be no technology involved in it, and therefore they will be safe to use for everyone. Again, this is one option that you can utilize for transportation in the future, and any of you can improve upon what we come up with, because you are the ones living it. You are the ones creating the fifth dimensional reality, but our help will always be there for you if you need it or want it. Physical upgrades. You have taken the steps forward on your journey that are necessary to bring in the help that you've been getting. You see, help isn't just distributed when you are in need of it. That's what happens when the help you need is coming from non-physical. But when you demonstrate a readiness for help on a physical level, that's when your physical extraterrestrial brothers and sisters are able to step in. The higher you rise your vibration, the closer you are in proximity to them, and so it doesn't become as much about help as it does about collaboration. Now, what you are collaborating on, some upgrades that will tide you over physically until you are fully occupying your light bodies. When you let that help in, and you receive the upgrades to your physical bodies, so that you can carry more light in them, you are not only granting permission to continue on this journey with your extraterrestrial friends, but you are also exercising your free will to make the experience of your ascension easier. We know that it has been very hard on you emotionally, and second to the emotional hardship has been the physical symptoms. You have all endured so many ascension symptoms, and some of you for decades have been struggling to feel right in your physical bodies. Now, with this final upgrade, you will be able to handle the light and the codes that you will be downloading. You will be able to make a transition into a light body seamlessly, and you will see a gradual letting go of the ascension symptoms, even the ones you've been carrying around for decades. This is a big step forward for humanity, and the timing is right, as you are now in the final stages of this seemingly endless ascension journey. It will all be worth it, however, in the long run, and you will recognize how every experience, no matter how painful, was part of this journey, and a necessary one. Awakening evolved aspects of you. You are awakening parts of yourself now that are happy to be included in your ascension journey. You have many different aspects of yourselves that will be awakening in the coming years. You will be familiarizing yourselves with a whole host of past life selves. These are versions of you from the past that grew in leaps and bounds in one lifetime, but still did not achieve what you are on the precipice of right here and now. These are aspects of you that have done the work, and yet at the end of their lives they passed on just like every other past life version of you, and to them it wasn't fair. They were hoping to achieve something more, but because of the timing of their lives there was only so far they could go. Now, as you awaken these aspects of yourself, you are going to feel a lot more excitement. You're going to remember things about those lifetimes, and you're going to integrate the knowledge and ability from those past life selves to help you get along. It is not a matter of if you are going to ascend. It is only a matter of when. And you can use all the help you can get to make the transition smoother and to get to the fifth dimension more quickly. The recognition that you have been awakened in previous lifetimes and have taken your consciousness as far as could go in those lifetimes will help you. You are not reinventing the wheel here, and you don't have to start from scratch. We recommend that you call upon these other aspects of you to share what they can and welcome them into your heart. As you get to know more of who you have been, you will get a better sense of who you are becoming. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. The next 5 to 10 years. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. It is the perfect time for all of you to consider how you would like to be moving forward in this next phase of your evolution. You are getting to decide how you move forward in spite of what you might be told from others who make it seem as though the next 5 to 10 years are set in stone for all of you, and nothing could be farther from the truth. You are the pioneers here. You are the creators and co-creators, and it is your time to be the deciders, the ones who actualize your own evolution. You can, of course, just wait and see what happens. You can look for new predictions to tell you what's going to happen next, or you can take the wheel and decide for yourself what it's going to take for you as individuals to evolve. Do you need drama and trauma in your life to be inspired, to feel your emotions? Do you need hardship in order to create? Do you need to see evidence of the rest of humanity lagging behind in order to do something about the evolution of your consciousness? When we talk about the evolution of your consciousness, we want you to know that it is something that happens automatically, but it is also something that you can facilitate. You can put your foot on the gas pedal and bring yourselves to a heightened sense of awareness. You can choose to love more, to meditate more, to connect more with nature and Mother Earth. You can reach out to other aspects of yourself. You can reach out to higher dimensional beings. You can be an active participant in the evolution of your consciousness, and you can steer the rest of humanity in that direction as well. You don't have to sit around and wait for something to happen. You don't even have to wait for some grand, inspired idea. Just stop what you're doing from time to time and check in how you are feeling, how you're vibrating. Do some conscious breathing. Meditate if you have to, but just be sure you are taking care of the evolution of your own consciousness. Bringing the human race together. We have discovered that the greatest strength that humanity has is your ability to listen to one another and understand where the other is coming from. This ability that you have is what gives you compassion, and that compassion allows you to tap into the unconditional love that you truly are as source energy beings. The opposite of what we are talking about here is also present on planet Earth. You have plenty of people who are unwilling to see or even attempt to see another's perspective. We find this to be what polarizes you on many issues. There are probably a few issues for those of you who are listening where you find it next to impossible to understand where someone else is coming from, someone who disagrees with your perspective. If you can admit that, you can start to move in the direction that will bring you together as a human collective. If you can find the desire within you to allow others who disagree with you to have their perspective, then that is another positive step forward for humanity. You might think that we are talking about here is not significant. You might think that some cosmic event is going to have a bigger impact than what we are talking about here. But think about how strong you would be if you could come together as one human race. Think about what message that would send to your extraterrestrial friends, and think about a planet where there was peace, harmony, and collaboration, rather than a 24-hour news cycle where most of these hours are filled with talking heads, screaming their perspective at one another. We suggest that you turn away from anything that is a polarizing program, and that you seek instead to understand your next-door neighbor, your coworker, or even someone in your own family who has a different perspective than yours. You will bring the collective together one step at a time. Humanity's timeline. We have the foresight to determine what is best for the human race in the long run, and we can give you messages and transmissions that will put you in a vibration that is more likely to influence you onto a particular timeline. You still have the free will to decide for yourself what you are going to do, how you're going to vibrate, and which timeline you will ultimately choose. We love you and want what is best for you, and so we look at all the variables in determining what is best for you to know and what energies are best for you to have access to. Now you can do the same for yourself, and this is what we want to encourage you to do. It is more challenging for you because most of you only access the past and the present, but that is enough. It is enough to be present and to feel for the vibration of the timeline that you're on. You can determine for yourself whether that timeline suits you or not. What becomes more challenging for you is when you attempt to take the temperature of humanity and determine the vibration that the rest of the collective is offering. It can be very challenging for some of you to believe that humanity is headed in a positive direction at all. But that is usually due to the fact that you are tuning in to what the media is emphasizing. If you want to truly take the temperature of humanity and access the truth of the collective vibration, you need to connect to Mother Earth and feel for the vibration that she is giving off. You can also look at the people around you and notice how they are evolving. You can tell by how a person's energy feels whether he or she is moving in a positive direction. And although it may be hard at times to notice, we know that you can feel for the progress in the beings that you connect with on a regular basis. We know that you can, with a little effort, feel for the motion forward that humanity is making. And you can rest assured that this timeline you are now on is one that will lead you to a more joyous journey, and ultimately to the fifth dimension. Your light bodies. You have transitioned yourself so much already that you are not even the same beings that you were just a few years ago. You have come so far and evolved so much, and you are ready now, as a result of that evolution, to be allowed access to the light bodies that are within you, that are occupying the same space as your physical ones. Here is what you can do with your light bodies. You can shapeshift. You can transform yourselves into whatever form you want to be. You can levitate, you can fly, you can bilocate, and you can teleport, so of course you can cure yourself of anything at all. You would so easily find yourself healing that you would never fear harm to your light body. One of the ways in which you access this light body is by no longer thinking of your physical body as who you really are. When you stop identifying yourself by your physical body, when you stop seeing it as who you are, you become less attached. And when you are less attached to your physical bodies, you can access a truer representation of who you really are. That is what light bodies are. They are more accurate representations of the eternal and infinite consciousness that you really are. They are more expressive, and of course they hold more light. So you will feel better about being physical, because you will still be physical when you fully access your light body. But here's the thing. You won't think of yourself as physical beings. You will think of yourself as consciousness that can take form, and that is very liberating. You can release yourself from the cycle of birth and death and reincarnation, and you can just be who you really are. The destiny of humanity. It is the destiny of humanity to ascend, and you all have chosen to be part of that journey. This is a time of much deliberation because there are so many beings in this universe who want to help humanity. Now, in the same way that when you are teaching a child to tie his or her shoes, it's better that the child does the majority of the tying. In your case, it is better that you do all the majority of the heavy lifting. Now, what we mean by that is your pathway to ascension involves facing a lot of heaviness. It is why you are seeing so much negativity in many different forms on the planet right now. You cannot just have beings landing their ships and making everything better for you, removing those in power who are not of the light. You need instead to face all that is in front of you and take the emotional hits that you are taking. Some of you are doing this in your personal lives with family members, spouses, children, people who are challenging you in all of the many ways that they can. Others are more globally focused and taking the hits from seeing the bombing and the shooting, the hate speech and the divisiveness of your polarized society. Here's how we decided to support you. We are going to continue to transmit unconditional love to the human race in order to activate more of it within you. But it is up to you whether you accept that unconditional love. At times, you have to let go of whatever it is you are focusing upon that is you clenching up so that you can relax and receive. And when you are open enough to do so, you will feel the love and light that is coming to you from the high realms, and you will be able to look upon your fellow humans through the eyes of love. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. The rest of the journey to the fifth dimension. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. You have placed yourselves in a position that you wanted to be at this time. You knew before you incarnated that after December 21st, 2012, you would have a window of opportunity in front of you to make decisions as a collective that would either guide you to the fifth dimension or to the destruction of your planet. You made the decision to ascend. The potential was always there, but what was needed in order for the journey to continue to the fifth dimension was enough awakened beings to behold the vibration for the rest of the planet Earth and the rest of humanity. You are not overpopulated. Your planet can handle the billions of you that are currently incarnate, and there is power, of course, in numbers. As we have said, the Star Children volunteered to come forth to be that final piece of the puzzle to hold space for the collective. And those of you who have been awake and living through these past several years have also been doing the work that was necessary to continue the journey. Now, at this time, you can relax. You can celebrate the knowing that you are making the journey, and you can feel the significance of this accomplishment. And you can also let yourself off the hook. Many of you who come forth with the knowing that you had a mission did not realize that the mission would be something much bigger than writing a book or opening a healing center. It would be much bigger than delivering channel messages. Your mission has been to hold the vibration for the rest of humanity, and you have done so. And for many of you, it has been a tumultuous ride, but there is no turning back now. Now you can hold space for yourself. You can shift into creation mode, and you can create the remainder of the journey to be exactly as you want it to be. You will take the rest of humanity, those who choose to come with you. Awakened and ascending. It is the substance of your lives, this journey that you are on. It is the essence of why you incarnated here in the first place. You wanted to feel what it would feel like to shift your consciousness, but you also wanted to feel what it would feel like to be conscious of that shift before it happened. That's why you are awakened. It was a choice. You choose to have the experience of being an awakened individual who was in the midst of an ascension journey. Now, how does it differ from lifetimes where you were raised in a religious family, and you believed that you would someday go to heaven? You were also told in those lifetimes that you were in control of your own destiny. All you had to do was follow those rules, worship this being, ask for forgiveness, some other combination of things, and poof! You would arrive in heaven upon your death. And what's the difference? Well, an awakened being knows that he or she is the source, the being that created it all, including your journey. You know that you existed prior to this incarnation, and that you are eternal beings. You know that you will never stop ascending, and yet you also understand the significance of this particular shift at this particular time on this particular planet. And hopefully you recognize that you help others not by getting them to believe what you believe, but by helping them feel what they need to feel. Everyone who is on planet Earth at this time came for a feeling journey. You all came because you wanted to experience what this would feel like. It's also a challenge, and you all like challenges. You also realize that one of the keys to making all of this work is a lack of judgment. This means you don't judge yourself and you don't judge others. And as source energy beings, you know there's no one and nothing outside of you to place the judgment upon you. You know that your ascension is a choice, and we know that you have made a very good choice in being awakened while you ascend. The hard part is over. You have taken yourselves to a point in your evolution where the hard part of this journey is behind you, and you can start to coast on the momentum that has been created in all your previous experiences in this lifetime. You have been raised to believe in hard work, to believe in struggle, and to believe that there is no gain without pain. And so it is our job to deprogram you and to convince you that you can go a lot easier on yourself from now on. When you hear about the idea of letting go and surrendering, it often sounds to you like the ones who are pushing that on you want to give up on your dreams, or at least it seems like you're supposed to give in to the current set of circumstance in your lives. What we want to suggest to you is that there is much more to be gained in your release of the tension, the resistance, and the trying to make something happen than there is in holding on tight to your desires. When you let go, you demonstrate a certain amount of trust in the universe and in the laws of the universe. What we want for you more than anything else is to experience yourselves as creator beings. And to have that experience, you must trust that the hard work is done. You must be willing to give into the flow, to be conduits of energy, rather than the ones who are turning the crank to generate the energy that you then hope will take you home. Letting go, surrendering, and trusting will open the floodgates for you, and you will solidify yourselves in the position of creators of your reality. Indeed, there is a great power in letting go, and letting all that energy that you have summoned in. Creating energetic hotspots. You have been orchestrating a monumental shift forward for the human collective. The way that you have gone about this is by gathering together in groups and even by connecting using your technology. You have been creating energetic hotspots around the planet, and you are linking up with one another through these gateways that you are accessing. You are casting a net over the entire planet with your intentions, with your desires to connect with one another. There is a movement afoot, and that movement is about creating greater intimacy through the way in which you all approach your spirituality. Spirituality is something that you discuss at the dinner table. It is something that you can mix with business, economics, and politics. It is something that those of you who are passionate about have been infusing into your work, infusing into your art, infusing into your music, and you are spreading conscious awareness like wildfire. You are helping to awaken others, but most importantly, you are connecting with each other through your hearts. You are helping each other get to the next level of this evolutionary journey. You are sharing your stories. You are normalizing each other's experiences. When the ones who have been labeled as crazy or outcasts begin to find each other and see the commonality in your experience, that's when you know you are on the right track, and that's when you know you have support on the physical level. And the more of you who come together and share experiences, the more of you who come together to meditate or tone or play with toning bowls, the more the expansion of humanity flourishes. The expansion of your consciousness as a collective is something that you put energy into every single day, and we see it. And we just want to acknowledge you for it so that you can see the web that you are creating around the globe, and more importantly, so that you can feel it. Unfulfilled desires fuel the shift. You face many obstacles in the living of the life that you want to live. The obstacles that are there have been placed there by you in order to keep your desire heightened. The desire of the collective is what fuels all of you on this journey of ascension. If everything were exactly as you all wanted it to be, you would experience more complacency. Need accelerates the forces of energy that you are working with. That is why you have created for yourself a version of reality where there are so many needs that are not being met. It doesn't matter what your desire is. It does not matter how basic it is or how extravagant. The desire helps bring about a higher level of consciousness. If you can have a desire and not have the desire fulfilled, and find joy and peace within yourself, then you can raise the level of consciousness on planet Earth. Now, desires often get a bad rap because of all the things that some people are willing to do in order to fulfill those desires, in order to get past or remove those obstacles. But what we see more of on planet Earth is the human who makes peace with the fact that the desire is just out of reach. We see humans finding joy in the littlest of things. Having desires is healthy, and it is keeping you all interested in being on planet Earth to see this shift in conscious through. Please recognize that when a desire that you have is not being fulfilled, it is helping you to attain a higher level of consciousness. This world and this experience have been a giant setup to get you to become more aware of who you really are, and it is all working perfectly well from our perspective. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. A progress report for the volunteers. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We are pleased to give you this progress report. It has been quite a ride for those who have volunteered to be here at this time, to help with the shift in consciousness for humanity and the planet Earth. You have endured so much, and yet it seems as though there is no end to how much life can throw at you. The progress that we can see from where we sit is that all of you have been struggling or gaining some momentum in your response to what your lives have thrown at you. You have identifiable traction that we can see and feel. It is the energetic support that you have been calling upon and have begun receiving. You are able to stand a bit taller, hold your vibration a bit longer, and you are turning the traumas, tragedies, and frustration of your lives into the fodder that you will use to create the new earth of the fifth dimension. Those of you who have felt alone for quite some time are beginning to find each other, and you are sharing your stories. More and more of you are realizing that you are not alone, that there is a power in your numbers, and it is not just the asking that you've been doing that is paying off. But because you are connecting and recognizing yourself as a collective, you are benefiting from the asking of those other volunteers like yourself who have come to help. Now, some of you often feel like you're not doing enough, or you sense that there is a purpose for you being here on planet Earth, but you cannot determine exactly what that is. And that is because there are no actions necessary for you to take. Your presence here and your willingness to endure is your gift to the rest of humanity. It is your gift to the entire galaxy and the entire universe as you summon forth so much more of that higher frequency energy because of what you endured, because of the struggles that you faced. Everything now is pointing you towards the ascension of humanity, and it is up to you to feel for the support that you are getting, the connections that you are making, and to remember the bigger picture here of what you are accomplishing. This is a historic time for the planet and all her inhabitants, and you who are awakened are the ones who are leading the movement forward. The desire of the masses. You have the place in history that many other beings have sought. You are at the heart of something that is so gigantic, and yet most of the people on planet Earth are unaware that anything at all is happening. This is as it needs to be at this time. To make history, it is still necessary for most humans to remain asleep. The reason why it is necessary is because you need the intensity of the polarity that you are experiencing on planet Earth right now to fuel you. You need the desire for change to be great enough amongst the vast majority of you in order to make the shift. It is very appropriate that there is so much discontent among the masses. It is creating the ideal condition for the shift that you have been waiting for. Extreme polarities create a need for balance. If you were all content, awake, peaceful, harmonious beings, you would still be shifting and evolving, but you wouldn't do it as quickly as you are doing it now. The desire simply would not be there. Desire can be a wonderful tool. It can be such a powerful catalyst. Now, there is also the truth that more and more people are waking up every day, and the newly awakened have the propensity to feel empowered, and to have the ability to sense that their desires will be fulfilled. Some of you who have been awake for quite some time have become jaded. Some have lost hope, but all are holding more light within them. And those of you who have awakened first on planet Earth are lighting the way for the newly awakened. And you are all capitalizing on the huge desire for change that is among the collective. Removing the restraints. You are ready to receive the next set of upgrades to your consciousness. You have a limited perception of reality due to restraints that you've placed upon your own consciousness as you incarnated into this physical experience. You wanted to have a particular experience of reality, and that necessitated that you have these restraints. We are working with beings throughout the galaxy to remove these restraints. We are particularly interested in what will happen when these restraints are removed. We will be observing you very carefully to see how you utilize the newfound abilities that you will uncover. Some of you are going to have more immediate experience than others. For others of you, it will take time for the ability to manifest themselves. You all have had different experiences in the past with these abilities that were so natural to you in other lifetimes. Some of you experienced great loss and trauma as a result of the use of one or more of your abilities. And for those of you that have had these experiences, it will take longer. You will have to move through the energy and emotion of those traumatic experiences. For those of you who've had more pleasant experiences, it will be an easier transition. Now many of you have caught a glimpse of what it will be like to have the restraints removed because you have vibrated yourself into a frequency range that allowed you to have a sneak preview. And for those of you who've had those experiences, you would snap right back into your usual vibration, and the restraints would be back on after a brief experience. The process of uncovering these abilities and using them in a way that serves you and the rest of humanity is one that we'll need help with. Ask your guides for help. Ask whatever archangel or ascended masters or other beings you feel comfortable with for help, because it's going to be quite a ride. Accessing new channels. You are bringing forth a tremendous amount of energy as you shift to the fifth dimension. You are accessing more through different channels than you had previously been able to access, and you have far less blockage within you than you have previously in this lifetime. What this means is that you are ready to assist the extraterrestrials who have been working behind the scenes to ensure that everything goes smoothly with the shift in consciousness. They have been waiting for you, and now you are ready. You are ready to provide them with more of the essence of the human race. You are becoming more hybridized, but not in the traditional meaning of the word. As you access these channels and allow more energy to flow, you are becoming more of your source energy selves and mixing that essence with the essence of humanity to create a brand new race of humans. The extraterrestrials who have been helping you, and they are from all across the galaxy, are very impressed by this movement forward in humanity. They recognize your readiness, and they are eager to work with you. Many more of you are having dreams of meetings with extraterrestrial beings. This will continue. Even more will find themselves dreaming about being on ships and speaking to councils and collectives, and all of it readies you for the experience in the waking state. More than anything else, you have readied yourself by releasing your own blockage to these very powerful channels, and letting in so much more of Source. The human experience in planet Earth is changing, and it is changing for the better. You are the leaders of this movement because you have this knowing that you are source energy beings, but without any of the hubris that sometimes accompanies that knowing. Releasing entity attachments. You have been taking the necessary steps forward in the evolutionary journey to bring you to a place of readiness for the systematic elimination of entities that have been draining your energy field. We have noticed that a large majority of humans have been releasing these entities from your fields, and most of you have been doing it without even realizing that they were there in the first place. The changes that occurred that has allowed this to happen is that more of you are choosing love over fear. You are choosing to process your fear, and then you are choosing love as your dominant operating state of being. These entities feed off of fear, and fear is the way that they find their human hosts. Now, once they have removed themselves from your fields, they must locate another place to go in order to continue to exist in a way that they have been. But in that process of searching, many of them are evolving themselves and going to the light, returning to their oversouls. The result is that there are less of these entities on planet Earth at this time than there have been in a very, very long time. You are, as a collective, doing the work that is necessary to shift to the fifth dimension. These beings cannot come with you, of course, and you cannot make the strides that you need to make if they are hanging on. So it is time to celebrate this moment in human history, and it is time to congratulate yourself for this accomplishment. And now that you are aware of what you have achieved, you can acknowledge that you have been choosing love over fear in your personal lives. And even though you live in a world filled with circumstances and events, and even people of fear, that game is losing its grip on all of you. You are ready for a less polarized experience of reality, and you are ushering in a time of greater peace and harmony on planet Earth. And we are happy to report this to you. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Your shift to the fifth dimension. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. You have to take into consideration the fact that you are making such a tremendous leap forward in your evolution when you consider what is happening in your personal life. You have to expect that things are going to come up to get you to summon more energy, because it is in the summoning of more energy and the allowing of that energy that you are able to make a shift into consciousness. It is all happening because of the challenges you are facing, the past life traumas you are clearing, and the emotions you are releasing. You are doing the work. You are making it happen by living your lives, and at times you must look beyond the details of the circumstance of the life you are living, and you must allow the bigger picture in. We say you must do this because we want you very much to hold a higher perspective, so that you have a chance of enjoying the process of shifting. If you get too caught up in the details of what you are living and you forget the bigger picture, you might never sit back, relax, and let that energy in that you have summoned. But that truly is the way, and it will be the way for the rest of your journey to the fifth dimension. When you are ready to make that shift, you will find that it is all well worth it, and you will recognize that the feeling of relief that you all will have be kind of an ecstasy that you've never experienced before. So we say, embrace your challenges. See them as the catalyst for bringing about the shift, rather than as the obstacles for you living a life of pure joy in this now moment. When you can live a life of pure joy in spite of these challenges that you face, that is when you know you will have let in more of the energy that you have been asking for. And when you open the floodgates, you can ride the current right into the fifth dimension. There will be, of course, challenges there as well, but they will pale in comparison to what you have been facing in this lifetime. The consciousness of your higher self. It is encouraging, to say the least, to see how wonderfully you are making a transition from knowing yourselves as the egoic beings that you have always been known yourselves as, to the expression of your higher selves that you have always known you would become in this lifetime. We are monitoring the progress of the transition, and it varies from individual to individual, of course, but all in all, the process is something to be excited about and something to take pride in. Your levels of awareness increase every day, and your capacity to love and show compassion for each other is also increasing. So the full embodiment of your higher self's consciousness then comes down to a choice. It is a choice that you make when you are faced with a dilemma in your lives, and when you allow the higher perspective to dominate, you are making the choice in that moment to be your higher self. When you make a decision based upon something rather outdated, such as a desire to survive, you are clinging to the egoic way. It is important to see the bigger picture, and that is precisely what the higher self does. So when you pull back from the scenario that you are facing in your life and you see how it can serve you and all others involved, you take on that higher self-consciousness and you let go of what the ego often clings to. Now, as you discover that this process of ascension includes the ascension of the ego, that's when you recognize that all parts of you have value and have been of service. But you are activating the perspective of the higher self, and you are downloading the consciousness of the higher self. And the progress that we see in so many of you is quite impressive. A time for forgiveness. This is a perfect time for all of you to lay down your resentment, to let go of your grudges, and to come clean with those in your life that you need to forgive. This is a time of letting go of that which is heavy, that which is old, and that which no longer serves you, because you are always letting in that which is of a higher frequency, that which does serve you, and that which takes you to the next step on your journey. And letting go of the dense, polarizing, third-dimensional ways, you allow yourselves to take on the fifth-dimensional perspective. And the more you hold the fifth-dimensional perspective, the more you vibrate in harmony with those energies, the energies that are creating the new earth. Our sense of what is happening on planet Earth right now is that more and more humans are waking up to knowing that nothing is gained by drawing a line in the sand and putting all the bad ones on either side of that line. It is time for compassion, which means it is time for understanding. It is time for allowing others to have their perspective, no matter how different they are from your own. Now, if you are waiting for the people who run the government to initiate this change and start working together, you're going to be waiting for a very long time. If instead you recognize that all the changes come from within, then you will stop taking sides and start taking on the fifth dimensional perspective, the perspective that shows you that all circumstances on planet Earth right now are in some way of service to the evolution of humanity. Therefore, starting in your own personal life, you can begin the process of bringing together polarized elements. You can start by seeing the beauty in everything that you've experienced, and by letting go of that resentment that you've been holding on to. When that weight is lifted, more fifth-dimensional energy comes in, and you get to experience yourself as a lighter version of yourself. Your concept of self is shifting. You have been gathering your resources together for a major leap forward in your evolution. You have been connecting to more of your oversoul and downloading more of the skills and abilities from all of your various incarnations. And you have been doing so because you need more of who you are to make this next leap forward in your evolution. This one is about changing completely your concept of who you are. This one is about letting go of the notion that you are somehow limited by what you have experienced in this one lifetime. If you think of who you are in terms of only that which you have done, thought, said, and believed in this one lifetime, then you are selling yourself short by a very big margin. To shift your concept of self, you have downloaded more of the memories from other lifetimes, and you have imbued your consciousness with a greater sense of connection to the all, to everything in existence. Then, when you are able to handle the information that you have downloaded, you will receive it. But it is more important for you to feel it, to know that it is there, ready and willing to support you in the shifting of your consciousness and the shifting of your concept of self. Once you see yourself as having done and been everything, you will relax a bit. You will recognize that you don't need to accomplish anything in this lifetime to prove yourself. Whatever it is you seek to do and have not yet achieved, we can assure you, you've already done it. Everything that you see someone else doing that triggers you and that causes you to judge that person, we assure you, you've already done it yourself. There is nothing to fear and there is nothing to judge, because it has already happened in some incarnation of yours. And when you make that realization, you can let go of so much and you can just enjoy the life that you have carved out for yourself in this incarnation. And you can shift your consciousness to an understanding, one that is without limitation. Traumas create the new earth. We've been waiting for the right moment to fill you in on something, and this is that perfect moment as far as we can tell. You have exceeded the number of traumas that you signed up for as a human, and as a result of what you have taken on, you are creating more than what you originally set out to create for yourselves. You see, there's always a positive outcome no matter what it is that you are experiencing. And so every single trauma that you have experienced individually or as a collective has been building a new and better world for you to experience. Every single one of you knew before you incarnated that you would take on a certain amount of trauma in order to know then what you wanted to create. But what has astounded us and all the other watchers and witnesses is how much trauma you are willing to experience in your many lifetimes on planet Earth. The energy that has been summoned as a result of all that trauma is now being downloaded and is being utilized to create this new Earth in the new fifth-dimensional universe. You have all done this together. Sometimes you had to team up so that one of you could play the victim and the other could play the perpetrator, and then you would both die and switch roles, and you called it karma. But the effect of all that trauma has been tremendously positive, and what you are downloading now is the energy that you have summoned, the energy that is so fresh and new and carrying such a high frequency that there is nothing left for you to do. You can sit back or lie back and lick your wounds because what you have done in every instance of every trauma is to add to the creative force that would bring about the new earth. And once you feel ready, willing, and worthy to receive it, the new earth is yours to inherit. You are creating the shift. You have awakened within you a sense of belonging that this particular journey that you're on, and that awakening has given you the power and the strength to endure a tremendous amount of discord on planet Earth and in your personal lives. You incarnated in this lifetime to make this particular journey, and those of you who are awakened are making the journey consciously and deliberately, knowing that you are creating an entirely new earth and an entirely new universe in the fifth dimension. Now, when you first become aware that you were shifting, that was in fact a calling. That was coming to you from your guides. Your guides set it up so that they would hear about the shift and nudge you towards the information about it. And then they let go of the control so you could all decide for yourself what the shift meant for you and how you were going to navigate through it. There is a sense among many of you that you are ready and that you want the final push to come no matter how much it costs you as a human collective. That sort of desperation is coming from the amount of suffering that you see, that you feel, and that you hear about. But the degree of desperation does not serve you because you really do want a shift that is easy. You really do want to be on a timeline where you experience a gradual evolution of consciousness within yourself and within all others around you. That is a transition that most of you are choosing, and that is the one with the least amount of catastrophe and trauma. So it is time for you to take ownership of the shift that you are creating and to stop looking for predictions about what is going to happen next to spur it on. It is your light and your love that is at the heart of the shift in consciousness, and that is as you intended it to be before you incarnated. Never give up on what you came here to do, and you will achieve the shift in consciousness in this lifetime. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Your strength, abilities, and priorities. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. This is an opportune time for you to look at everything that you value in your life, because you are on the verge of some very big changes. You want to be sure that you have your priorities in order when the changes come. It is very important for you to know what you stand for, what you believe in, and what your abilities are. Many of you are reaching for new abilities and overlooking the abilities that you have. And when it comes to your beliefs, you are often focusing on the ones you want to change, rather than the ones that serve you. When you are clear about what it is that makes you tick, what is important to you, and what you are hoping for in your lives, you will be able to make assessments. You will be able to determine whether your actions are in harmony or opposition to what you prioritize, what you value, what you believe in, and what you believe you are capable of. We want you to be prepared to build from the changes that are coming. And it is important for you to know that what it is you want and what it is that you have to contribute as you look to create a new world. As we have said, you are able to shift timelines more easily than ever, and with those shifts come the changes that we are all talking about. And when change is upon you, it is important for you to know where your priorities lie. It will also be very important for each of you to value yourselves. If you don't know what your strengths are, ask somebody who loves you. Oftentimes you overlook your strength and abilities because you are so second nature to you. But we promise you, every single one of you has something important and special to offer in the creation of a new earth. Aligning with the best timeline. We have aligned ourselves with the best possible outcome for humanity, and we suggest that you join us in aligning with these timelines. From where we vibrate, fear is not a possibility. It is a part of our distant past, like a faint memory. But for humanity, fear is not only a very common experience, it is also a tool. You are often given reasons to feel fear by individuals and groups who want to control you. Just because the fear-based probabilities exist for humanity doesn't mean that you have to give them any of your attention or energy. You can join us in our laser-like focus on the probabilities that are most humanity-friendly. We hold that knowing for you. We hold space for all of you so that you can find the vibration of the timeline you want to be on, and so that you can maintain the vibration long enough to see it come to fruition. We are happy to report to you that the timelines that we are focused on, where humanity is an easy and even joyous shift in consciousness, are receiving more attention from those of you who are awakened. We see the numbers increasing every day, the numbers of individuals who are determined to maintain that focus, to not give in to fear, and to let your hearts guide you in the most enjoyable ascension experience possible. You can feel empowered by this process of evolution, or you can feel that it is outside of your control. You can feel afraid of some of the probabilities that you hear about, or you can use them to inspire you to focus with more certainty and more intensity on what you want to experience and what you want for all humanity. You can also feel for our support in bringing you to that timeline. Clearing galactic karma. We have begun to explore the possibility that you have taken on more than you can handle. We are quite certain that the human race is performing a series of Herculean tasks in their movement forward in your ascension. You have already overcome so many eons of programming. There have already been so many positive outcomes from your willingness to endure, and now we are wondering if you have shouldered too many burdens for this galaxy. You see, you are not just reintegrating all the various aspects of yourself from previous lifetimes, but you are also helping the entire galaxy to release itself from karma that beings outside of your solar system created. And that is a great deal to take on, even though it was the intention before you all incarnated at this time to take care of it for the rest of the galaxy. We are entertaining the idea that it's possible to lift that task from off of humanity's shoulders. Even though many of you were incarnate in those other parts of the galaxy where the karma was created, it is still a lot to ask of one planet and one dominant species on that planet. So you can expect to receive some help in some form. Perhaps we will buffer the energies a bit more. Perhaps your guides will get involved in releasing you from the task of clearing galactic karma. Perhaps beings from other parts of the galaxy and other star systems will agree to take on some of the burden themselves. Everyone is interested and excited about seeing humanity succeed, and so we are helping as best as we can. We are coming up with ideas, strategies, and contingency plans to ensure that everyone who wants to shift on planet Earth will make the transition, will do so in this lifetime. We are working for you and with you, and so are many other beings, physical and non-physical. So you can relax and feel a weight being lifted off your shoulders at any time. We are certain that those of you who are awakened on planet Earth at this time have done more than your fair share of the heavy lifting. Being on the front lines of the shift. It has been quite a journey for some of you who have incarnated to be awakened at this time of the shift. You have chosen to be leaders in the movement of energy, and this has led you to experience less than ideal third-dimensional lives. In other words, you needed a reason to want to go within yourself, to want to experience something more than what the physical planet had to offer. And so you sought refuge in meditation, and you sought to heal yourself through spiritual practices. You sought out connections with other beings, including those from other parts of the galaxy. And this has all served you in that pre-incarnated quest to be on the front line of the shift. If you had decided instead to incarnate into perfect lives with lots of love, abundance, direction, friends, and everything else that you traditionally would want for a lifetime, you would not have taken the steps that you had taken to be more than what your physical expression could bring you. You also faced certain challenges in your lives, so that you could access pain, trauma, and negative emotions. Now, why would you do this? Why would this be a part of that spiritual evolution that you sought before incarnating? It is through the experience of what you would call negative or unwanted that you are summoning more energy, that you are moving more energy, and that you are becoming more focused. You want to be fifth-dimensional creator beings who operate with vibration, and that is what you are becoming. It is through connecting with yourselves that you have been able to access the vibrations that you access. And it is through accessing those vibrations that you become very adept at creating your reality. The first step is always in creating yourselves. And as you create the fifth-dimensional version of yourself, you put yourself on a timeline for a smooth transition to the fifth dimension, where you'll have all the tools necessary to help others along their way as well. Seen interdimensionally. We are particularly excited to express to you the transmission that we have for you at this moment. We are able to detect within the energy fields of each human being on planet Earth the presence of a new technology. New technology in this case refers to something organic and natural and not a chip or an implant, so you can relax. This technology is the upgrade that will enable you to see interdimensionally. This means that you are getting yourselves ready to complete your shift. When you can see interdimensionally, you are able to exist in one dimension and know what is happening in another dimension. You have this ability now, but few of you, very, very few, have activated your use of it. There are very few advanced beings on your planet, as you know, who are not known about by the media and are doing a wonderful job of holding the frequency of the fifth dimension for all of you. Those are beings who live in the mountains in South America. That is as much information as we can give you, and they are capable of seeing interdimensionally now. They will continue to test out this new technology for humanity until you are ready to use it, and not all of you will be ready in the same moment. Most individuals will wait until after the shift has been completed, but some of the lucky ones will be able to use it now. You lucky ones who are receiving this message know who you are, and you know that you exist in a fifth-dimensional frequency state. You know when you are holding that frequency, and you know that you can still see what is happening in the fourth dimension. The fourth dimension includes the third, second, and first, and so anyone who is existing at a fifth-dimensional frequency range or higher is capable of seeing all of you and being aware of what is happening on planet Earth. Earth is holding a fifth-dimensional frequency. She is one of the ones who can still see you all, and she makes herself available to all of you who are holding a fourth-dimensional frequency. Now all of this will become clear and easy to follow and understand when you complete your shift. In the meantime, those of you who can utilize this technology to play in the fifth dimension and still be part of the rest of human collective, you have what you need. You are shifting in this lifetime. We have given you some of our wisdom, but we have also learned from watching you what is that makes humanity so strong and so unique. You have an ability to persevere, to take in extreme challenges, and to not only survive experience, but you actually use them to your advantage and to the advancement of your consciousness. We marvel at the way that you are able to move energy, to rally around each other, and to bring forth the best of who you are in the worst of circumstances. We are continually amazed by humanity, and that is why we are so certain that you are making this shift in consciousness in your lifetime. Your completion of the shift is really only dependent upon what you, who are awakened, are capable of doing for yourself and for the collective. When you demonstrate how powerful you are and how compassionate you are, you solidify the movement of energy to the fifth dimensional frequency range. You help this process along by listening to your guidance, by being dedicated to serving others, and by living your lives. You develop more compassion for each other when you are genuine with what you are feeling. When you can authentically express what is going on for you internally, you help all others around you by giving them permission to feel what they are feeling. And you are awakening aspects of you now that are coming to assist in this process of your evolution and your ascension. You are awakening aspects of you who have attempted to make this shift in previous lifetimes and have failed. Those aspects are responsible for the doubt that you sometimes feel. They are responsible for many of the emotions that you still need to process. They are even responsible at times for that foreboding feeling that the world is coming to an end, or at the very least is at the brink of another world war. These are the aspects of you that require the most compassion, acceptance, and unconditional love. They are also awakening at this time to help you navigate through the energies because they have been in this position before. So you see, once again, you take something that is challenging and traumatic and you use it to your benefit. And that is one of the many things that we love about you. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Creating new timelines. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council, and we are pleased to connect with all of you. We have observed that many of you are creating the timelines for yourselves that are ideal from your perspective, and we can see you moving closer and closer to these timelines. This is the perfect timing to be engaged in such creative work because you are supported by the energies that are upon you. You are more supported in creating something new at this time than you are in creating some rehashed, ideal, third-dimensional existence. In other words, you are moving forward, not backwards. So in order for you to align with the energies that are moving you forward, you must be willing to go to places that you have not gone before. And we are talking about vibration here. We are talking about getting out of your heads and into the vibrational field you want to be in. Your heads are capable of telling you all about the wonderful things that you have seen here on planet Earth in all your lifetimes, and you can conjure up a pretty good experience for yourself through what you have seen, what you have done, what you have heard about. But what will absolutely knock your socks off is the unknown that you are creating. To create with vibration takes you beyond everything that you have experienced thus far in the physical and everything that you ever want to experience as well. Now, the fifth dimensional energies that are upon you are nudging you in this direction. They are attempting to free you from the limitations of your minds and to nudge you into the unknown field of yet-to-be experienced vibration. And then all you have to do is surrender to the process, because you could not possibly imagine how you are going to come to the timeline that you are creating. You cannot imagine because it's something that you haven't experienced and you haven't heard about yet. Soon enough, however, you're going to start to hear about experiences that others are having, unexplainable experiences, experiences that go beyond imagination, beyond thought. That is what we see you all reaching for as you construct your ideal version of the fifth dimension, and you continue to inch your way towards it. Activating your divinity codes. There is no doubt that you are making the transition to the fifth dimension. There is only speculation on your part, and on all parts of all of us as to when that will occur. You are facing the challenges that you have placed before yourself with a strength that few of us who are watching you could have imagined, and we are very pleased with your progress. However, we have noticed that you have a tendency to be very hard on yourself. You have a tendency to believe that you should be further along than you are, that you should be able to manifest everything you desire in your reality by now. You have a tendency to wonder whether you're going to make it, whether you're going to complete your ascension process in this lifetime. We understand where these doubts come from. You are programmed to believe in something outside of yourself, more than you are encouraged to seek out the strength within you and the knowing within you of how wonderful you are, how perfect you are, and how adept you are at handling the challenges you face. We see from the perspective of very loving teachers and helpers, and therefore we see your successes more clearly than you do, and we are aware of how much progress you make every time you face one of the challenges in your life. We want you to know how sacred you are, how valuable you are, and we want to help you to activate within you the codes for your experience of the divinity within you. There are divinity codes that exist inside each and every one of you, and they are waiting to be activated so you may understand fully and embrace fully your divine nature, your divine origins, and the truth that you are source energy beings. Once you begin to feel that and live it, your divinity will be undeniable. You will not be able to ignore the divinity within you. You will not be able to suppress it, and to the contrary, you will embrace yourselves as divine beings. You will see every obstacle that has ever been placed in front of you as a means to an end. The end, the very important end, is to arrive at the place where you are able to recognize yourself as a divine being, who are able to access everything that you needed in order to move you forward on your journey. More importantly, however, you are meant to recognize the divinity that exists within you, even when you are faced with your challenges, the ones that cause you the most pain and suffering. When you can see the divinity within you in your darkest moments, that's when you know that you have achieved what you came here to achieve, and ascension will just be an afterthought. Experience the shift. It is wonderful to acknowledge yourselves for all of the wonderful movement forward you have made. You have journeyed so far in one lifetime that you all deserve to be rewarded for your achievements. We sometimes marvel at how much you overcome and how much you persevere. The fact that all of you are still on planet Earth is a testament to your strength and your power. We are here to tell you that things are going to get easier. We often hear you asking, when will this be over? When will I be free from this situation? Or when will the shift be completed? And we want to encourage you to create your own experiences of all of this. One of the ways that you make the journey more enjoyable is by looking for things around you that you're going right, that are working out, that have the ability to put a smile on your face. You all deserve to take breaks from all of the hard ascension work that you've been doing. We want all of you to rest and recuperate as often as you can. Most of all, we encourage you to be present. It is your being present that all of this happens more quickly, more efficiently, and more enjoyably. You get to determine your own path from this point forward. When you decide that you want to be of service to the collective, you are. When you realize that you can be of service to the collective and enjoy your journey, that's when you are really onto something. So we encourage you to congratulate yourself for having made it this far, to acknowledge yourselves for still being on planet Earth and enduring all that you have to endure with these shifting energies, and we want you to relax. We suggest that you allow the energies of the shift to do what they do while you enjoy more sunsets, while you take more time for yourself, and while you spend more time with your loved ones. Let those of us who are here to help you give you what you need while you take on less responsibility, and see yourselves more as experiences of the shift than those who are responsible for making it happen. The last step to ascension. We are pleased to announce to all of you that the portion of your consciousness that have remained asleep throughout your awakening are getting their wake-up call. The emergence of certain energies in your solar system have triggered an activation within you that makes it impossible for any part of you to remain asleep. What we mean by asleep is operating under the third-dimensional framework. the egoic relationship to reality. Now, as you add dimensionality to your experiences by including more aspects of who you are, you become your higher self. This awakening that you are experiencing now is the final step in what is required of you to complete the ascension journey. The portions of your consciousness that have remained asleep are the ones who have clung to the old ways of doing things out of a need for consistency. That consistency has been the devil that you know. Consistency sometimes gives you the impression of safety and security. But what lies ahead of you is so much greater than mere survival, and enough of you has awakened enough portion of your consciousness to allow you to dream bigger and feel for something more than what you believed was the ultimate human experience. Now that you are able to conceptualize something bigger and better, you can throw away the need for security and safety and exchange them for freedom and adventure. Now, you won't be sacrificing security to do this. You just won't be clinging to it as you have been. You will allow for the unexpected and the unknown to be part of your travels. And as you integrate these portions of your consciousness, you are also going to recognize that they bring something new to the party. You are unlocking more of your wisdom through this integration process, and you are allowing more of the ideas from your higher mind to float into your conscious awareness, giving you more access to the codes that are necessary for you to inhabit a fifth-dimensional light body. This is a very exciting time for humanity, as you consciously let go of those primal needs that you once thought were so important, and you embrace your infinite and eternal nature instead. And you're going to have quite a delicious ride ahead of you. The tipping point in the collective consciousness. We are pleased to give you a progress report that you're going to enjoy receiving. The human collective consciousness is approaching a tipping point that, when reached, will bring you past any possibility of putting yourself in a very difficult and unfortunate situation regarding your planet and your ascension. There have been many possibilities for all of you to shift in a rather messy way, but as you continue to seek out the comfort that comes from connecting within yourselves, you eliminate any need for humanity to create a rockier road for yourself. There are many opportunities for you to exercise your free will in releasing that which has been holding you back as individuals, and we see so many of you making the choice that serves you most. So many of you are experiencing that free will to go within and seek out the comfort that you need to experience from opening your hearts. You have been given opportunities to blame, to ignore, and to numb yourself, and the vast majority of you are not making these choices. Each time, each one of you as an individual makes a choice to go within and seek that comfort within your hearts, you add momentum to the shift of the collective consciousness, and you move yourselves down a timeline that does not include catastrophe, natural disasters, or large-scale wars. You also move yourselves further and further away from needing an intervention from some of your physical extraterrestrial friends. Everyone who has your greatest and highest good at heart is applauding the nearing of this tipping point. We are all doing what we can to assist you in making these decisions that serve your greatest and highest good. But it always comes down to you, and it always comes down to choice. The choices that you are making are having a very positive impact on the shift of the collective consciousness. The challenge of awakening. In the awakening process, you usually encounter some resistance from outside of you. This may come from friends or family members. It may be that you are leaving behind a faith, and those who still believe in that particular faith are upset. Whoever it is that is resisting your awakening process, that are doing so because you asked them to before you incarnated. You wanted to have a voice of dissent in your circle because you need that in order to solidify what you are moving towards. Sometimes you need someone else to resist you, so that you can dig in your heels and be absolutely certain that you are moving in the right direction for you. You don't have to take anyone with you on your journey, but many of you want to bring your friends and family members along because it can be a lonely ride. You can find yourself wanting to connect with others individuals who know what they know, and it may be challenging for you to locate these individuals, especially if you live in a small town. Again, the process of awakening as an individual is something that you choose to do in spite of the opposition. Even though it would be easier for you to remain as you were before you were awakening, and it would be easier to fit in, you must be certain that you are on the right path for you. If it were easy to believe what you believe because it was some sort of trend, then it would also be easy for you to abandon it. The sacrifices that you make to be different are necessary for you to certain that you are following something that is coming from within you and something undeniable. Your awakening can be messy and challenging, and can leave you feeling alone, rejected, and abandoned. But what you gain in the process is so worth it. You gain more of yourself. You gain a deeper connection to Source, to the universe, and to all of the other beings who are awakened within it. You create a network that spans the globe, creating a grid of energy so that others may join you when they are ready. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. The shift of your solar system. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We are providing you with insights that we hope resonate with you, but we invite you to reach your own conclusions when it comes to your personal experiences. You can take what we say with a grain of salt, especially if it does not match with what you are experiencing at the present moment. We speak to as many of you as we can, but certainly some of you are having much different experiences, and we honor that, and we invite you to do the same. That being said, we have a new message for you, a new transmission that we hope resonates with the vast majority of you. You are living in a solar system that has taken itself to a brand new frequency range. You are reaching higher and higher vibrational states as a solar system. It is not just Earth that is ascending. It is not just humanity. All the planets, moons, and the sun are also ascending. And that means that the way you've experienced the other celestial bodies is shifting. You cannot count on Venus to be the same, Venus now as it was 20, 30, or 40 years ago. You cannot ask for Jupiter to stop evolving, and what you receive from your relationships to these other celestial bodies is becoming more and more significant to your personal journeys. You may wish to have a more intuitive response to what is happening when Mercury is in retrograde, for example. When any of your planets in your solar system are in retrograde, you may want to consider that your experience of that is shifting. These planets are shifting, the Earth is shifting, and you are shifting as well. So rely on your personal experience and your personal relationship with these celestial bodies, rather than that you've learned that they are all about. The history of the solar system has very little to do with where you are going. Expect new relationships with the celestial bodies around you, and expect to find life in your solar system on planets and other moons as you awaken your awareness to these other beings and as you allow for a shift to have its effect on not only Earth, but on all the other celestial bodies as well. Disclosure. We have begun to explore different possibilities that are facing humanity at this time. We are looking down different timelines and seeing what is in store for you as a collective if you decide to traverse those timelines. And we are here to inform you that there's one particular timeline that looks very enticing from our perspective. So we're just going to suggest that you pursue the timeline in which you feel emotion deep inside of you to the point where you come to a tipping point in the degree to which you feel compassion for one another. On this particular timeline, that compassion leads to the forgiveness that is also a necessary part of your evolution and your ascension. And so you see, when you take that approach to life, you are not reliant on governments making big announcements about aliens and UFOs, criminals and large organizations that you might call a cabal or Illuminati being brought to justice, and your futures are not dependent upon the big oil companies granting you access to free energy. Your ascension is not dependent upon a redistribution of wealth, a revaluing of currency. It is not dependent upon ETs landing in their ships, disarming all your weapons, bringing you to some sort of moment where you gather together as a collective. It is all in your hands. If you choose a timeline that involves your accessing your deepest and darkest emotions so that you can feel compassion for anyone and everyone that you come into contact with, you can make this ascension process easy and even enjoyable. All of those other eventualities that we have mentioned can only occur when you recognize that none of these individuals, whether they be your nemesis or your heroes, are separate from you. None of them are outside of you, and when you wake up to this knowledge, you can live in the world that you want to live in. But as long as you deny these aspects of yourself exist and you deny the pain that comes with that acknowledgement, you will delay the inevitable moment of ascension. That is why we are suggesting that you feel into the timeline, and that you choose it for yourself as an individual, taking as many willing participants with you as you can. Awakening your new abilities. There is no stopping the human collective and the momentum that is carrying you forward. There is nothing that we can see as a possibility to bring your movement forward, your evolution to a halt. You are magnificent beings of love and light, and you are awakening more and more every day to the truth of who you are. There is no one and nothing outside of you that can prevent your shift in consciousness. You are readying yourselves for tremendous leaps forward and granting yourselves access to more and more of who you are every day. Therefore, do not be surprised to awaken new abilities within yourself. Do not be surprised when you begin to hear and see things that you did not hear and see previously. You are morphing into higher dimensional beings, and as that process continues, you grant yourself access to those abilities in small spurts and in minor occurrences. Now, once you have one of these episodes, you can call it a fluke, or you can decide that it is an ability that you are gaining more access to, and that you are learning how to utilize more effectively. You ultimately want to access these abilities more consciously, and you ultimately will. There is no question about that. The question is whether you will be patient with yourselves while you're on this journey of awakening these abilities. Are you going to enjoy the experience, or you're always going to be waiting for the next experience and the next? Are you always going to be looking for confirmation that what you received or what you perceived was real? We suggest that you continue to live your lives and not get hung up on when you will be able to access all your abilities whenever you want to have access to them. We suggest that you take each of these experiences as an indication that you are moving forward, you are making progress, and that there will always be more to come. But you can always enjoy what you have right now. You can always enjoy the increased access that you're experiencing and the knowing that there's always more to come. You get to decide how you experience this awakening process and this ascension process, and you never have to worry that you're going to be left behind just because someone else is accessing more of their abilities than you are. When you find yourself in one of those scenarios, just process those emotions that come up and feel happy for your friend. What anyone else can do, you can do as well, and it is all just a matter of timing. Synchronizing with your higher selves. It is a beautiful sight to witness you all synchronizing with the energies of your higher selves. Seeing you move from the egoic perspective to the perspective of your higher self is absolutely stunning to behold. You are not just moving from one dimension to another, you are adding dimensionality to yourselves. You are becoming more of who you are, and incorporating the energies of your higher self is precisely how you do that. You have always been your higher selves, your oversouls, and you have always been source energy. But knowing that, experiencing it, and harmonizing with those energies is something that you have not yet done while in these physical bodies, not completely. You are still in the process of becoming that fifth dimensional version of who you are, the version of who you are who knows the deeper connection that you have with all beings. You have acquired quite a bit of baggage as you've operated from the egoic perspective for countless lifetimes. In the removal of the baggage, who is revealed to you is more of your true self, your higher self, that aspect of you that holds space for you and for the knowing of yourselves as divine beings and members of a greater collective. The way that you shed your baggage is by owning it. The way that you own it is by releasing all of your resistance to it. As you release resistance and judgment, you have a pure experience of yourselves. You are not here to perfect anything. You are here to experience it all. And you recognize that everything that you've experienced has served you in some way. You can drop the resistance and you can drop the judgment, and you operate more fully as your higher selves. And as you do, you slip right into the fifth dimensional frequency range, and that is when it seems like you have gone to an entirely new reality. A kinder, gentler shift. You have taken yourselves to so many different turning points on your journey as a collective, and you've always taken the path that leads to ascension for humanity. You've had many opportunities to take yourself down a different path, the path that would ultimately lead you to more third-dimensional experiences, and the playing out of the same types of victim and perpetrator roles that you've been playing for eons in your solar system. You have opted for a gradual shift. You have decided to take yourselves to the fifth dimension by focusing on what is in front of you in your personal lives, and by allowing yourselves to get triggered by what is happening on a national, international scale. When the option arises for humanity to experience some sort of gigantic, cataclysmic event, you always opt for a more peaceful transition, a more gentle one. When you face the challenges and the tragedies and the traumas that are occurring in your own personal lives that can seem very much like you are taking the route of the cataclysmic event, what is important to you is what matters the most. And when you are experiencing something that is very personal and very private, and also very challenging and traumatic, you are doing tremendous work. And you're giving yourselves an opportunity to make the choice that you didn't make in Lemuria and you didn't make in Atlantis. Now that you are ready to shift your consciousness, recognize that the Earth is ready as well. The Earth is supporting you on your journey. The extraterrestrials that are here to help you are supporting you, and we are, of course, coming through vessels like our channel here to serve and to help in whatever way we can. However, and we want to make this very clear, you as a human collective are making the choice to ascend in the way that you are ascending. It is not a decision that was made before you incarnated. It is not a decision that has been made for you. It is your decision because you realize that having your own personal experience and holding compassion in your hearts for others as a result of those experiences is what serves you and the collective the most. A universal awakening. It is an awakening of more than just your ego that is occurring. As you recognize that the shift in consciousness is a universal occurrence, you must recognize that you are shifting at every level of your beingness. Your higher selves and your oversouls exist in higher dimensional states, higher frequency states, and yet they are shifting as well. They are having their own form of an awakening experience. What that means is you will be connecting to and feeling and experiencing a different type of oversoul being as the shift is completed. You are becoming your own higher self. You are becoming the embodiment of your higher self. But you will not be the same higher self that you have been relating to and receiving all of your years on planet Earth in this lifetime. So you and your higher self are merging to create something new, something more magnificent than has ever been experienced. And of course, we are shifting as well, as source energy continues to expand, continues to create, explore, and experience more of itself. There is no end to this journey. There is no place that we are all going. It is all about experiencing more of ourselves, awakening more aspects of who we already are, and then using what we uncover to create something new, some new experience of reality. We are both the experiences of this journey, and we are all creating as well, creating as we go, receiving feedback from our experiences and bringing that new information to that which we are in the process of creating, exploring, and experiencing. The energies of the shift are also about merging. They are about merging perspective, merging the physical and the non-physical, merging the divine feminine with the divine masculine. They are about merging darkness with light, merging polarities. And like mixing colors creates a different color, we are all in the process of creating something that has never been experienced, and that is exciting. And that is the way it will always be as we come together as a universal collective in this shift and recognize ourselves as the source energy that is having the ride of its life. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Resurrecting Atlantis. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council, and we are pleased to connect with all of you. We welcome you to a new era in the evolution of your consciousness as energetic beings who align yourselves with physical bodies. You have awakened within yourself certain aspects of your consciousness that have been asleep for generations on your planet. And these aspects are taking you back to when you were approaching a fifth-dimensional frequency range while on the continent of Atlantis. You can take yourself to that time period and feel how connected you all were to your higher selves during the final years of life on Atlantis. There was a great deal of discord on the continent before it sank because your fifth-dimensional expressions were not ready to experience the energy of planet Earth. And so, in a sense, humanity sank Atlantis to protect the sanctity of your higher selves, your fifth-dimensional selves. But now you are ready to make that shift. You are ready to embody that energy. You are ready to become your higher selves in the flesh, and the Earth is ready for it as well. The Earth is an expression of your collective consciousness, and the Earth has shifted herself to a fifth-dimensional frequency range. Now, because you are still able to perceive planet Earth, that must mean that you are holding a fifth-dimensional frequency state more often than not. That must mean that you are ready for a full ascension experience, and you are finally ready to clear the trauma that you all experienced as a human collective when Atlantis sank. This is a momentous occasion for the human collective, as you are not only able to download the knowledge that humanity was able to hold within its conscious on Atlantis, you are also able to reveal to yourself what it was like to feel the closeness to your full expression as your higher selves. Now that this journey is coming to an end and a new journey is beginning, you can all start to relax, to let go of the concerns that you have brought into your lives since your birth, and you have begun to feel the freedom of being deliberate and conscious creators of this new earth and the experience of humanity on it. The timing of the shift. From our perspective, you are taking the appropriate amount of time to work through the lower frequency energies that are still present on planet Earth. You are assimilating the higher frequency energies at a rate that is also quite appropriate, and the effects of all the work that you are doing on yourselves and on the planet are taking time to reveal themselves. We want you to understand that these are the times when you will feel the least amount of satisfaction from all that you are doing, all that you are experiencing, all that you are processing. And it will take less time for you to see and feel the effects of what you are doing in the coming months and years. Therefore, a greater feedback from the universe is coming, and more recognizable effects are going to make themselves visible and known to you. There is no fast track here. There are no simple or easy solutions to what it is that you are going through in your individual lives and as a collective. The fast and easy way is the more desired way, but it ultimately will be less satisfying and filled with holes. Therefore, anyone who tells you that they have an easy way or a faster way is probably either unaware of the truth of your situation or wants very much to believe that there is a faster and or easier way to ascend. To give you an analogy, if climbing to the top of the tallest mountain were easy, then what would be the point of doing it? What kind of satisfaction could be gained if you never broke a sweat or got out of breath or needed to rest along the way? We want all of you to rest, to know that everything is unfolding appropriately and in perfect timing, and we want you to let go of the idea of a simple solution or a fast track. Accept that where you are is perfect, that you are perfect, and that your experiences are coming to you perfectly to give you exactly what you need to move you forward, to build you up, and to give you the sense of satisfaction that will have you as complete your shift in consciousness. Look to help each other. We have listened to the prayers that humanity has been offering for quite some time. We are familiar with your desires. You have allowed yourselves to experience a myriad of changes while you are awaiting this new earth that you want to create and experience. And there's a great deal of effort on your part to bring about the changes to let in all that you've been asking for. What is most important at this time, however, is that you look to help each other. When you give and receive help to and from other humans, you create a deepening of the unity that is so natural to the human race. And that is how you are going to assist one another in bringing about the new earth that you want to inhabit. It is going to be an earth of cooperation. It is going to be an earth of collaboration. And it is going to be an earth of sharing. You all choose different skills so that you would need each other, so that you would each complete a piece of the puzzle, and so that you would connect with one another. Think about the amount of planning that has gone into putting each and every human on planet Earth at this precise time. Think about how wonderful it is that you have some people who are thriving most when they are working with technology, other people who are thriving most when they are gardening and farming and working with land. You have every type of profession and every type of professional in the right amount to create a balance of opportunity and plenty of opportunities for helping each other. So what you can do for each other without needing to have an even exchange or reciprocation is that you can get used to this idea of trusting that you'll be taken care of, that the person or persons that you need to help you accomplish something will come along. Trust that the energy you put out will come back to you, and will come back to you with love, not obligation, and you'll find yourselves living on a new earth before you know it. A shift in humanity is coming. We take great pride in letting you in on the latest assessment of humanity. You have turned a corner and have begun to shake yourself free of the idea of oppression and persecution on your world. There has been a spiritual uprising within enough of you who recognize that no one outside of you can make you a victim, and that realization within each of you has awakened is enough to tip the scales for humanity. When you are able to see another as acting on your behalf, when you are able to see another as a co-creator, that's when you know you have moved past the need to co-create an experience of oppression. You lift the veil and you see yourself in the mirror staring back at you. You see that the game you've been playing is not with the reptilians or the Anunnaki or even the Illuminati. It's not with the corporations, the banks, or the politician. The game you've been playing is with yourself. And when you wake up to this knowing, when you understand that there is no one out there who can control your destiny, that's when you loosen up enough to allow in all the energy that you've been summoning as you've been playing the game of being the victim. Now is the time for you to receive all that you've been asking for, and it is as simple as taking your attention away from the idea of the oppressor and the idea that anyone in your life can keep you from what you've been summoning. There is a shift occurring for all of humanity because of those like you, and when the majority of people on planet are also ready to receive what they've been summoning, you're going to have a monumental shift in the way that you deal with each other economically. You will no longer experience hierarchies, persons of authority, or massive amounts of power. You will experience equality and harmony and freedom. All of that is what you've just turned the corner towards, and now, as we have said, it's just a matter of opening yourselves up to receive it. You are at the center of the shift. It is wonderful to witness the evolution of your consciousness. We have observed many of you shifting on a personal level in ways that you would like to see the entire collective shifting. But you are the ones who are leading the way, and therefore your personal shifts are the most important ingredient in what is happening on the collective scale. You, living your lives, facing your fears, and releasing your judgments, are more powerful than the governments, the politicians, and even the shadow governments. Your lives are a microcosm of what is happening on the universal scale, and so you must be willing to see the significance of your role in all of this. Take our word for it. You are the gears that are moving the entire structure, and what you are doing is greatly appreciated. Perhaps you find yourself in dispute with someone else, and you decide to take the high road and apologize. Or perhaps you make a concerted effort to see the situation from the perspective of the other. Or maybe you're just beaming unconditional love with the other person with whom you are having a dispute. How you do it is up to you, but you and your willingness to release yourself from the bondage of a conflict or a grudge is the way that you are going to help the entire collective. You cannot measure how your lives are affecting the universe and everyone in it with tools. Therefore, all you can do is to keep living your lives. Keep seeking out new ways for you to experience expansion and keep letting others off the hook. When you have faced your oppressor, when you have faced your fear, when you have faced yourself in the mirror and you have seen the opportunity for love and compassion, that is how you know you are on the right track. That is how you know you are fulfilling your purpose, and that is your destiny. So you might as well go there now. You might as well do it consciously. You might as well forgive and forget, and move on to what the universe has in store for you. Moving into a higher frequency range. You have begun to explore some of the depth of your beingness. You have a particular frequency range that you generally stay within. Right now, a great deal of you are exploring the depth of that frequency range, and you are encountering emotions and circumstances in your lives that would rather not even admit were there. Now, those of you who are experiencing these very challenging aspects of who you have been in the third dimension are not always able to remember the bigger picture here. The bigger picture is that all of this is meant to take you to a higher frequency range. First, you need to lighten your load. First, you need to experience that which has been hiding in the corners, in the shadows, and in all other places that you'd rather not look. And once you've encountered these aspects of yourself and these circumstances in your lives, and you are able to face them, you no longer need to continue to hold on to them. You no longer need any judgment or any attachments that are holding you down, holding you back, and keeping you from experiencing yourself as higher frequency beings. But you do need to allow yourself to be where you are right now and to confront what is coming up in your experience. When you are in one of your more challenging times, remember the bigger picture. Remember that what you are doing here is more than just surviving, and it is even more than just thriving in the physical. What you are doing here is integrating on a very large scale, so that the whole you can make the transition to the fifth dimensional frequency range. And when you remember the very big fact about your journey, you can put the problems and issues and challenges into perspective. You can see them for what they are. They are the fuel that is meant to be ignited by the higher frequencies, and they are meant to propel you into an entirely new reality. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. The New Earth. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. You are making progress in ways that you cannot measure with instruments. These are not quantifiable steps, and therefore they are a mystery. There is a part of you who can track the progress that you are making, but it is not a conscious aspect of self. And therefore you must rely on those beings like us, and you must trust that we are giving it to you straight. The progress that you are making is with the creation of a new earth, the creation of a new fifth-dimensional reality. So you can see why it is immeasurable and difficult to detect from where you sit. Many of you are reaching for and yearning for this new earth to take hold in your experience, but ultimately this something is still under construction. However, we can see the completed result of all of your efforts, and we are here to tell you that you are inheriting a magnificent planet filled with love and equality, filled with peace and acceptance. You will not get to this new earth by hammering away at the old one. You don't need to chisel away at the government's economic system, the corporation and banks in order to get there. You simply have to embrace your inner realm. You have to believe that this new earth exists inside of you, and that will appear in front of you when you are ready to inherit it. So that is why it is more important for you to go within yourself and feel for the energy that you are using to create your reality. And at times it is necessary to let go of your attempts to change the physical reality that you currently experience. And certainly you want to let go of any need to change any other person that you experience in your physical reality, no matter how much power that person seems to have. There is a letting go of the old earth that is necessary in order to move to the new one, and you are capable of doing this gracefully without large natural disasters or other catastrophic events, because you are creating this new earth within yourself, and you are allowing yourself entry and passageway to the new earth that you have created. Let the animal kingdom guide you. There has been a shift going on in the consciousness of what you would refer to as the animal kingdom. The earth is shifting, which means the plant and mineral kingdom are shifting as well, and the animal kingdom is shifting along with the human collective. Many of you have an affinity for a pet or several pets, and many of you feel a resonance with the animal life that you have on planet Earth. You recognize the high frequency that these beings are putting out. You see them as beings of service because that's what they are, and you feel attracted to their energy because they are not only grounding you to planet Earth with the energy they give off, but they also help you to attain and maintain a higher frequency state. If you watch the animals, it is easy for you to see how this is the case. You can observe how relaxed they are, how present they are, and how much they enjoy the simple act of being exactly who they are. They are the best spiritual teachers that you have on the planet. In many ways, they are true extensions of Mother Earth's energy. They are the essence of Earth in physical form, and they are maintaining a high frequency because it comes natural to them to do so. But they also agreed to be that for you. They agreed to always reflect to you that which you needed to see, and hold space for you as you make the transition with them. But they certainly are leading the way. Many of you understand the significance of the dolphins and the whales and the canines and the felines. Others of you resonate very much with the birds of your world. It does not matter which animals speak to you and call to you with their frequency. All that matters is that you are being given an invitation, an opportunity to match the frequency. Feel for the vibration coming off the animals that you have access to, and let them guide you not only to peaceful and more relaxed state of being in your now moment. Let them guide you to the fifth dimension and beyond. What you really want. We've observed the human condition for quite some time, and we're amazed at how determined you are as a species to get what you want, to live the life of your dreams. The desires that you have fuel you. They give your life purpose and meaning, and they take you to new heights that you could not have otherwise found. Now, the reason we bring this to your attention is because we want to lighten your load a bit and let you know how much is occurring on your behalf. You do not need to do so much at this point. You may still believe in hard work, perseverance, and struggle, because these are things that you can do to get you what you want and where you want to go. But these are not state of beings that you want to be in, and we want to remind you of that. This is why we and others are always telling you about letting go and surrendering. We tell you to go with the flow because the flow is natural. It is already in motion, and it is taking you where you want to go. Struggling will only lead to more struggling. Being is your true nature. You are human beings, and we're here to assist you in creating the state of being that you want to hold. The state of being always comes first, and your lives are meant to inspire you to desire certain states of being. We invite you to relax into these states of being. We invite you to reward yourself for what you've already done, for what you've already accomplished. And we want you to realize that the ride that you are now on is a downhill journey. There's nothing for you to prove, and there's nowhere for you to go, other than where you are inevitably ascending into. When you decide that you are going to experience what you want to experience with ease and joy as your guide and as your states of being, that is when you know you are on the right track. That is when the journey takes over and delivers you what you want. And when you do receive, you realize that it was always about finding the ease and joy within yourselves, and not about finding something to do or to accomplish. You are the most significant accomplishment of your lives, and you continue to become more. Creating 5D experiences. You are ascending with a sense of where you have been embedded in the journey, and that sense, yet knowing, is creating for you a more intense and potentially enjoyable experience. You are the witnesses to your own journey, and some of you are becoming more aware of the lifetimes that you've led prior to this one. The more you recall, the more you can be witnesses to, the more of that energy you take on with your path to the fifth dimension. It is significant to recognize that you are not just leaving everything behind. Everything that you have ever lived in every single lifetime is valuable data. You have been explorers, and you've been exploring experiences and emotions. What you are doing with that data that you have collected is very interesting. From the experiences that you've had, you are creating the experiences you want to have as fifth-dimensional beings. And the emotions that you have allowed yourself to feel are meant to inform you about their corresponding vibrations. Now, if you can match the experience that you want to have with the vibrations that you can extract from the emotions felt, then you really have something. You have the raw material to create a beautiful world and life experience, and you have the tools to get you there. The more you familiarize yourself with how everything feels, the easier it is for you then to activate within yourselves that which you want to feel, and therefore create with. That is why it's so important to embrace experience and emotion, but it's also important for you to know that you have the power to create. You are the creators of the reality that you've been experiencing, and soon you will be the aspect of yourself that has been doing all the fine-tuning of that creating. You are becoming your higher selves, and that is an enormous undertaking. You are the primary creation. You are taking the energy that you receive and morphing it into objects, circumstance, relationships, new realities. You are taking consciousness and blending it with the higher frequency energies that are all around you. You see, you are a part of every creation. When you fathom the idea that there is no separation, you sometimes forget that it includes all of your experiences. You are not separate from what you experience, and you create using your own consciousness. So nothing is ever happening to you. It is all happening because of you. Not only because you exist, but also because you cannot help but create more of which you are. Therefore, you want to create with the parts of yourself that you want to experience more of. You can embrace all parts of yourself and still be selective about which aspects you choose to create with. You are bringing about a whole new experience of the fifth dimension, and what you may not realize at this point, as you are that experience of the fifth dimension, it is you. You are the primary creation. So while it is interesting to learn about other worlds, other star systems, all of your abilities, and everything else that is coming to your awareness, the most important factor is always going to be you'll always be the primary event, the primary circumstance, the primary experience. Everything else around you is always going to fall in place to reflect back to you not only who you are, but who you are choosing to be. Therefore, if you want to have a different experience of your world, you need to create a different experience of yourself. There is nothing more important than that you are aware of. Be aware of what you are vibrating. Be aware of what you are choosing. And be aware of which aspect of yourself you are using to create your reality. And through that awareness, you will most certainly choose wisely. You are awakened creators. You have the creative ability to experience anything at all that you want to experience. You are now capable of jumping timelines and crossing over into a parallel universe, using nothing more than the abilities that you were born with. You have been practicing, honing your skills, and awakening new abilities to bring you to this point in your evolution. Now that you are awakened in practice, we suggest that you experience the full extent of what you are capable of doing. When you want to experience something, if your desire is strong enough, then you'll focus on the vibration of what you want to experience, and without any knowledge of how to jump a timeline or slide into a different parallel universe, you will. The first step in creating something new is letting go of what you have been experiencing. You let go of the same old experience by releasing your resistance to them and your judgments of them. When you stop shaming and blaming yourself for where you are and where you have been, you put yourself in the point of creation process where many more possibilities are available. When you are tuning yourself to match the experience that you want to have, remember that everything exists within you. The only way to miss your mark is to ignore it. If you ignore your power, if you ignore the potential that you have within you, then you will continue to be hypnotized by your current reality, your current life circumstance. But none of you are fated to be living anything at this point in your evolution. You are all awakened creators of your reality. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Creating your reality. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. In the creating of any circumstance that you are living, you take into consideration everything that you can possibly take into consideration. You are thorough when you consider what it is that you actually want to create, but there is always more to the story than what you want. And sometimes your desires can cloud your vision. Sometimes you can find yourself desiring something that actually does not serve you, and that is because you cannot see the bigger picture. You cannot see all the angles from your vantage point, and therefore at times you will call into question your abilities as creator beings, or you will question whether you actually do create your reality. What you create is always what serves you most. Now at times what serves you most is also in alignment with what you desire from your egoic perspective. At other times there is something more for you that you can only receive by not getting what you want. And so we suggest that you always see yourself as master creator beings. And we also suggest that you look around for what is about your current creation that you can now see is serving you better than what you originally desired. Your growth is inevitable. You are expanding, and you are becoming every single day. But there are circumstances that will accelerate that growth, and those are always the circumstances that you will create. And so it is because your primary creation is always you. You are the big prize, and when you look within yourself and you acknowledge that, well, then you can see the bigger picture. Then you can see why you have created what you have created for yourself, and why you have not created certain conditions and circumstances that what you once desired. Make peace with all of your creations, and know that everything serves your greatest and highest good. Predicting your future. You are able to predict the future of your experience by paying closer attention to the energy that you are giving off in the now moment. You can predict it because you are creating it, and it behooves you to accurately read your own energy. So if that is something that you're interested in, we suggest that you start reading your own energy. Take your energetic temperature several times throughout the day to determine for yourself what it is that you are aligning with. Feel your future now. Now, if you are afraid of something that is coming up in the future, then it is important for you to move through that fear in the present. You want to have processed that fear before you arrive at the time and place of the event you are so afraid of. You can take that energetic temperature, and then you can clean house. When you clean house, you get rid of that which no longer serves you, and you make room for more of what does serve you. That is how you begin the process of creating your future. You create your future in your present. More importantly, though, you are creating the present. The present stretches itself out to become your experience of a future moment. Because you can only live in the present, it is so much more important that you take care of your energetic house in the present than that you attempt to manipulate events and people and anything else that you can control to assure you a better future. Start now. Start creating the future that you would like to see in the now moment. And remember that any future experience that has been foretold does not have to come to fruition. When you are vibrational matched to the future moment, you align yourself with that prediction. If you want better predictions for your future, start by taking care of your now and predict your own future by creating it. You do so with the vibration that you are holding in this now moment. 3 small steps. You have the ability to bring yourselves into a higher frequency state much more often than you actually do. The things that you can do to naturally bring yourself into a higher frequency state are not a mystery to you. You know what they are, but instead you often will stay in a lower frequency state in order to fix something or to think it through. Thoughts and actions are the ways that you have chosen to get yourself out of a lower frequency state of being more often than not. The steps that you can take to raise your vibrations hardly even qualify as steps. You can breathe. You can focus and you can meditate. You can do all these things without moving very much at all, and they are the most effective, the most tried and true practices that you have available to you. Focus on how you feel, rather than trying to think your way out of the feeling. Breathe your way through the experience you are having of the lower frequency state and meditate to bring yourself to a calm equilibrium. From there, it is quite easy to go from the calm, neutral, balanced state to a higher frequency state. You often need to remind yourselves of the importance of taking these very small steps, because the rest of the world is trying very hard to think and act and speak their way in a better feeling state, or at least out of the problematic situations that they have created. You all who are awakened can lead by the power of your example, and you can do so much good for so many by taking those small steps to raising your own vibration. The rest of the collective will come along, but you are the leaders. You are the ones who know that what we are saying is true. So we are here to remind you of that and to remind you of how easy it is to feel better and to be powerful leaders in your community. Claim your creations. It is the perfect time for all of you to stand on your own 2 feet, look out into the universe, claiming it as your creation. We also suggest that you see the universe as a projection of your consciousness that is also colored by the lens of your perception of it. We know that you have heard about these truths before, but what you may not have been considering is which aspect of you has been doing the creating of your reality, and you may also be unclear about how much of the circumstance that you have been living were predetermined by you prior to your birth. It is true that when the ego gets hold of this information, it wants what it wants. Like a kid in a candy store, the ego runs wild and sets out to create everything that it has ever wanted, and that approach to creating your reality does serve you. That is why that information is given to the ego, but what you really want to do, what you really want to demonstrate to yourself is your ability to create your experience of reality in the way that you want to create it. Everything is about your perception of it and what you are willing to make out of it. Given your circumstances, how can you shift your perception of reality right now to actually change it? You are changing your experience of it and therefore creating it. Now, your higher self has been the aspect of you that has been creating your reality at times in conjunction of the ego, and at times in spite of it. What can you do then to create your reality in the truest and fullest meaning of that statement? You can merge your ego with your higher self, and you can become the reality you are creating. When you see yourselves in that state of oneness, you truly have everything that you, on all levels of your being, could ever desire. The effectiveness of action. We have let ourselves observe the consequence of every action taken by every single human for an entire 24-hour period, and we did this because we wanted to see the effectiveness of your actions. We wanted to measure, objectively, what you are getting out of the actions that you have taken, and there's something peculiar that we have noticed about the actions that you take. They are mostly done without really examining what it is that you are doing. They are often done without having set an intention for them. Many of the actions you take are habitual and therefore meaningless to you. So there is less attempting to utilize action for personal gain going on than you might think. Most of your actions are taken out of a sense of duty or obligation. Some are taken to cover up feelings, and those are the ones that we want to talk to you about here. When you take an action because you want to avoid feeling a feeling, you are really engaging in some ineffective behavior. You look to action at times to compensate for something, but as many of you have noted, there aren't enough hours in a day to give you the opportunity to take enough action to compensate for something that is happening deep down inside of you. And so here is our recommendation for all of you. Observe your own actions. Be present and mindful when you take an action. Know what the action is meant to accomplish for you, and be aware of the vibration that you are infusing the action with. If you do nothing to change your vibration, then no amount of action taken from that vibration is going to change your circumstance. In fact, in order to serve you better, many of those actions will get you further into a hole, because it's only when you hit rock bottom that you're willing to look at the vibration that you are holding. The vibration, that is the heart of the action that you have been taking. When you look at, feel, and raise your vibration, that is when your actions become most effective. No challenge too big. We are able to respond to individual requests that you make, and we are responding to the request that you make as a human collective. And if you can imagine the quantity of requests that we get, you must realize that humanity keeps us quite busy. But this is what we do. We help humans, and we also help other beings from all across the galaxy. If it is your singular purpose to do something, if you remain focused, then no task is too large. And ultimately, by helping you, we become more of ourselves, which is what we are after in terms of the experience that we desire. Now, we tell you this because we want you to understand that no matter what you are facing in your life, no matter how big the challenge, no matter how insurmountable the task, you can achieve what you want to achieve. It does require you to focus, and you also must open yourself up to receiving, to be in the flow, to stay in the flow, and to welcome in what you have created with open arms. We can help you by getting you to focus, by giving you the energy that you need to accomplish what you want to accomplish, and by reminding you of the fact that you create everything. You create all of it, and you get to create it in the way that you want to experience it. We also want to add that we are not the only ones hearing your request. As big and as capable as we are, Source is much bigger and capable of handling all requests across all universes. So we just want to remind you that Source is also listening, hearing, and responding. And with a little focus and a lot of allowing and receiving, you can bring yourself to whatever experience you want to have. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. The more you give. Greetings. We are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. It is the perfect time for you all to be giving more of yourselves to everything that you are doing. The amount of yourself that you put into any task in front of you is a message that you are sending to the universe about how willing you are to participate in its expansion. The universe is listening. It is paying attention. And it sees when one of you is putting more of your energy into something. And it can also see when one of you is phoning it in. When you are present, mindful, and giving of the energy that you truly are, you are calling forth more core creative energy to come and play with you. You have the ability to shine your light more brightly than you have ever had before because of the recent upgrades that you have received, and because of the amount of energy that the Earth has received. You are in a position where co-creating with the universe has never been easier or more fruitful. One thing that we recommend you all do is to stop expecting the same results. When you give up, that is when you tend to no longer feel the need to infuse more of your energy into something. It is as though many of you have begun to feel that there is a futility expending any energy whatsoever on your creation. But we are not only talking about the things you want to create now. We are also talking about the little things that you do, the small, inconsequential tasks that you need to perform just to maintain your body, your home, and your vehicles. When you perform these tasks, see them as an opportunity to call forth more of your energy and to spread it around. When you do, you will create an opening for more energy to flow to you from this abundant universe, and that energy can be used to create anything. You just have to demonstrate to the universe that you are willing to play, and the universe will respond. The more you give, the more you get. What others are creating. When you are looking around at the circumstance of your life and you are comparing them to the circumstance of someone else's life, it can be easy for you to slip into judgment mode. When you see that someone else has something in their lives that you do not, you can see yourself as flawed in some way or as being a bad little creator being. You may also go in the other direction and assume that the other person has done something illegal or immoral to have what they have. Whatever the conclusion you make is, it will not serve you to slip into judgment mode, and it serves you even less to slip into comparison mode. You are creating everything that you see. The experience of your life that you are having is your creation, and that includes everything that is happening in everyone else's lives. So why would you create a circumstance for yourself that is less desirable than the circumstance that someone else is living? For one thing, you need to know that it is possible to be living what you desire to live instead of getting down on yourself for not living that same circumstance as your fellow human. You can seek to feel that person's vibration. You can get inspired by what other people are living, just as you can have compassion for those who have much less than you. There was a time on your planet not too long ago when the majority of people would have assumed that those who were living in abject poverty had done something to upset God or the gods. You never know why someone has chosen the journey that they have, and there certainly is no punishment for being doled out by the Source or any other higher frequency being. When you want to experience something in your life, and you feel that jealousy or that resentment coming up within you because you see others living it, that is an opportunity for you to release something within you. Release those negative emotions. Feel them, clear them, and make room for the vibrations that are a match to what you want to be living. The power of your voice. In your delivery of a statement that you make to others, to yourself, or the universe, you are accessing the energy of that particular statement, and you are broadcasting it to anyone and everyone who is a vibrational match to it. Your accessing of that particular thought is something that you do rather subconsciously. Once you access a thought, you have the option of keeping it to yourself or sharing it with others. Now, of course, you have many ways of sharing a thought, but sharing that thought verbally, making your statement to the universe, is a powerful act, even if you're the only one who consciously hears it. When you infuse an intention and a vibration into spoken word, that spoken word is very powerful indeed. What you need to recognize about speaking words out loud, making statements, making declarations to the universe, is that their impact will be quite dependent on whether you are making that statement because it is something that resonates with you, or whether you are making that statement because you are trying to resonate with it. Now, you can eventually resonate with a statement, but speaking out loud will not be enough. You will need to feel the vibration of it, and you will need to match that vibration if you want the statement to have the impact that you want it to have. And we are talking about affirmations, mantras, and other positive-oriented statements that you can make to impact the creation of your reality. We suggest that you pay attention to what you say, how you feel when you say it, and what your intentions are for making the statement. When you match up with your words, with your thoughts and your actions, you are even more powerful. We suggest that you begin utilizing your voice to create your reality and to enjoy the reality that you have created. Use your voice, use all the tools at your disposal, and feel the alignment with what you want to create. Don't wait for what you want. We have taken the steps that we can to bring more of our essence to your world, and now that we feel a great number of you are allowing that essence to be absorbed into your energy field, all we can do is wait. All we can do is wait, but we don't have to focus on the fact that it will take some time for most of you to receive all of the gifts that can be delivered through our essence. Now, when you decide what you want to create something on your world, in your life, you put out the thoughts, word vibrations, and even take some action towards bringing you the experience that you want to have. When you focus on the lack of immediacy that you have experienced in receiving that which you want, you push it away. You don't have to focus on how long something is taking to come to you. That is a choice. And you don't have to keep doing processes and exercises and meditations to make it happen sooner. You do have the option of living happily ever after, even before that which you want comes to you. You do have the option of living in the now moment and exercising your free will to explore everything that you can about your current reality. And this is what we suggest you do. Take your attention off of what you are waiting for and enjoy the moment that you are in. Relax, but don't make your relaxation yet another tactic to get what you want. Just relax because being relaxed feels better than being tense, and enjoy what you feels better than waiting for what you are yet to manifest in your lives. Your relationship to Source. We have been watching and waiting for the perfect opportunity to share with you this particular bit of information, and now is the perfect time for us to share it. The relationship that you have to Source energy is the exact relationship that you have to life. If you don't think about your relationship to Source energy at all, then you probably do not think about the purpose of your life. You are probably not asking the big questions. If you are afraid of Source and are afraid of the judgment of Source, then that is probably how you face your fellow humans, as if they were representatives of Source. If you are seeing Source as a benevolent being who loves you unconditionally, is infinitely wise and expanding, then that is how you will view the other humans that you encounter and your life in general. You see, Source really is all that is. And so how you approach all that is will reflect how you approach Source, and how you approach Source will reflect how you approach all that is. If you want to change your life, you can change your relationship to Source. That would be a very good place to start, since Source is everything, and you are included within everything. So you include yourself when you change your relationship to Source. You want to see yourself differently. You want to be a different version of yourself if you want to have a different experience of life. If everything in your life is exactly the way you want it to be, and you are exactly how you want to be, then just continue to foster that relationship to Source that you already have. Continue to enjoy your journey. The best way to experience Source is to feel the energy of Source. And so, as you consider that Source is unconditional love, and as you consider that the unconditional, that is, Source, is continually expanding, you can get a sense of the feeling that you are reaching for. Whenever you feel that love bubbling up within you, you know you are on the right track, because in that moment, you know yourself as Source energy. Surrendering to the unknown. It is a wonderful time for you to assess the degree to which you are willing to surrender to the unknown. What you are stepping into as you ascend is a letting go of control. You are, in a sense, leaving the physical mind behind. And as you know, the physical mind likes to know everything. The higher mind is not concerned with knowing everything, including the past and the future. The higher mind is essential for helping you choose between all the many options that you have before you. But you will not be coming to a time where you ever need to know more than what is right in front of you. You are creating and then experiencing, but you are not going to be creating from the known. And so you will need to give up control and embrace the vibrational truth of what you are moving towards. If you attempt to micromanage your creations, you will feel frustration. You will know what it is like to be truly limited. And you will eventually throw up your arms in despair. When you step into a creation of your own, you must be willing to trust yourself. You must be willing to trust in your ability to offer vibration. You must be willing to trust in this universe and its ability to deliver you something that you've never seen or known about before. Letting go and surrendering control are truly liberating acts of freedom. And once you free yourself from the confines of the physical mind and the known, you will open yourself up to experiences that will blow you away. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. A time of creation. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with you all. We have awakened within you a tendency to seek more from life than what you tended to believe was possible before getting activated by our energy. This awakening has brought you to the point in your evolution where you can begin to sense that there are energies all around you waiting to become manifest in the physical. The experience of creating with energy using vibration is the fifth dimensional way. Right now, you can see yourselves as being in a practice round because there is still a distance between what you create and what you experience in the physical. But you do have access to a timeline once you create something that will bring you to it and bring it to you in record time. This type of creation requires tremendous faith on your part because you have no indicators that tell you how close your creation is. It is the closest thing to instant manifestation that you are ready to experience at this point. One of the ways in which you'll accelerate this process of creating will be to stay very present in the moment. As soon as you start to think in terms of time and time frames, you remove yourself from the vibration that is required to merge with that timeline, to put yourself on the fast track. These are indeed exciting times, and they are times of exploration because each of you is in control of your destiny like never before. You are activating more of your higher self within you, and your higher self is a magnificent creator. So whatever you have come to expect from reality in the past can be set aside as you enter into this new phase of your evolution. This is a time where conscious creations become like yourself and are being summoned by the energies that want to co-create with you. Harmonizing with timelines. You have begun to exercise your right to harmonize with any timelines that you want to be on. You have much more freedom now than you have ever had to find a timeline that suits you and that brings you the most joy. Being a part of a collective doesn't mean that you are stuck on the same timeline with the same version of that collective forevermore. When you jump timelines as individuals, you then find yourself harmonizing with different versions of the human collective. This gives you free will, and yet you still maintain your part in a version of the human collective. This is why you sometimes will have glitches in your memories, or you will remember something differently than someone who is quite close to you who experienced the same thing. But your memories will be different because you will have been on different timelines at the time of the event. So how then should you exercise your right to harmonize with the best possible timeline? Well, a timeline where everyone is free and gets the respect and acknowledgement that they deserve is a timeline that is best for the individual as well. The needs of the individual and the needs of the many are the same. You will never escape your interconnectedness with all other humans, no matter what timeline you find yourself on. And that serves you very well, because the more you see yourself as a collective, the higher you vibrate. And the higher you vibrate, the better the timeline is that you find yourself on, and it will be better for all, not just a few. When you discover how to harmonize with that best possible timeline for everyone, you'll also want to share with others how you did it. You will want to empower others because you will understand that by doing so, you are empowering yourself. You are taking the entire collective to the best possible timeline for all humanity, and there's no better feeling than that. The way that you harmonize is by feeling for that reality, the reality where all humans are equal, respected, acknowledged, and free. You are worthy of receiving. It is the perfect time for all of you to consider what experiences you want to have. It is a time where the energies have never been more supportive of moving you to the reality you want to experience. The reason why you need to keep checking in with yourselves as far as what it is that you want to create is because you are changing with the energies. Your desires are shifting, and the thought forms that you have access to are also of a higher frequency. So now, what you want for yourself, you also want for others. You can see yourself as a part of a bigger picture, a collective of human race, and your willingness to listen to those desires that you have within you and feel for how they resonate with your ascension is crucial in lining you up with the experiences that you want to have. You are meant to let this universe inspire you to want to create. You are not just here to evolve, transcend the physical, and escape to another dimension. You are also here as the pioneers creating something brand new, something never before experienced. And in order to do that, you must acknowledge your desires, and you must be willing to receive that which you are creating. It is important for you to feel that you deserve that which you are creating so that you can experience it. It is through experience that you grow, and it is through experience that you become more specified in what you are creating next. You are absolutely worthy of everything that you want to create for yourself and the rest of humanity. And this journey that you are on is supposed to be one of joy and exploration. There is plenty of energy to go around for all to live in abundance and for all to experience everything that this universe has to offer and more. Changing your world is easy. It is a wonderful time for you to examine the way in which you approach your life. It is a wonderful time to do this because you have never had a greater opportunity than you do right now to easily change the life that you are living. So examining your life means taking a look at how you start your day, how you approach the people in your life, what energy you bring to the work that you do. We are talking about taking a look at all of the subtle ways in which you are creating your reality, when you don't think you are actually creating your reality. If there is something that you want in your life but you don't have, then you'll put all your spiritual knowledge to the test. You will apply yourself. You'll pay attention to your thoughts, your emotions, and your vibration because you feel motivated to do so, possibly even inspired. But when it comes to your day-to-day activities, the nuts and bolts of your life, have you really considered your approach to the energy that you bring? Here's why you want to start doing that on a regular basis. Everything is moving faster now. and the changes that you want to see in your life can be achieved with much less effort than you have previously believed. But it is still important for you to pay attention to your attitude, to your energy, and particularly to your vibration. You may still be unaware of your vibration at times because there are certain areas of your life where you just believe that action is the only way to get from point A to point B. And so you continue to put your head down, put your nose to the grindstone, and get done through action that which you believe is necessary for you to do. But what about the vibration you hold during all the time that you are performing these tasks? Is it the vibration that you want to create your life with? Or is it the vibration that you have resigned yourself to holding because the world is as it is? If you don't believe that you can change your world easily, then you won't, and most of you won't even make the effort. Believe us when we say it is a small change to everyday activities that will make the biggest difference in how you create your reality and in the reality that you experience. The end of limitations. We have been able to detect a leap forward by humanity that has taken you past the need to limit yourselves any further. Limitations that were self-imposed by you before deciding to take on the human experience were placed upon you by yourselves. You needed limitations in order to have the human experience on planet Earth. And now that you've crossed this particular threshold, the limitations that you experience are only in place because of beliefs that you have picked up along the way. In other words, in all of your years in this lifetime on planet Earth, and in all your previous lifetimes put together, you have become aware of what humans can and cannot do, for the most part. And so their belief systems exist, and you incarnate and plug right into it. But the limitations that were necessary in order to give you a particular experience of yourselves are now a thing of the past. They are no longer active. What that means is you can do far more than just meet your soulmate, have perfect health, and plenty of abundance. What this means is that you can occupy a light body, you can teleport, you can move things with your mind. You can know whatever it is you need to know by accessing records, by accessing current information. You can do and be so much more now that your self-imposed limitations have been lifted. Now what this means is that you are stepping into your destiny as creator beings in the physical who have access to tremendous amounts of non-physical energy. You have access to so much more of who you really are. All you have to do now is to let go of the limiting beliefs and limiting thoughts, and hold your vibrations in a place of expectation. And you will receive more of that energy. You will become limitless and yet still physical. You can truly have the best of all worlds. Thoughts. We have noticed that you all like to sit with a particular thought and ruminate on it until it is worn out its welcome. We see you're intersecting with certain thought forms and then dissecting them as they were somehow now your problem to deal with and fix. You don't have to worry about fixing anything. And you certainly don't have to worry about any thought that comes into your awareness as though it were somehow a part of you. Your thoughts are not your own. You borrow them, and it usually serves you better to give them back before you all do. You mustn't be afraid of the thoughts you think. It does not serve you to give them any power over you whatsoever. Many individuals have been led to believe that their thoughts originate from inside of them, but we know that thoughts are floating around and you are colliding with them. And then you have to determine for yourself whether you want to continue to exist in the thought's presence or whether you'd like to move on. Thoughts, like emotions, can move right through you as if you allow them to, but once you let them define you, then you feel that it is your responsibility to do something about them. You are energy that vibrates, and when you vibrate in harmony with other energies, you become aware of them. If you don't like the energies that you are becoming aware of, that you are intersecting with, then it is to your benefit to change your vibration. Go to the core of what is bringing you the thought, but let the thought be. Let the thought exist for those who want to harmonize with it. When you understand the importance of vibration, you will also understand the thoughts are just symbols. They have absolutely no power over you unless you give them the power, unless you let them define you. We know you as you really are, pure, unconditional love. And that is how we will always see you. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Wanted and unwanted challenges. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with you all. We have acquainted ourselves with the experience of your hardest challenges in life. We have noticed how they come up and how you generally approach them. What we are accessing for you some suggestions as to how you can avoid creating these challenges for yourself in the first place, and some ideas of how to approach the challenges that already exist in your lives. Sometimes you create a challenge for yourself because you want to prove that you can overcome it, and this is something you do quite subconsciously. You think that the bigger the challenge, the better the rewards and accolades once you are past it. Sometimes you create a challenge for yourself because you believe that the world works in a certain way. Some of these challenges are about fitting in with the rest of your fellow humans who are struggling. Now, there's nothing wrong with a good challenge. In fact, we see them as quite beneficial to you. But here is a challenge that we believe serves you. Let us say that you want to have the experience of traveling to another part of the world and seeing a sacred site. Let us say that you want to have some beautiful and magical experiences on the trip. Now let us say that you have not enough money to buy the plane ticket, and even though your credit cards are maxed out, you can challenge yourself to get there anyway and have the experience you want to have. That's a challenge that you want to face, that you can draw more energy through you to face, and that you will feel a sense of accomplishment once you get past it. Creating challenges for yourself subconsciously are usually not the kind that you actually want to face and get past. They are the challenges of limitation. If you have one of these challenges in your life right now, rather than kicking yourself for having created it in the first place, we suggest that you rise up to face it. We suggest that you notice how you got to where you are, and that you decide that you are going to exceed the limitations that you imposed upon yourself to get into that particular challenge. You do so by drawing from the energy that is available to you at all times, and that is also how you face the challenge of getting where you want to go and experiencing what you want to experience in spite of conditions that suggest that you will not be able to. So we encourage you to face the challenges that are in front of you now and create some consciously that you will enjoy meeting and overcoming. An increase in your abilities. We have begun to process information that we receive from all of you who reach out, and we have determined that you are ready to amplify the abilities that you have. The abilities that you seek and have sought after for quite some time are also being made more readily available to you. Now, this is not a unilateral decision that we make. It is a decision that you are making on the higher levels of your beingness. And of course, your guides are very supportive of seeing you access more of those fifth-dimensional abilities that you all hear so much about. Even the ability to connect with beings such as ourselves is one that more of you than ever are capable of having and utilizing. We are meant to be your guides and to serve, and we want to reach as many of you as we can. But getting back to your fifth-dimensional abilities now, we must say that it's going to be hard for some of you to accept that which you are experiencing is real. There have been lifetimes for each of you when you tapped into abilities that others did not have, and you were branded as insane or a witch or in some other ways ostracized. And so, as much as you want to have the abilities that you want to have, you also understand that they come with a price. For some of you, that price will simply be processing the fears that you have of persecution and the fears that you have of simply being weird. For others, you will need to process the branding that can take place, that persecution, and all that you have suffered in your previous lives when you were able to see and do and hear things that others could not. It is time for all of you to step into the power so you can guide, so that you can lead, and so that you can help to awaken those who have no idea that there is a shift happening. This can be fun for you if you allow it to be. It does not have to be a burden. Open yourselves to receiving those abilities and trust that what you see and what you hear and what you feel is really real. Enhance your life experience. We have discovered the fastest way for you to enhance your life experience is to stop whatever you are doing and be more present with it. We have noticed that humans are eager to get to some future moment that will be better than the one they are currently in. And this actually holds you back because there is no way to offer a vibration from the future. You can only offer a vibration from the now moment. The more deeply you connect with the now moment, the more you are able to appreciate about it. The more you are able to take in with your five senses. The more you can feel yourself moving through that experience. All that is the way to enhance every moment that you are lining up for yourselves as well. This journey is ultimately about you. It's not about getting to the perfect life or the fifth dimension or to outer space. It's not about getting anywhere. It is about becoming. And the process of becoming for all of you is anchored in the present moment, and it is anchored in experience. The only way for you to evolve is through experience. And when you rob yourselves of a large percentage of the experience you are having by not giving it your full attention, you also slow down that process of evolution that you're also excited about. So please hear us when we say that the now moment is where it's at. And the quickest way for you to sink more deeply into the now moment is by taking a deep breath. By taking a deep breath, you immediately align all your bodies, your physical, emotional, mental, and energetic. They all align because the breath solidifies your existence in the now moment. Be willing to explore what is right in front of you with the curiosity of a child and with no expectation. Simply be with what is and see how your experience of it transforms right before your eyes. And as your experience transforms, so do you. From this point forward, this is the time for all of you to reflect upon the lives that you have led up until this moment. It is a time for you to examine decisions that you have made and where you have been able to overcome obstacles. Now is a time for all of you to begin to accept that from this point forward, the life that you will be living will be your own creation. The life that you will live from this point forward has nothing to do with the blueprint that was in place before you incarnated. You are awakened creator beings who understand vibration, and that is all you need to put yourself on the timeline that you want to be on to manifest circumstances, events, and people in your lives. It is time for you to react less and create more. When you are comfortable, calm, and relaxed, that is the ideal time for you to create. When you are reaching for something that you feel you need in order to complete yourself, that is a time for you to process. It's important for you to know the difference and notice the difference between processing and creating. You have so much life to live, so much value to shift in consciousness, and so much to teach others who do not have the understanding that you have of what is happening. As you practice creating your reality, realize that you are showing others how to do it as well. You are leading the way. You are the pioneers who have looked beyond the physical, beyond the solar system, and beyond yourselves to not only what is possible, but what is highly probable for you to experience in this lifetime. There is no need for you to create anything that you don't want to experience. Awareness is the key. Be aware of the vibration you are offering. Be aware of whether it is time to process or to create, and be aware of how you are being of service to others. That is when you are at your most powerful. That is when you have the most support and when you are the most creative. Massive changes start with you. You are beginning to question the stories that have told since your birth. You are beginning to notice that those who tell the stories have an ulterior motive. They want you to believe what they want you to believe. Usually you are told that something is for your own good, for your own protection, and for your own safety. These are the ways in which those in power have used their power and influence to control you. But the people are waking up and realizing that the beliefs that have been handed down from generation to generation are not the beliefs that you all want to hold. Part of the deprogramming process is occurring on the energetic level, and part of it is occurring because of the access that you have to information. It is impossible for secrets to stay secret in this day and age, as the world gets out about the lies and the manipulation that occur within governments, corporations, and within the media. You all are deciding that you're going to empower yourself. As you take your attention away from those who want to lie and manipulate and cover up, and you put your attention on what you can do, you take back your power. We are not talking about protesting the ones in power. We are not talking about acknowledging them at all. We are talking about accessing your own truth, accessing your personal power, and becoming your own authority. You don't have to tear down the house of cards. It will fall on its own. All you have to do in order to create the reality that you want to experience is to put your attention on that which you want to create. You don't need to look outside of yourself for anyone else to create that for you. What you need are new systems, and who better to create those systems than the ones who have been railroaded by them for their entire lives? Therefore, we suggest that you put your attention on the spark of the divinity that exists within each and every one of you, the power that you have to focus and to create, and the desire that you have for massive change in this world of yours. Precise offerings of vibration. We are putting together a transmission that will be sent to all of you who are ready to accept what we have to offer. It is a transmission of energy that will take you to the next step along your path, and it will bring you to the next level of your evolutionary journey. We are watching all of you and monitoring your vibrations and your energy fields, and we are calibrating the transmission so it will affect you in the most appropriate and desired way. This is the type of precision that we work with here in the ninth dimension. We invite all of you to operate with that same desire for precision, because in order for you to maximize your effectiveness as creator beings, you must first be willing to be very precise about what it is that you're emanating. This means that you need to pay more attention to what is going on within you than what is going on in the world or in your personal lives. We are suggesting that you focus on the vibration that you want to create your reality with above and beyond all other considerations. Now, there is much in the world and in your personal lives that can get your attention. And when these things get your attention, they can alter your vibration. Because when you harmonize with something that is of a particular vibration, you become it. You become a part of it, and it becomes part of you. You must be very careful and precise about what it is you want to activate within yourself. Sometimes that means letting go of circumstances. When you are able to let go of the circumstances of your life that are not of the vibration that you want to create with, that is when you take back control. That is when you become empowered. And that is when you are effective creator beings. Now, offering your vibration is easier than you think. Just focus inwardly with your intention and be precise about which vibration you are offering. This is the way to become a creator being of the fifth dimension that you are destined to become. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Creating experiences. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We have given you processes, steps that you can take, exercise, and many insights. But what we cannot give you is the knowing that comes through experience. It is through experience that you align with the self that you are becoming. The only way to get to where you are going is through the experiences that you create for yourself in your life. You will always create experiences for yourself no matter how perfect you create your life to be. There will always be something that occurs that challenges you, that triggers you, and it takes you to your next step on this beautiful journey of yours. When you are amidst of an experience that you didn't plan for and you certainly didn't want, that is usually when it is hardest for you to remember anything that you know. That is when it is hardest for you to see the bigger picture, to operate from your heart and look at everyone in the situation with compassion and unconditional love. We have noticed this, and we are here to tell you that everything that you experience from this point forward, you can do so while holding the awareness that you want to hold. We're not talking about being detached from the situation so that you can maintain a level head. We're not talking about denial here or ignoring your feelings. We are talking about the fact that you are reaching a point in your evolution where being triggered means being aware. It doesn't mean flying off the handle. It doesn't mean forgetting who you are. It just means that you, in that moment, have some clarity that you didn't have before, and that is a good thing. That is a very good thing. So you want to have all these experiences and to accept that you create unwanted experiences, because what you do want, what you all ultimately want, is to be unconditional. You want to experience unconditional joy, and you want to experience unconditional love. You are not going to create perfection and only experience that which you want to experience. You are not going to do that because you are here to experience everything and to be the love that you truly are, no matter what is happening around you. That may seem like it's not satisfying, and it may seem like you are then not the creator of your own reality. But you are the creator of you, and the creation of you that you want to be in every possible scenario, in every possible experience, and is the version of you that offers love to everyone and everything without question and without condition. Jumping timelines. It is quite possible that you will arrive at a destination that you've been wanting to get to without knowing, without understanding, without having an idea whatsoever how you got there. This leap is what you refer to as jumping timelines, and we think that there's an accurate way of looking at it. If you were to stay on a particular timeline, you would experience similar events from one moment to the next, from one day to the next, from 1 year to the next. You would have a reasonable expectation for what it is that you experience, and it would make perfect sense for you to stay on that particular timeline. It would make sense to your mind, to your logic, but as you know, your minds are very limited, and as much as they enjoy predictability, you like being surprised. You don't care, for the most part, how you get from where you are to where you want to be, as long as it's all nice and legal and no one gets hurt. For the most part, you don't care, but in some cases you do. In some cases, you want to get to a particular place in a particular way because you get there in that way then you can take all the credit for your creation. You can tell the tale of how you got there, how you persevered, how you overcame the obstacles, and you can impress lots of people with that particular story. But if you can let go of all of that, and you can relax long enough to let the jumping of timelines occur, you can go right where you want to go without earning any of that which is included in where you are going. You don't have to experience a long journey, an arduous journey, or even a journey that others can witness. You can jump timelines simply by finding the vibration of where it is you want to go, and that is what you want to experience and can find its way to you. And this happens more often than you think, because ultimately you are lining up with the experiences that you want to have more and more, and you are struggling less and less. You are giving in less to the old way of doing things, and you are letting go of that need to earn your way to your destination of choice, and we are excited to see which timeline you jump to next. How to change everything. There's only one thing that really matters when it comes to shifting your perception of reality, and that is your willingness to let go of an idea. All that you need to do in order to let go of an idea that keeps you stuck in a certain point of view is to open yourself up to the possibility that another idea might serve you better. If you are so dead set on being right and so committed to consistency, you will not see the power in letting go. You will only be able to perceive that which you are agreeing to, and therefore it is very important for you to be flexible, to be open, and to let go of notions that have been handed down to you from generation to generation. It is your willingness to change that you change your perception of reality. Now, why is changing your perception of reality so important? Reality can literally be anything you make of it, and you are in fact making that reality up as you go. You are seeing it as true for you, seeing it as real and solid and even fixed at times. And when you believe more in the reality that is in front of you than you believe in yourself, you are then staring at an idea that you definitely want to let go of. When you recognize instead that you are the powerful creator of your reality, then you can understand how a slight shift in perception by allowing in something new is going to grant you access to so much more. You have to ask yourself if you really want to see a recreation of the same idea, the same perception of reality, and the same you over and over again. If you are ready for change, start small. Start with changing an idea that you have about reality, an idea that you have about yourself, or even an idea that you have about others. See how much power you actually have by demonstrating to yourself just how effective this simple shift can be. Don't expect tomorrow to be anything like today. Give yourselves room for more improvement in the reality that you experience, and watch how easily the universe responds to you and your new perception. Create with non-physical energy. You are the finest example of the universe of beings who take what you have to work with and create something beautiful in the physical realm. You have basic instruments available to you, and yet, look at how far you have come. Look at all that you have accomplished with the use of what you have available to you. That is what you can create using the resources the earth has provided. Now imagine what you could create if you were to utilize the resources that you have available to you in a non-physical. We are talking about the energy that you receive from Source, from your guides, from higher frequency beings who just want to help, and from so many other sources that you have available to you. You don't have to do it all on yourself, and you certainly don't have to do it with all what is available to you in the physical realm. Let in the assistance that is coming to you from all over the universe. Let it in and be very appreciative that you have access to so much. Demonstrate to yourself and to all of us who are watching you what you can do when you begin to access non-physical resources with the same fervor with which you have accessed your physical resources on planet Earth. We are not just talking about using your imagination here. We are talking about accessing energies that are all around you and within you, and with nothing more than your intention to experience a particular vibration. You can create much more than what your imagination is capable of conjuring up. When you feel that you are in a flow, that is a wonderful time for you to exercise this ability, that you have a wonderful time to access these resources that are all around you. Don't do it from a place of despair. Do it from a place of curiosity and with a desire to co-create. And you'll be amazed at what you can accomplish now that you are aware of all the tools that you have at your disposal. Forgiveness and creation. It is the primary purpose of offering your forgiveness to free yourself from the burden of what you are carrying with you. It is not for the benefit of the other person, even though the other person will benefit from your forgiveness. It is the releasing of resentment, the anger, the victimhood that will serve you the most in offering your forgiveness. Your forgiveness is not saying to another person that you are okay with that person doing or saying what they did or said again, but you are letting go of the need to relive it within yourself. Before you forgive someone, you often relive the experiences of thinking about it over and over again is going to change the outcome. It is not. It has a greater likelihood of reoccurring in your experience, however, if you continue to give it your attention. If you want to get obsessed with something that you want to occur in your life, not something that you wish had never occurred in the first place. Being the one who offers forgiveness is being proactive. It puts you back in the driver's seat as the creator of your reality. It gives you an opportunity to express your feelings and ultimately to clear away the trauma of the experience that you had. Often you humans like to play the role of victim because you understand that you are likely to get sympathy from those who can identify with that perspective. And every single one of you on planet Earth can identify with feeling as though you had been victimized. However, not every single one of you can relate to the idea of yourselves as the creator of your reality. The world needs more creator beings. The world is going to benefit from your willingness to see whatever has occurred in your life as a co-creation, to see your part in it, and to forgive yourself as well as other people involved in that creation, so you can step into the power of knowing yourself as the wonderful creator being that you truly are. Feel the freedom of forgiveness as it flows through you, and see what you can make room for when you let go of all that baggage. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Chapter 3. Processing your emotions and raising your vibration. Offering your vibration. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council, and we are pleased to connect with all of you. You always give that which you are putting out to the universe, whether you recognize it or not. Whether you are aware of what you are putting out or that you are putting it out, you are sending a signal to the universe, and that signal is sent through your vibration. Your words, your actions, and your emotions are indicators of your vibration. They are not what determines the essence of what you send out to the universe. They are examples of it. They are the evidence that you can see, hear, and put your finger on. A true master will be more concerned with what vibration he or she is putting out than what is currently happening, because a true master is not only the understanding of the importance of vibration, but also the practice. You can practice putting yourself in the vibration that you want to send out to the universe, and we recommend that you do so. We recommend that you take less action and put out more conscious vibration. We know that if you are awakened, you are sensitive. So we know that we are talking to sensitive individuals here. As sensitive individuals, you can easily tune into your vibration, and all it takes to offer that vibration that you want the universe to receive from you is a little focus and some conscious breathing. And before you know it, you'll be offering that joy, that love, that excitement, that freedom, that abundance. Anything at all that you want to see reflected back to you in this universe is available to you right now, and it's much easier for you to access than you think. You don't need to spend hours and hours in meditation. You've spent a lifetime of getting triggered emotionally, and every time you have, you've gained some knowledge on the visceral level of what vibration feels like and how to access it consciously. Offer your vibrations constantly and consciously, and see how quickly the universe responds. Vibrational compatibility. You have been in a process of releasing all of your habits of thought, all of your beliefs, and all your actions that are in contradiction to your stated objective. Now, most of you have the stated objective that you want to shift your consciousness. Some of you have other objectives as well, but all of you are looking for something, whether it is to be more of service to others or to live a life of more joy and ease. And for some of you, you can see how these two can intersect. Whatever your stated objectives are, you want to release that which you do and think and say that contradicts those objectives. There is, of course, a reason why, and that reason is vibrational incompatibility. If you remain stuck in a vibration that is different from that which you want to experience, you are not going to experience what you have determined is your perfect life. So when you are acting, thinking, and speaking in ways that are vibrationally incompatible with what it is that you know that you want to experience, you have that moment of recognition. And in that moment of recognition, all you need to do is to let go of the thoughts, words, and actions. You don't need to get down on yourself. You don't need to make it up for some way, but you can use that moment of awareness to pinpoint the vibration that lies underneath the thoughts, the words, the actions, the habits and the beliefs that are contradicting what you know you really want and what also serves you. So just let go. You don't have to judge your actions or yourself. You don't have to banish the thought or the belief of all of reality. You just need to let go in the moment and shift yourself to a greater awareness of the vibration you are offering. When the vibration you are offering is compatible with your stated objective, you find yourself on a journey that is filled with joy and magic and is leading to the ultimate destination, the place you now know you want to be. Tasting the ninth dimension. We are enabling all of you to sense what it is like to be non-physical, to be ninth-dimensional. We are giving you that flavor when we transmit to you these messages, and you are capable of receiving a tiny fraction of what it is actually like. Now, we tell you this because we want you to realize that there's much, much more to experience than you could possibly perceive or conceive of at this time. You are the ones who decided that you wanted to be where you are. No one else decided that for you. You were not sent on a mission by some higher power. You are the higher power that made that decision. It just seems like you are separated from the aspect of yourself that did make that decision and that continues to stand by it. You are getting a taste of what it's like to have been in that position of knowing, that position of feeling, sensing, and even seeing that everything was going to work out for the best for you in this lifetime. And that is one of the advantages that you have in connecting to us through these messages. We are very close to the part of you that makes that kind of decision. And from where we sit, of course, we still see that part of you as you. We talk to this aspect of who you are being because we like a challenge. We like to extend ourselves into the physical as well, because you give us a taste of what it is like to be where you are and to be experiencing the roller coaster ride that life in the physical often is. We are able to send you reminders of what it is like to be part of an oversouled being, and you give us a sense of what it is like to be separate and physical. There are, of course, positive aspects of being where you are. You get to feel a greater shift than any other being in a galaxy, and when that shift occurs, you will realize why you made the decision to come to planet Earth, to be third and fourth dimensional and to experience physicality and separation. These are not curses, they are just perspectives, and from where we are sitting, we would say that you made an excellent choice. Healing past life trauma. You are facing traumatic situation from past lives that you are working through in this lifetime, and you do so most of the time without having any awareness of what that trauma was. So then how do you do it? You create situations for yourself in this lifetime that trigger the emotions that are associated with those traumatic events from past lives. The situation in your current lifetime may have nothing to do with whatever you experienced in the past life, or it may be a watered-down version. It may be symbolic. Whatever it is, you're going to get triggered, and it's going to feel very irrational to you, and you would experience as much fear, anger, anxiety, sadness, or even hatred in this lifetime, given what the circumstances are. We want to help you make sense of it all, but you don't necessarily need to know what the traumatic experience was in your previous lifetime or lifetimes. You just need to know that you get triggered, and those emotions flow because of what you are carrying with you. You also help the collective and your genetic line every time you face one of the challenging situations where you feel irrationally emotional, even overly emotional from some perspective. That is why it is so important for all of you to honor your emotions and honor the emotions of others as well. Because if you cannot understand why you get triggered as profoundly as you do, you certainly are not going to be able to understand why someone else in your life is getting triggered by something that seems rather small in comparison to the emotions they are feeling. Be compassionate, not to the situation, but to the emotional response. Be compassionate for yourself and others, and you will make it through this shift in consciousness with all your past life selves coming along for the ride. They will be reintegrated into your oversoul as you do the processing of these emotions for them, and you heal those traumatic circumstances without even knowing at times what they were. Living your life's purpose. We have observed many of you searching for a purpose in your lives. We have noticed that there tends to be an association with what you do and your feeling of having a purpose and a meaning for your life. What if, however, the doing was not the significant aspect of your purpose? What if instead your purpose was to feel? Can you entertain that notion? Can you believe that it is possible to incarnate for the purpose of feeling something you've never felt before? And if that makes some sense to you, then can you let yourself off the hook for doing something important? As you feel into the magnificence of your existence, and as you feel into the significance of your shift in consciousness, it is easy then to understand why this whole idea of feeling something new and different could be considered life's purpose. We want you to acknowledge yourself, and we want you to enjoy yourself. We want you to see yourself as the main purpose of your lives. In other words, it is what you become that is the most significant aspect of your incarnating here and now. Sometimes in order to become that which you are expanding into, it is necessary for you to sit and do absolutely nothing. In fact, it is easier for you to feel when you are in a state of inaction. And that is, in fact, one of the reasons why some of you are always so busy. If you are not busy doing, you are busy thinking. And the doing and the thinking are what you use to avoid the feeling. Some of you are even avoiding feeling the higher frequency states because you are afraid that you will come crashing down. And we have seen this as well. We know that it exists as a possibility. But by giving yourself that opportunity to feel something, you do access more of who you are. And as you access more of who you are, you not only become more significant to this universe in every possible way, but you also get to enjoy the experience. You get to decide what your purpose is. We suggest reaching for something that is fun or interesting and seeing what it is your purpose in the moment. And then we suggest giving yourself a new purpose in the next moment, and in the next, and the next. Being purposeful about your life does not mean that you must do something over and over and over again until you get acknowledged for it. Just be yourselves and let life come to you. And as you experience life in that way, you are living your purpose. Choices, actions, and states of being. You find yourself faced with many choices throughout your day, throughout periods in your lives, and throughout your entire lifetimes. You make choices that affect yourself and others, and we see you making choices based on what you think the results of that choice will be. We see you doing lots of things because you believe that in the doing of something, you'll be granted something else. You have many beliefs around the choices that you make and the actions that you take. You even choose not to act or speak because you believe that in your non-action or in your lack of communication, you will be granted something that you want, even if that something is just a state of being. Now, we can also sense within each of you is a desire to live in joy, but oftentimes you make your joy conditional. So if you make a choice and you get the outcome that you desire from taking a particular action, then you will feel joy. If you make a choice and you don't get this outcome that you desire, you will not only feel a lack of joy, but you may actually feel sad, angry, afraid, or any number of other lower frequency emotions. If your actions and choices are conditional, then so will be your joy. What you want to do in life is to start at the same point where you want to end up. So start with how you want to feel, and let your choices then be reflective of the state of being. If the choice and action are not harmonizing with the state of being that you want to hold, then it would be best for you not to make that choice and take that action. It would be best for you to go back to where you began. Go back to the place where you recognize how you want to feel, and then empower yourselves to feel how you want to feel. Demonstrate to yourselves that you have the ability to access feelings, emotions, vibrations, states of beings, and then access them. Any choice you make and any action you take will then be a result of the way you are feeling, rather than an attempt to find yourself in that particular state of being. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Awareness of the bigger picture. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. It will become clear to you when your lives have been leading you towards when you explore more deeply the senses that you have within you. Everything that happens in your life is meant to trigger something within you. You're getting triggered all the time. Your emotions get triggered, your memories get triggered, your thoughts, beliefs, and inspired ideas get triggered by circumstance and events that occur in your lives. When you have a certain level of awareness, you see right through it all. You see it for what it is, and it is always meant to serve your greatest and highest good. So you may still get triggered when you have this awareness, and what shifts is how you react. What shifts is what you do about being triggered. Now, not every experience of being triggered is what you would call negative, but your responses and your actions, regardless of whether what is occurring is positive or negative from your perspective, are shifting. They shift because of your awareness of what is actually happening. When you see the bigger picture of your evolution, and you stay in the bigger picture, you are able to navigate smoothly through circumstance and events in your lives that would have previously shaken you up a bit. Now, when it is something positive that is triggering you, there can be a tendency within humans to overreact and take actions that do not serve you. just as when something you perceive as negative occurs that you can take actions that do not serve. Awareness here is the key to rising above any circumstance, any reactions, any response that occur within you, so that you can take appropriate action or take no action at all. It is always better for you to absorb the energy and the vibration of what is in front of you before making a rash decision about it. We see you coming closer and closer to that time when you are able to hold the awareness of the bigger picture that serves you, and we are happy to see you reacting less impulsively and absorbing more vibrationally. Feel for the sake of feeling. It is the agenda of so many individuals to achieve something in their lives. You are, as a species, very goal-oriented. You make more time in your day for doing than you do for being. We have noticed that you will even sacrifice your state of being in order to get something accomplished. What if instead of a to-do list, you had a to-feel list? And what if you were able to convince yourselves that nothing had to happen in order for you to have the feeling that you wanted to experience? How often would you sit with the intention of feeling joy or love? If you knew you could access these states of being without accomplishing anything, wouldn't that be something you would want to explore? Now, we also recognize that you understand that your state of being, your vibration, is ultimately what creates your reality. And therefore you may engage in this activity that we are suggesting because you think that by feeling a certain way, you will be able to manifest something that you want to manifest. So again, holding a state of being becomes an accomplishment or a means to an end. But what we are here to suggest now is to hold a state of being, a vibration, for no other purpose than that it is how you choose to feel. It is how you choose to be. Once you recognize that nothing needs to be accomplished, and that you have the freedom to feel however you want to feel, you will open yourselves up to an entirely new life, and you will find that what you are capable of feeling has no limitation assigned to it. When you discover that, you will be convinced that feeling for the sake of feeling is the ultimate experience. Your ability to sense. You have the ability to sense when someone is lying to you, and you have the ability to sense when something is not serving your highest good. You have the ability to read vibration and energy, and you have the sense of when something is right for you. Now, the reason that we are detailing all these senses and abilities that you have is because we want to see more of your confidently moving forward in your lives. The questioning comes from your head, and to put it another way, the questioning comes from your programming. You are taught to see things from a particular perspective, but you are not taught to feel for what is right and appropriate, and for what is not quite right. You develop that ability naturally, but you also develop this idea that you should second-guess your feelings. And so that is what you are unlearning at this time. You are about to encounter things, beings, circumstances that defy logic. Your minds will not be ready for what is to come, and your programming may prevent you from feeling for what is appropriate, for what is right in the moment. And so we are here now to bolster your confidence in what you can sense. You can sense because you are sensitive, awakened beings, and that is far more important than being able to logic your way through scenarios as they come up. When you are sensing something that defies your logical mind, recognize that it is a gift that you have given yourselves. Your ability to sense and to feel, to harmonize with vibration, is the most important gift that you could ever have. And yet it is unrecognized, unacknowledged by most of you. Be proud of this ability and use it, and it will be your greatest asset as you move forward into a time of more connection with the other beings in the galaxy. The quality of your vibration. We've been able to distinguish between subtle offering of vibration from your energy fields, and we can sense that the way in which you are vibrating is changing. It is not just that the frequency is changing, which it also is, but you are becoming so multidimensional and multifaceted that you are beginning to synthesize different vibrations. You are shifting the quality of your vibrations, and this is coming as a reflection of all the inner work that you are doing. As you integrate more parts of yourself, you access more of your multidimensional nature, and the effects are palpable. They are demonstrated in your auras. They are demonstrated in the thoughts that you have access to, and you are demonstrating how far you are coming in your actions and in your compassion for others. We are seeing this change as coming into perfect timing, as you need more complex vibrations in order to connect with higher frequency beings. You need to have a broader range and be able to distinguish between subtleties and vibrational quality. So this is why we recommend that you feel what you are offering. As you feel for it, as you reach out into your energy field, you can know what we know. You can sense it in your fellow humans as well. You are not the same human race that you were 20 or 10 or even 5 years ago. And as we measure and chart your progress, you can rest assured that the other beings in the galaxy are also measuring that progress. They can see how ready you are for further contact, and they can offer the help that they have to give you based on what they read in your energy fields. Continue to work on yourself. Seek to have as much fun as you can along the way, and remember that you are not alone in any of this. We are here, we are watching, and so are many other benevolent beings. Sensitivity is power. You have noticed that the primary creation in your lives is always your state of being. You cannot be spiritually awakened and oblivious to your state of being at the same time. It is as important to you as anything that you could create in the physical, and there's a reason why this is true for awakened individuals. You came forth into this incarnation wired a bit differently. You came forth with certain sensitivities and a propensity to feel more than most people have. We are telling you this now because it is important for you to recognize that what once may have seemed like something of a deficit, you can now see as a positive trait. You have more sensitivity because it is necessary in order for you to feel compassion and empathy. But it is more than that. You cannot create what you want to experience without knowing what the experience is going to feel like. You must be able to feel your way into your creation or to manifest them in your reality. Being sensitive allows you to do this. It also makes you want to include others in your creation. You are not going to create a mansion and massive amounts of wealth for yourself without considering how other people are living. You are not going to ignore the circumstance of others, and this is what makes you the perfect leaders. You are here not only to shift, but also to demonstrate to others how it is done. You are here to create your reality and to teach others how to create theirs. There is nothing more powerful as a tool than your ability to feel, your ability to sense, and your ability to activate a vibration. And of course, in order to do that, you must be able to recognize that vibration you are holding. Therefore, embrace your sensitivity as the most powerful tool that you have. Fear. You take many steps forward in your evolutionary journey every time you face something that you fear. You are taking these steps forward in spite of the fear response. The emotion of fear is not a bad thing by your definition of what is good and what is bad. It is, however, important to note here what you do and what you think and what you say while feeling that fear. These things are important, and you certainly can make better choices. Some choices will be fueled by that fear. You will feel controlled by it, powerless over it, and yet there are other choices that exist that will take full advantage of the opportunity to expand and grow from the situation you are facing. And that is what we want to encourage you to do. If you see fear as an opportunity for you to grow, to integrate, and to become more of who you are, then it is serving its purpose and it is serving you. What most people do, however, is run away. They run away from the feeling and that which causes the feeling. And you know this because you see it. You see it in front of you in the action of others, and you see it in yourself as well. You see how a person shrinks down literally in the face of what they fear. When you stand tall and recognize that you are more powerful than that which you fear, that is when you have the growth experience that you want. That is when you take what life has handed you and use it. Everything now that you encounter can be seen as another opportunity to take a step forward, moving you closer and closer to the fifth dimension. When the fear comes up within you, feel it, acknowledge it. Acknowledge what it is that you are afraid of, and don't back down. Demonstrate to yourself that in your ability to face that which you fear, you automatically receive the full benefit of what you have created. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Compassion and empathy to co-create. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council, and we are pleased to connect with all of you. You have taken many positive steps forward as a collective, and we have been observing how far you have come. The progress that you are making has been in your ability to feel. There are receptors within each and every one of you, some of which have been dormant or atrophied, and those are the receptors that have been activated recently. What you are capable of feeling more of now than ever here is compassion. You are able to empathize with the circumstance of others because of what you have drawn on in this lifetime. You have been drawing on your past life experiences, and those experiences have awakened the receptors within you. so that now more than ever you have compassion and empathy for your fellow humans. Now when you see other humans suffering, you're more likely to feel it yourself. You're more likely to be able to feel what someone else is feeling, and that's a good thing. It is positive for humanity because when you know how your words and actions affect others, you are more likely then to be kind. It is also important because when you experience the level of compassion that you've been experiencing, you're more likely to help each other. Humanity has always had the ability to sympathize and to hold compassion and empathy. But now you have reached a point where the collective energy that is generated by a natural disaster creates a ripple effect around the world that immediately sends help. You are helping each other to co-create a better planet, and it is all because of how much each of you has been willing to feel for your fellow humans. Avoiding your emotions. We have begun to examine the process that you use to make yourself feel better, and here's what we have observed. Oftentimes, your attempts to feel better about a situation seem like the shortcut, the fastest and easiest way to get a higher vibration. However, we have noticed that the shortcuts are often the longest way to get to where you want to be in terms of your state of being. The fastest way to move through a lower vibrational emotion is to go right through it, or better put, to let it go right through you. All of the other techniques that we have seen you employ are like your prescription drugs. They have side effects and don't really cure anything. You are very skilled at suppressing what you feel, and it's not your fault that you've come to that particular approach to dealing with your emotions. But now that you recognize the ways in which you attempt to avoid feeling something, you can do something about it. For example, you can make an agreement with yourself that you will not use alcohol or drugs to numb yourself. You can also take other habits into consideration when making the agreement. For example, some of you use food, others sex, and others shopping to relieve yourself of a particular feeling state. So while you're in a neutral or good feeling state, it is an excellent idea for you to write down the things you know you do when you're not feeling very good. And then you can make an agreement with yourself that will not engage in these activities to numb yourself to any sort of emotion. Now, the way that many of you attempt to cover up emotion without even realizing you're doing it is with a thought. Thoughts can be used to solidify a vibration, but when you are using a thought to ignore something, to gloss over it, to put a happy face sticker on it, the thought is not effective. So if you pay attention to what you are thinking, and whether what you are thinking is a reflection of what you are feeling, or a response to what you are feeling, then you can do something about that particular habit. You can use your thoughts to make you aware of what you are feeling, or to amplify a feeling, but using them to negate a feeling is only going to prolong the situation. So again, we are recommending that you move right through it. You find your neutral space, and then you access the vibration that you actually want to feel. Your access to feelings. We are able to extend energies to you that you have yet been able to access without our assistance, but we would never create a need within you for us. We would never want you all to become dependent upon us. We want to empower you, and by extending these energies, we feel that we give you the best opportunity that we possibly can. The opportunity for you to access these energies within yourself that comes from your ability to feel. Everything that you are attempting to achieve in your life, whether it is a completely selfish act or a completely unselfish one, you are always seeking to feel something that goes beyond what you have been capable of access previously. As you continue to access higher and higher frequency energies, your ability to feel strengthens, and you eventually recognize that all you want to feel is contained within you as potential. You want to access what is inside of you already. Many of you are seeking to activate those dormant but potential energies through experiences, and that is certainly one way to go about it. But if you were to instead just feel for energies that are being offered to you by us and many other beings, you would find that what is inside of you can easily become activated and therefore felt. This is about stretching your feelings so that you can experience growth, and this is about acknowledging what is being given and is already inside of you. When you can do that, you can do anything. When you can feel however you want to feel, you are empowered beyond belief. Anger. It is appropriate for you to feel angry at certain times, and it is wonderful to see so many of you feeling the anger that comes up within you, and then letting it flow through you so that it can move on. The energy of anger, when suppressed, can erupt into violence, but when it is allowed to be experienced and felt, it can empower the individual who feels it, and they can move past not only the feeling of the anger, but they can also move beyond the person or subject that triggered the anger in the first place. Anger is a stepping stone to forgiveness. Anger is a stepping stone to unconditional love. If you allow your anger to flow through you, you get to feel relief, and you get to move on with your life. Those individuals who are not allowing the anger to flow through them are creating all sorts of problems for themselves, and they can get stuck in a loop where they continue to create experience for themselves that trigger the anger. Now, we also suggest that when you are feeling your anger, you let go of the thoughts about the situation or person that triggered it initially. You don't have to direct anger at anyone or anything. If instead you see it as an experience that you signed up for, you can let the anger move on and evolve to become something more. And you yourself can move on, evolve, and become something more. Now, often the anger of others frightens you. You see another operating from anger and taking action from that anger, and so you become scared of your own anger. You become afraid of what you might do if you allow yourself to feel that anger. But it is pent up, repressed, denied anger that causes that type of violent outburst. Anger that is allowed to flow through the individual is harmless, and it is healthy for you to allow yourself to feel it. The progress that you are making. We are able to recognize the tremendous progress that you are all making because we can read the energy of the human collective. We can see there is far more awareness and far less suppression going on within the average person because the energy of the human collective is showing us that you are coming to terms as a human race with much of what you have needed to look at, feel, and process. A shift in consciousness for an entire collective is a monumental task. No one said that it would be easy, and so you are being asked to face a variety of issues, traumas, and emotions. And sometimes you feel like you're coming one right after the other. This is how you actually can tell that you are making progress. It is by measuring how much you feel that you can know that progress is occurring within you. Think about how easy it is to ignore your feelings. You can drink alcohol, take illegal drugs, take pharmaceutical drugs, distract yourself with endless amounts of programming on television and on the internet. And those are just a few of the ways to numb yourself and suppress that which needs to come up and to be felt in order to be processed. So here's when we say that the progress you are making may not feel that way to you. It may feel like you are experiencing more pain, more sorrow, more fear. But what is really happening is that you are releasing it. First, you must be aware of what is going on within you. Then you must be willing to feel it. And finally, you must stay with it long enough to process it through your physical, energetic, and emotional bodies. And then you can allow in more of the energies of shift in consciousness, and that is what we see you all doing on a collective level. Reading each other's energy. You are approaching a turning point in the evolution of your consciousness as a collective. You will soon be able to distinguish your fellow humans by energy, rather by name, face, or even voice. Now this will be something that you develop without knowing that you are developing, because you will still be able to see the people and hear the people and read the name that is on the screen or on the caller ID. However, you are going to sense the person's energy first. You will know when someone is about to walk into a room a split second before they do. And when that split second gets a bit longer and a little bit longer, that is when you will know that you have your new ability. This is one of the initial phases of becoming telepathic. Now, in many ways, you are already telepathic, but we are talking about complete telepathy and a doing away with speech and writing emails and text altogether, because you will communicate with your energy. The first step is, of course, sensing the energy of who you are connecting to. We are talking about knowing each other by your energy signatures, also called vibrational signatures. And it is an important step in your evolution, because sensing energy means that there will be no more lying. There will be no more cover-ups. You will have trust in the person that you are talking to or dealing with, or you will choose not to talk or deal with that person. It will be quite simple and easy for you to make that distinction, and people will also know that they cannot lie. Let us put this another way. They will know that they cannot lie and get away with it anymore, and that transparency is going to shift you even higher in frequency until you reach a point where you feel completely comfortable with every human being, and that will shift you even further. Being transparent and honest all the time is something that you can start doing now. You can start by doing it yourself, and when you extend that courtesy out to all the other people in your life, you will know that you are evolving as an individual. So you see, you have your personal evolution and the evolution of the human collective, and oftentimes they mirror one another. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. The power of vibration. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council, and we are pleased to connect with you all. We have taken the necessary steps on our end to help facilitate a knowing within you, a knowing of your true power. We have been telling you how powerful you are, and we have been indicating to you that your powers come from within you. We want very much for you to absorb that information because we are excited to see each and every one of you accessing that power so that you can rise up and ascend in a way that you intended to in this lifetime. The ascension journey starts within each and every one of you, and you demonstrate your power to yourself, to the collective, and to this universe by accessing it within you. What you have access to grants you power is your ability to focus and activate through that focus a unique vibration. The truth of your power is that it has always existed within you, and that you have always had access to it. However, you have been taught that your power comes from your mind, your actions, the amount of money you have in your bank account, number of people of you are working for you, and many other false idols. The power that you seek in these objects, people, and circumstances is fleeting at best. External power will always leave you wanting more, and it can leave you completely. And then what will you do? Hopefully, eventually, you'll all come to the realization that your power is your ability to access a vibration. Everything that you want to experience, you want because of vibration you associate that experience with. But you don't have to wait for anything or anyone or any circumstance in order to feel those vibrations rippling through you. Those vibrations that you seek are a part of the totality of who you are. You are source energy beings, and source energy is all vibration. You, as conscious beings, get to choose which of those vibrations you activate, thereby empowering yourself to experience whatever you want to experience right here and right now. No waiting for an outside manifestation to occur is necessary. Get your confirmation from how you feel. The mind field of ascension. You have released so much in this one lifetime that it's hard for you to imagine at times that you could still have more releasing and clearing and processing to do. It must seem like there is a bottomless pit of trauma and lower frequency emotions to move through. We see some of you struggling very hard to maintain a sense of sanity through it all and to have any semblance of a desire to continue through the minefield of stuck energy that we see so many of you traversing and merely surviving. We want to assure you that it will come to an end. You will get to a place where you'll look back upon the minefield and you'll feel proud. You will know the pride of having made it through the most challenging times in your life. You will also gain clarity from having had these experiences. You will have had the clarity of discernment that you will know how to access the vibration with ease because of all that you have felt on this journey in this lifetime. From the highest perspective, you are allowing yourself an opportunity to feel things that you could not otherwise feel. You could not possibly access the pit of despair from the 12th dimension or from the source energy perspective. But you can where you are. And there is something about having that experience that is absolutely thrilling to you on the highest level of your beingness. And if you can bring some of that to the proceeding as you process through that energy and those experiences, it will assist you immensely. It will be supportive of that journey to bring this awareness to those very challenging moments. We also want you to consider how much faster you can move through something now because of the energies, because of all that you've already been through, and because of how much you've learned along the way. You are much more adept at traversing the minefield now than you were just a few years ago, and you will continue to get better and better as you move forward on this very challenging ascension experience. Past lives and integration. When you are faced with something in your life that you find more than just upsetting, you are looking directly at something from one of your past lives that you are still carrying with you because you need to experience some healing, some release, some resolution, and some clearing around that particular circumstance. You are not blank slates when you are born into the physical body. You have with you at that moment of birth an agenda and many different aspects that are seeking some sort of resolution or redemption. You often come in contact with those aspects of you through the traumatic experience of your current life. You are always giving yourselves opportunity to release that which is no longer serving you, that which has been a burden on you for quite some time, and this lifetime is the one where you'll continue to give yourself these opportunities until you are willing to face a situation that's more than just a little upsetting. The reality that you experience is always giving you what you need, and it is giving you what you need based upon where it is that you want to go in your personal evolution. The end result of all of it is going to be a happier you, a more creative you, and a lighter you. So now, no matter what you are facing, no matter what you are in the midst of clearing right now, it is a wonderful opportunity for you to do more than just lighten your load in this lifetime. You are also here in service to all those other aspects of you, in all those other lifetimes that could use a little help, that could use some compassion, that could certainly use some unconditional love. This journey of yours is one elaborate plan dreamt up by your oversoul to give you the best possible opportunity to experience and to feel everything. You are doing magnificent work just by living your lives, just by facing those things that you would rather not have to deal with or look at. And if you ask these past life aspects of yourself for help, you will get it. If you see yourself as a team, a collective, a collaboration, you are going to empower yourself. You are going to bring forward more strength than you knew you had, and you're going to quicken your integration experience. Knowing and experiencing. It has come to our attention that you are seeking knowledge over experience, and we want to encourage you to seek experience over knowledge. Now we witness many of you seeking answers, seeking to know about the past and the future. We see you wanting to understand what star system you are from, and we want to enlighten you to something that will serve you very well. You are now here to experience all of it, and sometimes it requires you not to know certain things. We want you to understand that there is a great deal to be gained from having an experience that you did not expect to have. Therefore, knowing the future doesn't actually serve you. If it did, you would know it. Sometimes it does serve you to know something that is coming, and you get a premonition, or you have a dream, or your intuition kicks in, and you are able to make a choice to experience something else, something that does serve you. Now, when you are facing the unknown, when you have absolutely no idea about what is coming your way, there is a greater likelihood that you're going to feel something. And that is the purpose of experience, after all. Having an experience helps you to access a feeling state. Accessing a feeling state helps you to identify a vibration. When you are able to identify a vibration and remember the experience that you had, you are then able to create using vibration. And that helps you select from a vast array of experiences that are in front of you. Now, that doesn't mean that once you master offering vibrations that you're going to know everything that's coming, because that still won't serve you. What it does mean is that you get an idea first of what type of experience you'd like to have and what those experiences feel like, how they vibrate, and with that information you can choose your vibration wisely. But all these hinges on your being willing to have experiences, to access emotions, and to tune into the vibrations underneath those emotions. So let go of your need to know, and certainly let go of your need to know about what is coming. It is far more important that you tune into what you are feeling, and it is far more important that you allow yourselves to have all sorts of experiences, especially the unexpected ones. Your frequency. Your frequency matters. Your frequency, the rate at which you vibrate the energy of your consciousness, becomes your life experience. It is as simple as that. However, you have to look to think a lot about and a lot to do, and you certainly have a lot to process emotionally. All of that leaves you with very little of your precious time to tend to your frequency. You would be very well served by giving it your attention at least periodically throughout your day. It would be advantageous to you to have reminders for yourself to check in and feel how high or low that frequency is. You can tell by what you are feeling, but you can also tell by what you are thinking or even what you are doing. Certainly your physical bodies are wonderful feedback mechanisms. If there is something going on with you physically, then there is certainly something going on with your frequency-wise. There is always some underlying vibrational cause to what you are experiencing in the physical. So if you pay attention to what you are doing, what you are thinking, what you are saying, and how you are feeling physically and emotionally, you will become aware of your vibration. Once you become aware of it, the next part is to tune into it, to zero in on it. You do that by going within. Pay attention to where you feel particular vibrations. Pay attention because it serves you to, and because by giving it your attention, you automatically shift it. You automatically shift the frequency of your vibration by intending to do so, and by focusing on it, you awaken yourself. You are in a constant state of awakening now. The easiest way for you to experience an awakening is to feel into your energetic body. Your energetic bodies don't just surround you. They can also be accessed within your physical frame, your physical structure. And giving them your attention, giving your physical and energetic and your emotional bodies your attention is all it takes to raise your frequency. The conscious creation of self. You are taking the idea of struggle to new heights when you look at something in your life that is not the way you would like it to be, and you simply ask that thing to change. We know that you are all aware of the fact that you are creator beings, and therefore you might wonder why you shouldn't be able to change the situation you are in with your abilities. However, the reality that you experience is not the part that needs changing. It is you. You are the ones who must change if you want to see something outside of you reflecting that. and therefore conscious creation of yourself and your experience of reality is the path of ease. It is the path that you must be on if you're going to shift. Everything around you is going to reflect the shift in consciousness that takes place within you as an individual. The way that you experience something is easy to shift. You just have to look at it from another angle, from another perspective. You just have to see it as perfect and as serving you. You must allow yourselves to be triggered by the situations and circumstances that you do not like, and then as you feel what it is that the judgment within you is creating, you can notice how what you are feeling is a match to what you are experiencing in the outer reality. Changing yourself takes place on the level of vibration. You all think it is all about willpower. You think it's about changing what you do, what you think and what you say, but it is about changing what you vibrate. And vibration is something that you access within you. It is not something you change. It is something you tune into. So we recommend tuning yourself to the vibration of the self that you want to be in this world, and then notice how the world around you begins to match that vibration. And know once for all that you are in fact the conscious creator of your reality. But more importantly, you are the conscious creator of yourself. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. The power of acceptance. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We have always been willing to accept where you are in any moment as a collective and as an individual. It has been this acceptance that has allowed us to see beyond where you were in the moment, and this has given us the insight that we knew that you would be able to receive at some point. Your willingness to accept your current circumstance in your lives will enable you to shift. Acceptance will enable you to loosen your grip on your current set of circumstance, and that will assist you in creating something new, something more to your liking, something that will be more readily be able to enjoy. The process of acceptance is like anything else. It doesn't happen all at once. It happens in stages or steps. First, you must be aware of something, and then you must allow yourself the reaction to it. In other words, you are still going to feel your emotions, even though your goal will be to find a place of acceptance within you. After you have processed whatever emotions come up within you regarding your circumstance, you can open yourself up to the possibility that what you are experiencing in the present moment is actually serving you in some way. And once you come to that conclusion, it becomes easier for you then to accept the circumstance you are in. And when you see how something serves you, you also see how it is temporary and anything that you need to do in order to move past it on the physical level. The change becomes clear to you, and the steps that are required to make those changes become evident. Most importantly, when you are in acceptance, you are not in a state of judgment. You are not criticizing yourself for being where you are, and you are not in resistance. Therefore, you enable yourselves to find some comfort in your current situation, some relief, and you give yourselves the necessary ingredients to catapult you into a better future. The feeling of knowing. Second-guessing yourselves will keep you in a state of guessing. You want to be in a state of knowing, and knowing is something that can be achieved through feeling. Second-guessing is what you do with your minds. But knowing actually goes beyond any mental process. Knowing is going with your gut. It is following your intuition, your instinct, and your impulse. We invite you to listen to everything that is coming to you from within yourself and to let go of the opinions of others, the perspective of others, and the influence of others. When someone comes to you and gives you the opinion that contradicts the knowing within you, it is in many ways an opportunity for you to choose. You can choose to trust yourself, to trust the alignment of energies that you feel within yourself, or you can choose to weigh the pros and cons and look at all the possibilities in a very logical way. We suggest that you also listen to your physical bodies. Your physical bodies are extensions of your energetic bodies, and your energetic bodies are capable of seeing beyond what you can detect with your five senses. So you will get a visceral experience that is telling you which direction you need to move in. You will get a sensation within yourself that guides you to the most appropriate next step, but all of that can easily be second-guessed by the mind. The mind is always wanting to overstep its natural function, and it is your job to keep the mind in check. There is always a place for the intellect and logic, but you are developing yourselves as beings who feel and beings who detect vibrations. You are able to feel into timelines and to connect to future probabilities. The mind can only speculate and deduce. And so, when you find yourself second-guessing your gut instinct, let your mind know that it still has a place in your world, but that it is necessary at times to step back and let the rest of you lead the way. Listening to your feelings and following the guidance they are bringing is the way that you intended to shift your consciousness into the fifth dimensional frequency range. Raising your vibration. We are able to see the patterns that all of you exhibit. We can see the patterns of your thoughts, your behaviors, and your emotions. We can see likelihoods, potentials, and probabilities, but most importantly, we can see your vibration. We can read it, and we can assist you in elevating your vibration with your help. Elevating your vibration does not need to involve thinking new thoughts and taking new actions. It does not need to involve a stroke of luck in your life. You can allow your vibration to raise all by itself. One of the tricks that we employ as we connect with you is that we mesmerize you to the extent that you allow us to, and as we are doing that, your vibration rises. You feel better. You become more whole and complete as you allow this to occur. It is one of the ways that you also give this gift to yourself when you allow yourself to be present in the moment, when you're not distracting yourself with something. You see, it is very natural for your vibrations to increase in frequency. If you consider that there are many helpers around, then you can see how easy it is to raise your vibration. In your complete surrender to the now moment and to the current circumstance of your lives, you allow in the assistance that we and others are giving you constantly. The most important gift that we give is that we hold a higher vibration for you, and you often come up to meet us. You often allow the help in, and that is how we are the most benefit to you, and that is what we'll continue to do with you and for you. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. End of Chapter 3. Solar Activity. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council, and we are pleased to connect with you all. We have been monitoring your progress and have noticed that there are changes that are occurring within you on a cellular level. These changes are due to the activity of your sun. Your sun really is the soul of your solar system, and it is providing, now more than ever before, that which you need as a collective to become more of who you really are as souls who have incarnated. The changes will affect your mood at times. You will feel more intensely the moods that come up for you, but this can be a good thing if you are feeling very positive emotions. And the energetic transmissions coming from the sun will certainly make it easier for you to hold the higher vibrations within you and to access more of the source energy that you have access to. You are becoming the essence of Source as you shed the idea that you are merely human struggling to survive, as you shed the notion that you are finite. And all of this has been initiated by solar activity in your place in the galaxy now. Your sun is picking up more of the photonic energy that is available to you, and it is evolving and shifting with you. There's a great deal more power that will be available to you as well as you continue on this journey. And the more of you who feel the power coming from within and rise up to display the consciousness that you are becoming, the easier it will be for everyone. So you are being called forth now to go even further and to access even more. You are energetic beings whose origin is the consciousness of Source, and all of that is starting to sink in more. You are getting it mentally and emotionally, and soon you will be living it physically. New spiritual practices. We have been putting the finishing touches on a transmission of light and love that will be coming to you from the Arcturian star system. The light will be encoded, and the codes will contain new spiritual practices that you will uncover. You will begin to partake in these spiritual practices without knowing that you have received the inspiration to do so from us. We are not telling you this just so that you give us the credit, however. We are telling you this so that you will be able to identify what you are doing as a spiritual practice and one that you have done before. One that you have utilized while incarnating in our star system. Others that you will be inspired to partake in will be brand new. As we read the energy of humanity and planet Earth, we can see the need for some new tools. We can see how the spiritual practices that you have on planet Earth are getting outdated. You're getting tired of the same old, and they're not having the effect upon you that they once did. As you unpack these new spiritual practices, and the tried and true one, you're going to be excited again about your spiritual evolution. It's going to seem less like drudgery and pain and more like a playtime, an opportunity to be creative. Now, of course, anything can become a spiritual practice, and that is why we're not just going to tell you what to do. We want you to take the codes that will be delivered into your energy fields, and we want you to get creative in your interpretation of them. Now, obviously, there are still plenty of beautiful spiritual practices, some of which most of you have never heard of. And so, please do continue to partake in whatever you are doing now that is working for you, but also be aware that more is coming. And take note of the fact that what you're doing that brings you joy could always be considered a spiritual practice. When you are experiencing joy, you inspire others, and that is what you do not give yourselves credit for. You are inspiring each other to greater and greater heights. Creating with the new energies. There is a point at which you'll take the energies that are being given to you, and you'll begin to intuitively know what to do with them. Right now, you are swimming in a sea of uncertainty, as the future in front of you is not the same future that you were told about when you were a little child growing up. This lifetime and this planet are in for massive changes, and are you going to be one of the ones to initiate those changes? You who are sensitive to energy have the ability to mold that energy into form, and even use it for creating new systems, new ways of doing things. Your perspectives are the key. What you have been doing for all these years of this lifetime is honing your perspective, as well as growing as individuals. What you are becoming is also your creation. Nothing is predetermined for here on out, and your destiny is in your own hands. So when we tell you to feel into the energies that you are receiving, we are telling you to get used to their essence, to familiarize yourself with your vibration, because those are the energies you are working with now and be working with in the future. You are not here to create anything like the third-dimensional reality that you are accustomed to, and at times that can be unsettling to your minds and certainly to your egos. But trust us when we say that you are going to know what to do when the timing is right. You are going to know precisely what to create and how to create, as all the aspects of you are reintegrated into the whole of who you are. All of the lifetimes where you are able to construct objects, cities, entire realities using the energy that was in front of you are going to be accessible. All of that information is yours for the taking. Now your minds are probably wondering why the Arcturians aren't telling you more, and there's a good reason for that. The reason is that we don't want to spoil anything for you, and also because you are the ones who are deciding. All we can tell you is that you are going to know what to do intuitively. You're going to do it. And the worlds that you create with these energies are going to surprise and astound you. Grounding more light. We have begun to give you transmissions that will anchor you more securely and ground you more completely, because you need to be grounded on your planet in order to bring the energies of the fifth dimension to your experience. You are not lifting up and out of the denser reality and going to a different place where there is less density. You are making your physical reality less dense by adding more light and love to it. And the way that you do that is by staying grounded in your physical bodies. Grounding your physical bodies to Mother Earth and then allowing more of that light and love in so that you can hold more of it in the dense physical experience that you are now having. Now, what we can sense with many of you is that you feel there is something to do, some action to take so that the world will evolve and so that your fellow humans will ascend. But what you are faced with now is more of a divine feminine experience you're receiving. As you allow the light and love into your physical bodies and you move about the planet, you spread that high-frequency energy that is creating the fifth-dimensional experience for all of humankind. So you see, it doesn't matter as much what you do as how much light you hold as you do it. There are a myriad of opportunities that present themselves to you every day to bring more of that light to an area of darkness. What you are here to do is to stop judging the darkness as bad and to start seeing the darkness as an opportunity to start shining more of your light. So remember to be open and receptive to these transmissions and to all the higher frequency energies that are coming your way. Feel yourself becoming lighter. Feel your world filling up with lighter, higher frequency energy and relax. Let the light and love do all the work and make your ascension experience as joyous as possible. The purpose of suffering. There's been enough suffering on planet Earth to bring you all a gigantic response from the higher realms. There's no need for further suffering to create a stream of energy that will flow to all of you and give you exactly what you need. Suffering, like everything else, has a purpose, plays a role, and in some ways serves you to a point. But you have far surpassed the point where suffering is bringing you something that is needed on planet Earth. Now is the time to let in the energy that has been summoned. Now is the time to let go of that which is causing you to choose the experience of suffering. When you let go, you are not giving up. You can never truly give up on something that you desire. You can never truly become disconnected from someone that you have lost to death, but you can let go of the suffering and let in the response to that suffering. When you are expecting to receive relief, you subconsciously lay down your guard, and you let in that which you have been asking for. We desire for this message to reach enough of you who are looking for something to cling to, so you can grant yourselves that reprieve and let in all that you have been asking for. Now, of course, there is personal suffering, and then there is a collective suffering. There is the oppression of the human race that you've had in your human history. You've all been oppressed, and you've all felt oppressed, and the collective's asking is enormous. Therefore, whether you are suffering personally or not, You can be a part of the opening of the floodgates for the collective, so that everyone who is asking can receive the energy of the summit and can build a new life with that energy. There's so much for all of you to create, and by letting in the help that you've been asking for, you are going to make that process so much easier on yourselves. Receiving Arcturian love and light. We have brought the frequency of your vibration into a higher level through our transmissions to you. We have taken every precaution to make sure that we are not sending you too much love and light. We know that you have your own ways of raising your vibration, and so we are only seeking to enhance that process. In fact, those who are not consciously raising their vibration are not affected by anything that we send your way. It is those of you who are open to receiving and are in the right frequency range that are benefiting most from what we are transmitting. And of course, if you are receiving our messages, you are also getting activated. And those activations will result in the raising of your vibration. You have within your Arcturian DNA, and you are comprised of Arcturian energy to a certain extent. You are comprised of energies from all across the galaxy. But when you are activated in your Arcturian energy and DNA, you are brought back, in a sense, to those lifetimes that you have spent in our star system. And the Arcturian star system is a place where souls incarnate to explore their spirituality and to experience spiritual growth. The next phase of this collaboration between us will be when you let more of us in and begin to remember those lifetimes in our star system. That way you will know yourselves as having already become spiritual masters, and you will bring forth the knowledge, the skills, the abilities, and the memories of this incarnation. You will see things differently. You will experience them through different eyes, and your capacity for love and compassion will increase. This is the deal that we made you before you incarnated, and we are simply paying our part. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Relax and receive. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. It is the best possible time for you to let yourself receive what is being sent to you from all the higher realms, all dimensions, and all parts of the galaxy. You have done enough on planet Earth. You have taken enough actions. You have summoned enough energy. You have had enough experience to determine for yourself what it is that you want, but you haven't done enough of the receiving part of the equation. You haven't let yourselves receive because you are still operating under the assumption that you have to make everything happen, that you have to do it all yourselves, and that the only way for you to get the credit for your creations is by working hard to ensure that they come to you. We invite you to experience grace, and we also want you to experience all that you have asked for, not only in this lifetime, but in all of your earthly incarnations. There is so much for you to receive. It is all yours. You have your asking as individuals and your asking as collective. And when you consider all the previous lifetimes of all the humans in the collective, well then, you are talking about an enormous amount of grace and an enormous amount of energy. But how often do you sit or lie down comfortably and allow yourself to receive? How often are you relaxing and opening yourself up to the grace of Source and the generosity of all the beings in the higher realms whose sole purpose is to serve you and to support you? Nothing makes us happier than to see one of you recognizing that which we are sending you. We love to experience your growth and to see you actualize your potential. And the path for all of you is in receiving. It is in your state of relaxation that you are at your most open. This is not a mind game. This is about vibration. This is about receiving all that you've asked for and so much more than you can possibly imagine. And when you put yourself in a state of being of ease, that is when you begin to let it all in. Receive the energies from Cassiopeia. We're getting closer and closer to you all energetically through these transmissions, and we are able to reach more of you because of your openness to receive us in the energy that we transmit. You have the ability to access so much energy, and we act as catalysts to your accessing of the energy. We want you all to recognize how powerful you are and how much more aligned you become with Source and with all your purpose when you simply sit back or lie back and accept what is being offered to you. The energies that are flowing to you now are taking you beyond many of the self-imposed limitations that we're born into this experience with. It is a co-creative dance that we are all in, bringing you to higher and higher frequency ranges. Allow all of us to do the same. We cannot move, we cannot shift without all of you, and so we become closer. As we merge the energies of all the beings in this universe, we return to that which we came from. We return to the Source energy experience. Now, we see many of you asking, and we hear you. And we wait for opportunities like this to let you know that no asking on your part is required. It has already been given. All that is left to be determined is how and when you receive the energies that are going to take you to the next level of your evolution. We recommend doing the things that you love to do because we know that when you are in that state of being, you are letting your guard down. You are letting go of the issues and problems of the world, and you are in a relaxed enough state to receive that which has always been sent to you. Now, we have many partners in this endeavor of ours. We have already made you aware of the work of the Andromedans. We also want to let you know that there is a great deal of energy coming from Cassiopeia at this time, energy that is meant to align you with your heart and your true loving nature. You are going to feel the effects of these energies, and you are going to know a new set of allies in the Cassiopeians. Letting in the energies that you summoned. You will always be facing challenges in your lives, and these challenges will be the primary way in which you summon forth more energy. You have taken yourselves to a place where the challenges have brought you enough turmoil in your lives to let go and let in the resources of the energies that you've been summoning. You are all ready to do some letting go, because as you do, you let in that which you've been asking for. The purpose of the challenge is to get you to admit to yourself that you don't have to do it all alone. You, as a human being with a physical mind, who can take certain actions to solve problems, don't have to face all of your challenges with nothing more than your intellect and your ability to take action. You are giving yourselves insurmountable challenges because of some level you want to get to that point where you throw your hands up in the air and say, "Oh, I just give up." Now, many of you are very familiar with asking for help. You've asked your guides, source energy, archangels, ascended masters, and all sort of other beings to help you with a particular situation in your lives. But once you ask for that help, you also need to bring yourself into alignment with the energy that you've asked for. To let it in means that you have to let go of the problem that you are facing long enough to let your vibration raise. Now, one of the best actions that you can take is to go do something fun. Do something that you love to do, and do it for no other reason than you love to do it. And you'll let down your guard, you'll let go of the resistance, and you'll let in the energy that you use to co-create the perfect solution, or the perfect solutions to all your problems. Accessing source energy. You have the ability to access more of the energy of source and to allow that energy to flow through you, but you often cinch off that gateway because of the reason you need the energy in the first place. Let us clarify what we mean. We are talking about instances in your life where you could use more of that flow of source energy that you have always had access to, but instead of realizing that and accessing it, you obsess over what is the problem that you are facing. We acknowledge that there are times for you to act. However, we see more action being taken when you are disconnected, or when you feel disconnected, than when you are actually in the flow and allowing source energy to empower you. What you have at your disposal 24 hours a day is so much more than the totality of all the resources that are on planet Earth, that are in the solar system, that are in the entire galaxy and the entire universe. Why don't you access source energy from within you when you need it the most? Well, again, for one thing, you're focused on the problem. You're focused on the situation that has brought you to your knees, and also you are not taught of this ability that you have. If you are taught at all about source, it is usually something about the lines of how much more powerful source is than you are as an individual. And so you don't grow up believing that source is on your side, that source is available to you. And most people are not taught about the access point they have to source energy. That access point lies in the center of your heart, and the more often you go there looking for it, the easier it will become to find the connection that is always there, to let the energy flow, and to allow the solutions to whatever problem you are facing in your lives. But you don't need a problem or an excuse to access that energy. You can do so to create entire worlds, entire realities, and entire universes. And that is what we are recommending here. Keeping up with the momentum. We have begun to bring a higher frequency through during these transmissions because we have felt the readiness of those who are tuning in, and we are happy to report that the number of individuals who are ready for higher frequencies is increasing every day. You are not here to begin at the beginning. You are here to experience a result of what has been set in motion by all that humanity has ever lived and experienced throughout your rich history. Therefore, you are benefiting from momentum that has been created by you in previous lifetimes. And most individuals who are born into this particular time on planet Earth have had a challenging time keeping up with the momentum that has been created in all these previous lifetimes that you've lived. However, there has been a marked improvement in your ability to absorb the momentum that is attempting to carry you to the fifth dimension. It is your willingness to experience life, your willingness to surrender, your willingness to forgive, your willingness to let go, and your willingness to be here at this time that are the contributing factors. Now, the more of you are keeping up with the momentum, you are ready to receive higher frequencies of energy from us and from a variety of other helpers and well-wishers. Now, the energy that we send is also designed to help you keep up with the momentum and to ride the wave that you are currently standing next to, but not quite riding yet. So it is time for all of you to accept that the work has already been done to create the elevation and the expansion of the human consciousness. Now is the time for all of you to sit back, feel the energy that is on planet Earth to support you, and let the momentum carry you into your inevitable ascension. You deserve to receive. We have begun a process of listening to the requests that you are putting out and sorting those requests into categories. We do this in order to better understand your needs. We need to know where you are asking for the most support, and we love delivering to you what you are asking for. It's one of the best parts of being where we are. We know that we have access to unlimited amounts of energy, and we know without a doubt that we are unconditional love. As we sift through your requests for assistance, there's one common theme that we come across. We see you asking for the assistance, but doubting that you'll receive it. We also see that you are asking for circumstances that you do not believe you are worthy of. Some of you believe that you still have to prove yourselves to us in order to get what you want. That sort of programming is something you adopted very early on, and it can take some time to undo. We want you to see as partners, equals, and co-creators, rather than those with all the goodies, bestowing them only upon the righteous. It is time for all of you to accept that everything you ask for is granted, and that the only thing that gets in the way of your receiving is your own energy. In order for us to work together in harmony, we need you to be open. We need you to be receptive, and we need you to trust not only in us, but also in yourselves. Then we can continue on this journey together, and we can all ascend in unison. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Recovering from upgrades. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We've all been looking for an opportunity to extend a helping, non-physical hand to humanity. And it is our pleasure to tell you that more and more of you are extending your hearts out to meet us and receive from us the upgrades and downloads that we offer to you freely on a regular basis. This process of ascension has been difficult to say the least, and it will only be easier when you allow the process to occur with less effort on your part. There is a process of receiving that many of you are beginning to accept, but then there is also a recovery period that is harder for humans to engage in. When you receive an upgrade or a download, or you have some other type of activation occurring within you, we notice that, first of all, you don't necessarily identify what is happening. Some of you go running to the doctor, and others try to push your way through it without giving yourselves ample rest and an opportunity to assimilate to the energies you are receiving. You have been taught to believe that doing so would make you lazy or weak. When you get sick, you are taught to fight the illness, but anything that you fight just continues to be part of your experience. When you relax and give in to the experience as it is, that's when it moves through you easily and with no effort on your part. Surrendering to something that is occurring doesn't mean that you are saying you want it to occur for the rest of your life, but in your surrender, in your willingness to relax and allow, you make it possible to make a choice for something better, something more to your liking. Recognize that the upgrades, downloads, and activations you are receiving are significant and have a significant impact upon your physical, mental, and emotional bodies. So when you feel that you need to sleep, to rest, to relax, or just do nothing, give yourself permission to do so, because you certainly have ours. Arcturian transmissions of love and light. We have been able to detect a slight increase in the number of individuals on planet Earth who have allowed themselves to feel our energy. We know that some individuals are labeling it as something other than a transmission of energy from the Arcturian star system, but that doesn't matter to us. We are not concerned with receiving credit. What we are interested in is the fact that more people are opening up to receiving help. Now, you often ask for help from the higher realms, but your ability to receive it depends on a variety of factors. If you are open with your emotions, if you are open in your communication, if you are open to receiving from other humans who are offering to help, then you are more likely to be open to receiving our energy transmissions. You see, it is not enough just to ask and believe that we are answering the call. You also need to feel worthy of receiving help. When someone offers you help in the physical realm, do you sometimes deny that help because you don't want to owe that person a favor in return? Do you sometimes feel that someone else deserves the help more than you do? Or do you not want to see someone else putting themselves out on your behalf? You all need to accept that you are worthy of receiving everything that you've been asking for, including the help from those of us in the higher realms. And as we have said, we notice that more people are receiving it and integrating it. Those of you who are awakened and are receiving this message can start to do so more consciously, if you let your guard down and then you let in more of the higher frequency energies. Letting down your guard doesn't mean that you are then letting in all that is being broadcast in your particular region, because you are holding a higher frequency. We can see it, we can measure it, and so we know that you can let your guard down because of the higher frequency you are holding. Only that which is a match to the frequency you are holding will be allowed into your experience. Anything else will not be able to reach you, so let go and surrender to the transmission of love and light that we are offering you right now. Grounding galactic energies. We have taken the necessary steps to assist you in bringing more energy down from all corners of the galaxy to your planet. We have assisted you by opening portals, and we have given you updates and upgrades so that you can not only receive energy and information from all across the galaxy, but so that you could also ground it into the physical reality in which you live. You sometimes need help when it comes to the things that you are doing subconsciously. Now, of course, there are individuals who do this consciously, but they are very small percentage-wise. And the rest of you are being assisted by us and by your guides and the other higher frequency beings who want to help. What this means for you is that you are creating a new Earth, a Earth that is integrated with all the energies from across the galaxy. You need to integrate all the aspects of yourself and all the aspects of the various star systems where you have also incarnated. Many of you talk about being star seeds and wanderers, and you are. But that means that you need to create an environment on planet Earth for yourself where you can feel at home. It doesn't mean that you are looking to graduate from Earth so that you can go home. So we are assisting you in making Earth feel more like home to those of you who have felt lost and out of place for most of your time here. These energies that you are learning how to assimilate and ground are going to help you navigate your way to the fifth dimension. But more importantly, they are going to help you feel more whole and complete. They are going to help you access your higher selves entirely and ground that consciousness into your physical bodies as well. The new Earth will be as it always was intended to be. It will be a place where energies from all across the galaxies can coexist in harmony. What you are doing now is nothing short of miraculous, and that is why you sometimes need a helping hand to make it all happen. Using all of your powers. We are happy to assist you and guide you in whatever way we can, and we are happy to tell you that you are doing a wonderful job of receiving the energy that comes through in these transmissions. You have opened yourselves to receiving more, and this is a very important part of your evolutionary process. You have been convinced over the years by parents, teachers, governments, and other authority figures that it is important for you to achieve and accomplish as much as you can through your actions. It is the masculine energy taken to an extreme. To think that everything that can and will be achieved will be done so through your actions is to limit yourself tremendously. You want to use all of your powers, not just the tangible ones, not just the identifiable gifts that you have. Your ability to receive is very closely tied to your ability to hold a vibration. Holding a vibration and staying in a place of expectation are the tools that are necessary to receive so much more than what you can do with your physical bodies. But you are not taught that in school. You are essentially taught to be workers and possibly thinkers. What your government fears more than anything else is lazy citizens who aren't willing to do the hard work that is necessary to keep the country or the city or the state running. Now there will always be a place for action on your world. When you take action with the power of vibration behind it, and with an ability to receive the results of those actions, you are far more powerful than if you just put your nose to the grindstone as often as physically possible. So we offer you energy transmissions that you can receive, that your actions will be more fruitful, more enjoyable, and more in alignment with what you actually want to do. Enduring the higher frequency energies. You have exceeded our expectations on many occasions. We are setting the bar higher for you now because you have given us reason to expect more from you. We have noticed that no matter what the current state of energy in your world, you are not only surviving, but you are actually taking the hit from the energies and morphing it into something you can use, something positive in your lives. And we know that it isn't easy. We can see the effects that the higher frequency energies are having on you, but rather than running and trying to hide from what you bring up within you, we've noticed that you are stepping up to the challenge and finding your foothold in these topsy-turvy times. We also notice a tendency for all of you to want to help each other through the tough times. We see you offering a shoulder, We see you sending compassion, loving energy. We witness you helping in all the ways that you can. This is very inspiring because it is through your willingness and your desire to work together that you are going to succeed in ascending to the fifth dimension. If you only knew how significant it is for you to be here now, we know that fully embracing the intensity of these times would be easier for you. If you could see the bigger picture, you would know that when you are hit very hard by the high-frequency energies and all of your issues come up, you would have a kinder and gentler approach to yourself. That is what we are here for. We are here to remind you that everything you endure has a ripple effect. We are here to remind you that every moment that you endure those higher frequency energies and are able to do something positive with them is bringing you closer and closer to your ascension. A process for connecting with 5D energies. You are minimizing the effects of the energies that are coming your way when you are unaware that they are part of your reality. Therefore, it serves you very well to tune yourselves to what is happening energetically instead of just letting it happen to you. What we mean by this is that you have an opportunity to feel outside of your normal frequency range and allow these energies to buoy you into new heights. How do you do that, you might wonder? Well, the first thing you might do is to get in a physical body. In other words, you want your conscious to be firmly planted in your physical body instead of floating around in the ethers. Ground yourself completely and then feel for the energy field that surrounds your physical body. Feel it in the same way that you would feel sheets or clothing against your skin. It's there. It's available. And it serves you to reach out beyond while still remaining in your physical body. So you are then extending from the inside out. Now, as you continue to reach out from your energy field into the area around your energy field, you can connect with the higher frequency energies that are bombarding your planet. And in so doing, you begin to harmonize with them. These energies are what you want to harmonize with, not the thought forms that have been floating around planet Earth for eons and eons of your time. You want to connect with these higher frequency energies so that you can attune you to the higher frequency range that is available to you now because of what you are in the shift. You want to feel yourself becoming more of who you are, fuller, more whole and complete. And this process that we have just given you is one of the ways you can do this. It certainly is a wonderful way to connect with those who are sending you the energy. It is a wonderful way to feel the love and light that is all around you, beckoning you forth, inviting you to become your fifth dimensional selves. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. You are bringing forth more energy. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council, and we are pleased to connect with all of you. We have observed the bringing forth of more energy from your heart centers in a substantial number of humans in recent weeks. As you know, you are receiving energy from various sources, and that energy is pushing out that which is of a lower frequency, giving it the opportunity to either raise its frequency or move along. However, the energy that you bring forth to match the energy that's coming from outside of you is what you ultimately have control over and an infinite supply of. So you are getting triggered in many ways, and some of you in ways which you are getting triggered feel very nice. And as you keep up with the energies that are around you, you have a new, more divine experience of self. And that energy activates within your abilities, knowledge, and the capacity for even more love and connection. So what we are observing in humanity is very good news. We ask you all to acknowledge what you are accessing, and we invite you to feel it. Feel the flow of energy from the infinite source as it activates you, and as it gives you the upgrades that you desire and that you are ready for. Feel this energy as a creative force, and a force to be reckoned with. Let yourself bask in it, and most of all, enjoy what you're bringing forth. Enjoy what you've accomplished and what you're still moving towards. You can all feel into the excitement that is created within the collective as you notice that a tipping point is accomplished. You are your own saviors. You are doing it all from within. And you are readying yourself for so much more as the energies outside of you continue to bombard planet Earth and open new gateways and possibilities. As all of you come together to become the human collective that ascends to the fifth dimension, you will continue to feel the energy that you bring forth from your heart centers guiding the way. Reaching out and receiving. We are here now because of your readiness for our transmissions. It is a testament to how far you have come that you can even understand what we transmit. Your willingness to receive our transmission shows us that you are ready to bring yourselves to an even deeper understanding of who you are and what your place is in the universe. We have no idea what any of you are going to do before you do it, We simply enjoy watching you from that place of no expectation and no anticipation, and we marvel at your journey as a collective. Now, there is something occurring on planet Earth at this time that is pushing you even further, and again, you are ready for this, or else it would not be happening. You are sending out telepathic communication to beings who are physical and non-physical, and they are being received, heard, and responded to. Whether you can receive the transmissions back from all of the beings that you are reaching out to depends on your willingness to sit and open yourself to the receiving these responses. We see so many of you reaching out and wanting something tangible in return that you can trust. But it is far more important for you to receive the energetic transmission from your physical and non-physical friends and to feel the connection that you have to them than it is to receive a specific message about your life or about something you should be doing in your life. It's time for all of you to realize that you are co-creators with all of us who are watching you. We have not agreed with you at any point to tell you what to do, nor would it serve you if we did. What is of the utmost importance is that you seek the energetic connection so that you feel our presence, know we are with you, and actualize our support in a tangible way. What we mean by that is when you accept and receive the energy transmission, and you feel within yourselves that connection, you'll become more of who you are, and from that place, you'll take actions that you will know will serve you. And that is quite different from having a little voice in your head that tells you what to do at every step on your journey. Offering our help. We have ascertained that the human condition is far more challenging than it appears from our perspective. We cannot put ourselves in your shoes, but we can observe how much you feel and how hard your lives can be. And we do have enormous compassion for what you go through in your lives. In our attempts to assist you, we can run into some roadblocks and pitfalls because we are not experiencing what you are experiencing. Now, as you continue in on your journey, you are going to find that you struggle less, things become easier, and you have less to push against and resist. As you come into this place, you will also notice that you have more time on your hands to be creative. The creativity we are talking about has to do with creating realities, creating circumstance, creating experience for yourself that will be quite satisfying when they come your way. As you open yourselves up to receive the help that we are offering, and the help that others are offering as well, you move closer and closer to this time of rapid awakening, ascension, and then creation. So as hard as it is for us to give you exactly what you need, we ask that you be open to putting yourselves in a receptive state at least once a day, so that you may benefit from the help that you are getting. The egoic way is to do something yourself so that you can take all the credit, but this is not a competition, and it is not a race. And as soon as you find yourself reaching that tipping point when you can only fold a fifth-dimensional frequency, you will not care at all about who gets the credit. You will see the intricate, bigger picture that is in effect, and your place in it, and how your ascension was and is inevitable. And again, you will look then at what it is you wish to create and experience. The struggle to get by will be gone, as with it all the trauma you've experienced in all your lifetimes. We will continue to assist you as much as we can, and we will continue to marvel at your strength as you maneuver through all these energies that you've been carrying with you and allow yourselves to ascend into the fifth-dimensional frequency state. The transmission within the transmissions. We have begun transmitting messages within the messages that we transmit through this particular channel. You are far more receptive than you might think to that which you do not pick up on with your minds. So when you receive a transmission, you are receiving it in many different layers of your beingness. And we are happy to report you can pick up on quite a bit on the subconscious level. And later on, what we have transmitted will become conscious to you as a thought, an idea, or as an impulse. Therefore, we suggest that you begin to look at, examine your thoughts and your impulses. In other words, witness what you are experiencing, and then see if you can trace back the origins of the thought or the impulse to act that you are having. This will be a fun game for you. Is this a thought that I'm picking up from the collective? Is this a belief that my parents held and passed down to me? Is this impulse coming from a place of fear, or is it coming from a more genuine place of wanting to take that particular action? Asking yourselves these questions is going to help you recognize the transmissions that you're receiving from us and from other beings. And when you trust that the beings you are receiving from have your best interest at heart, you can give those thoughts, ideas, and impulses a bit more of your attention. You also must recognize that there are transmissions within other aspects of your lives. You can, and some of you do, pick up on the subtle ways in which attempts are being made to make you afraid or to keep you from knowing your own power. Certainly, these subliminal messages are meant to get to you by certain things. Now, once you become aware of any manipulation that you can perceive in and on your world, You can simply choose to ignore it. You can choose to laugh at it, and you can make a conscious decision to only listen to the suggestions that you are getting from a higher source, from a source that you trust, from a source that you can see as a future version of yourself reaching back to assist and serve. Releasing the collective past. We are in partnership with as many beings as we can possibly contact in the decisions that need to be made in regard to how much humanity is ready for. When we see you processing as much as you can possibly process and using the energies that you are receiving to your benefit and the benefit of all humankind, we naturally assume that you can handle more. We are pleased to announce that the energies that you are now receiving are meant to release you from the bondage of your relationship to the past. We are not just talking about your past in this lifetime or even your past lives. We are talking about your past as a human collective. Everything that you've experienced as a collective up until now plays a role in how you perceive yourselves and in what you believe you are capable of. That collective past, that human history, can be released by assimilating the energies that you are receiving right now. You can release guilt, you can release limitation, you can release feelings of being persecuted and feelings of being enslaved. In so doing, you will empower yourselves in moving forward to embrace what humanity is actually capable of. You will make peace with the past, you will accept it, but from now on you will not use it to create your future. Instead, these energies are going to encourage you to be more present and to access more of the truth of who you are. The truth is that you have more access to your true nature as source energy than you have ever had before. Clinging to a past and a history that seems to indicate otherwise no longer serves you. It is time for that full recognition of yourselves as source energy beings, and we are here to help you make that transition. Your light and sunlight. There has been a shift in the energy that you experience coming from your sun. You have made it to this point because of your willingness to go within yourself and experience the light that is within you. As the light that is within you increases in intensity and magnitude, the light from the sun matches it. As you bring yourselves to a higher frequency state by focusing on the love that is within you, your sun is able to show you more of its love. And your sun is also one of many beings that is helping you to reach higher frequency states through the energy that the sun sends. Now, how you experience this is going to be up to you. It can be very challenging for you to absorb all of the light, the love and the energy that's coming down from the sun. You can see it as a call to match that light and love by continuing to increase your own vibration, by continuing to come from your hearts and offering love and service to the collective. Now, you also want to be very gentle with yourselves on the physical level during the time in which you feel this absorption is taking place. You certainly want to be as hydrated as you can possibly be, and that means drinking plenty of water and eating lots of fruits and vegetables. It also means allowing yourself to take a nap, to rest, to do nothing, and certainly making time in your lives for meditation. When you meditate, you naturally calibrate yourself to the energy around you. It is effortless. It is something you can do without knowing that you are doing it or how you are doing it. The increased love and light coming down from the sun is ultimately going to result in creating a less dense physical experience for you. Your light bodies are getting activated, and so is the environment around you. The trees, the plants, the grass, the flowers, and even the rocks and dirt are getting their upgrades as well. They are becoming less dense, and they are helping you by helping to form a grid of energy around the earth that is supportive of our journey. And of course, the animals are also helping in every possible way. All of this is a very good sign for humanity, as your collective evolution takes you yet another step forward. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Energetic boost from Arcturus. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council, and we are pleased to connect with you all. We have decided to take on a bigger role in helping you with your ascension journeys. We are preparing to exercise our free will to offer our assistance in giving you the energetic boosts that will help you to understand more clearly who you really are. Your willingness to receive our help and to let that energy in is very encouraging to us. We see you all reaching out and reaching up and receiving that which you are transmitting, and it gives us more than just a little bit of hope. We enjoy helping you just as much as you enjoy being helped. Our energy matches the crown chakra quite nicely in all of you, so as you receive these energetic transmissions, you may wish to focus there. Focus on the seventh chakra. Feel the harmonizing of the energies and the openness that you have to us within that particular chakra. And then, of course, your 7 main chakras work together. They harmonize. They share energy and information. And so the transmissions can be disseminated from the crown chakra down into all the lower 6 chakras. Your ascension journeys are very much dictated by your inner realm. But those like us who exist in other dimensions and who seem to exist outside of you are certainly a part of that journey. As this ascension is not just about all of us moving up into higher dimensional states. It is also about all of us coming together, unifying as a universal collective, so that this new universe that we all get to occupy feels more like home to every single being in it. We want you to feel connected to us, to each other, and to all aspects of yourself in all lifetimes, in all dimensions, that we will do everything in our power to assist you, to offer just the right frequency of energy to stimulate within you that knowing that we are all one, that this is all a game we are playing, and we are all going home together to discover more of ourselves within the realm of source energy. Receiving specifically calibrated energy. We are the perfect resource for you as you move ahead, and we're not bragging as we say this. We are beyond having an ego of any kind. We simply want all of you to tune into the help that is being offered through us, because it is assisting you in more ways than you know. We are calibrating the energy that comes through in these transmissions for very specific purposes. You are beautiful beings to behold in your process of ascension, and nothing brings us more joy than to see you lighting up because of what we have activated within you. For example, in this transmission, you are receiving the energy that is going to activate within you receptors that will then allow you to receive more of the energy, information, vibration being offered by your Son. It delights us to see how all that comes together and results in a moment where you feel something you've never felt before. We are overjoyed to see you receive and to be able to acclimate to all that you're being offered in the transmissions from us, and subsequently from your Son. We love to behold you making progress, and we also want to give you the credit that you deserve. You must be willing to receive that which we are offering in order for it to take effect. The more time that you spend relaxing and absorbing the energy that we transmit, and the energy that your Son transmits, the better you feel and the higher the frequency at which you vibrate. We can offer you words of encouragement, we can offer you energy transmissions, we can offer you codes and downloads and even upgrades. But until you put yourselves in a position where you are open enough to receive all that we offer, it just sits in your energy field, waiting for the opportune moment. Let now be one of those moments and let yourselves receive what we are offering. Know that you are orchestrating the entire thing and we are just playing our role for all of you. Receive from your galactic family. You will receive so much from the other beings in this galaxy, and we ask you to acknowledge that you are, in fact, receiving energy transmissions, downloads, codes, information, activations from beings who are far, far away. The reason that we suggest that you acknowledge this is happening is because in your acknowledgement of it, you are able then to integrate and assimilate the myriad of energies that are coming to you from the heavens. Your place in this galaxy is to anchor in these energies, so that all may benefit from your ascension process. You do not need to understand how it occurs. You do not need to know anything about DNA in order for your DNA to receive an upgrade or get activated. But it will serve you very well to consciously receive that which is being given to you. And by consciously receive, we mean take a few moments to open yourselves up energetically, physically, and within each of your chakras. Open yourselves up to consciously receive, and you'll benefit from what is being sent to you. Ask before you fall asleep to be shown in your dreams what is happening while you are sleeping. Ask to see the full story behind what is occurring on an energetic level. The more you expect to receive something valuable, the easier it is for you to then demonstrate to yourself that you have in fact received it. When you have experiences now that you cannot explain or that seem like anomalies, do chalk them up to receiving something from one of your benefactors and then luxuriate in the feeling of being surrounded by and bombarded by these higher frequency energy transmissions. Bathe yourselves in the love and light that is being poured down upon you at all times. Do less and receive more, and benefit you shall from being a part of this galactic family. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, Your Galactic Connections. Atlantis, Lemuria, and the Orion Wars. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with you all. You have begun the process of releasing your oldest and deepest wounds, and you are doing so now because of your readiness to face those fears and traumas. This is the time when you have a tremendous amount of support, and you have the tools and information to help you move through what you are facing with relative ease. Of course, it is never a walk in the park to deal with the types of tragedies you experienced on Atlantis, Lemuria, and even the Orion Wars. All of you who are incarnate at this time have been a part of the Atlantis and Lemurian civilizations, and all of you played some sort of a role in the Orion Wars. To have lived through or died during these experiences of such massive destruction, and with so many dying around you, it is no wonder that humanity carries trauma from these experiences now, still to this day. What you faced during the Orion Wars was darkness like you had never seen before in this universe. What you experienced on Lemuria was betrayal by beings who you thought were your friends, and what you experienced on Atlantis was polarization and fighting amongst people who all had the same common goal. So when you experience darkness, betrayal, and fighting with those closest to you in this lifetime, know that you are doing so to cleanse and clear some very disturbing parts of your history. The aspects of you that will integrate as a result will be perfectly suited to help you make it to the fifth dimension. Ultimately, all of this pays off every little bit of pain that you face and trauma that you clear. We want you to know that we are here for you. The Star Children are there for you, and there are so many others in between to help support you and to love you. The Star Children. We are happy to give you the following progress report. The new generation of humans that have been born in the last decade is staying right on course with the agenda that they have had for choosing to incarnate at this time. We are noticing that they are able to handle the higher frequency energies, and that they are also able to maintain their level of sensitivity without getting overwhelmed by what the rest of humanity is processing. Many of these children are coming in without having many lifetimes on planet Earth, so that they would have less processing to do themselves. They are bringing in more of an awareness of their galactic origins. They are bringing in less fear of extraterrestrials, and yet they also are quite aware of the need to claim planet Earth as their home. Their sense of balancing the energies is second to no other generation. They have had lifetimes previously on planet Earth where they recognize their divinity and awaken their consciousness. The awakening process is easier for them. The light that they are able to hold in their physical bodies is higher, and you would all do very well to follow their lead, to listen to them, and to give them as much freedom as you possibly can. They are not only the leaders of tomorrow, they are the ones who are bringing about the new age. They are leading the way in the shift in consciousness, and it does not matter what star system they align with at any moment. They will always be the children who united the galaxy. They will always be the ones who will be remembered as the Star Children. Enlisting the Guardians. We have determined that the best course of our non-action when it comes to humanity is to sit back in our non-physical chairs and summon help from physical beings who are capable of stepping in. You are not the only ones who are in contact with us at this time. We are very busy non-physical beings, going wherever we are summoned with our consciousness and our attention. We have agreed to provide a substantial amount of our love, our light, and our codes and information to a species of extraterrestrials that act as your guardians. Now, they would have done it even if we hadn't sweetened the pot, but we just wanted to let them know that we are available to support them in their supporting of you. So we reached out and let them know. You will simply know them as the Guardians. If any of you see them in your dreams or even in your waking moments, they are very tall, thin, and to you, they will give off a glow of white light. They are beautiful beings who are still physical at this time and who can help to ensure that there is no interference in your development and in your shift in consciousness. There are beings who you will meet someday, and you will be able to thank in person. They are you, in a sense, and so there is no real interference in their part in helping you. You are still being given the opportunity to develop naturally and evolve on your own. You still need to choose love and compassion over fear and hatred, and you are being given that opportunity by those who are still playing in the dark. They are not to be defeated. They are to be loved back into the whole of who we all are, as we all are on the same team. It does not matter how things might look. It does not matter what has been done. This is a universal shift. And through the delivery of that love and compassion, all beings can be brought back into the light. Arcturian activations. We have been extending out an invitation to each of you to connect with us, and in so doing, we connect with the Arcturian that is within you. You are Arcturian and Pleiadian. You are Sirian and Andromedan. You are Lyran, Cassiopean, and also from Orion. You are not just one, you are all, and we help to activate that which is Arcturian within you. Now this is why we have come along at this phase of your evolution, to bring you these activations. We know that you are so close to shifting your consciousness, and we also know that you have experienced the energy of our star system previously. We know that the vibrations that Arcturus holds is a necessary component in completing your mission, in finding your way to the fifth dimension. We have seen all the different paths that you can take, all of the different ways that you can make your ascension. We are quite certain that the activation of that which is Arcturian within you is exactly what you need at this time. Now you are getting activations from the other star systems and their representatives as well. But if you are receiving this message and you are aware of the Arcturian activation, you are more likely to receive them consciously, and we begin the process of co-creating together the next steps in your shift. If you identify with Arcturus, then you are right where you need to be in this moment, receiving exactly what we are offering and activating your Arcturian DNA. It is our love for you, our compassion for you, and our confidence in you that is most of service to you at this time. And we will continue to look for ways to influence you to the highest vibration and the most pleasant timeline. That is how much we love you. Co-creating with Arcturian energy. We have taken the steps necessary to grant you the energy that you deserve. We have taken as much energy as we can and extended it out to you as an offering, as a way of deepening and broadening the connection between our star system and your solar system. And we know that many of you reach out to us energetically and reach within yourselves as well, for what you know is Arcturian within you. We love to see the way that you all want to be bigger parts of this galactic family that you are certainly members of. We would like to reconnect all of you with the parts of yourself that have been unawakened, that still want the full expression of energy, and that is what we seek to impart to you by raining our Arcturian energy down upon you. As you simply live your lives and do all the things that are necessary, and all the things that are bringing you joy, you find within everything that you need. And when you awaken a new desire within you, that desire is meant to stimulate more than just action from you, more than just asking and speaking about what it is that you desire. Every awakening that is happening within you now, and every desire that you have for this lifetime, is meant to connect you to the greater you, the bigger you, the higher self version of you. It is our wish to see you take the energies that we send you, to recognize them as an existing within you, and to co-create everything that you desire, including the fifth dimensional, higher self version of you. It is time for you to be procreative, proactive, and to be absolutely certain that what you are doing has a positive impact on your planet, on the galaxy, and on the entire universe. Be certain that your desires are brewing within you because the larger you is calling you forth and wants to merge with all the higher frequency energies that are raining down upon the solar system and planet Earth. We welcome you to these energies. We invite you to play with them and co-create all that you desire. Awakening the galactic family. We are awakening something inside of you that reminds you of your history. You have a history with beings from all over the galaxy and beyond, and that history is a part of the story of evolution. So of course we would come back around with a lot of friends during this time of your ascension. It is the culmination of everything that we've been working together as a team to help you achieve. You are certainly not alone in this endeavor. You decided before you incarnated that you would receive our help and the help of other beings to assist you in crossing the threshold to the fifth dimension. Now, there is a non-interference policy when it comes to humanity, because in order to preserve the sanctity of your evolution, you need to be allowed to do things for yourselves. You need to make certain advancements on your own. You need to unlock the code that we give you. You need to assimilate the downloads that you receive from a myriad of beings. That is, was and always will be a group effort. Because as we work together, we recognize the strength that exists within cooperation and within operating as a collective. As individuals, you can do so much and you can create so much. But operating as a collective of human alone, you could accomplish so much more. And so just imagine how much can be accomplished as we work together as a galactic family. That we are all coming together with the common goal of ascension. We all want this ascension to occur, and one of the ways in which that is accomplished is through empowering you. What we send you is meant to empower you. It is meant to grant you access to more of who you are. We are providing you with the energy, and then you take that energy and you run with it. The same is true of your collaboration with the Earth, the Sun, and the photon belt. What you will do with these energies will always be up to you. but we just know that humanity is choosing a timeline that is for the greatest and highest good of all. And we know that because in many ways we are living proof of humanity's ascension. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Your galactic origins. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council, and we are pleased to connect with you all. In your discovery of your connections to beings from other parts of the galaxy, you often wonder where you are from. You have a lineage, and you all have led lifetimes in other parts of the galaxy, because you are all very, very old souls. And so the connections that you feel are real, but they are also varied. Chances are you have felt a connection to more than one star system or more than one species of extraterrestrial, and this is because of that lineage. It is because you are all containing energy and DNA from a variety of places and a variety of beings. You are here on Earth, playing the role that you are playing in an effort to unite all beings in the galaxy and all star systems. If you can do it, if you can set aside your differences on planet Earth and work together regardless of race, religion, or country of origin, then you will demonstrate to the rest of the galaxy that it is possible and it is fruitful to do so. We are all stronger when we are united than when we are separated, and we are all children of the same universe, the same source. Now, whichever star system you feel closely connected to at this time is likely to be a star system where you originated in the galaxy, where you spent most of your lifetimes, or where you spent your most recent lifetimes outside of Earth, of course. Bringing together these various aspects of yourself will help you tremendously, but it will do much more than that. Just by working on your own personal integration of energies, you help the entire galaxy, and you are starting with helping yourselves and helping each other. When humanity is able to form a union, that is when you will know you are on the verge of ascension. When you can stop playing politics and start working together, that is when you will know that you have fulfilled your mission as individuals and as a human race. Open first contact with ETs. It is an awakening that the rest of the galaxy has been waiting for. You are the awakened ones who are bringing more light and more love to planet Earth, making it possible for more contact with your extraterrestrial brothers and sisters. You are the ones who are responsible for the elevation of the status of humanity, bringing all of you to a point where you are closer than ever to having open first contact with extraterrestrial beings. Of course, there has been contact, it has been made. We are talking about open contact, contact that is undeniable, and contact with a large enough portion of the population that there will be a trust. The humans who would have feared the presence of physical extraterrestrials will be able to sense how trustworthy they are by the effect these ETs have on those of you who are welcoming them with open arms. Now, we are not saying when this is going to happen. We are just saying that you are closer than you've ever been in this day and age. It has been a long time since other beings were able to walk among you without striking fear in your hearts of those who have come across them. However, the groundwork has been laid for this to occur again on planet Earth, and this time the ET beings will be coming as your equals, as your partners, and as your co-creators. They will not be seeking worship. They will not be seeking to enslave. They want you to be part of the galactic community. They want it as much as you do. Your leaders of nations are aware of these beings. They are aware, and they are more open than ever to becoming part of the galactic family that you all want to be part of. We want you to know that the openness in your heart has tipped the scales. Those who would be afraid are far outnumbered, and those of you who know who you really are and know the extraterrestrial beings are part of your history are the ones that made this happen. The Arcturian star system. We have elicited many different responses from humanity, and we are most pleased with the response of feeling that you are related to us in some way. When one of you has the experience, it lets us know that you are receiving our energy perfectly and that it is doing precisely what it is meant to do. We want to activate within you that which is us, that which is our energy, that which is Arcturian. And we want to do so because we know that the chain reaction that will occur as a result will bring you closer to your ascension. The Arcturian star system represents the heart and soul of the galaxy. We say that without boasting in any way. This is just how the galaxy was set up. And so you come to the Arcturian star system in the incarnations where you want to further your spiritual knowledge and to participate in spiritual growth and evolution. The energy here makes it easier on you, just as the energy of planet Earth makes things more challenging for you. It is one of the reasons why so many of you want to claim the Pleiades or Sirius or Arcturian as your home. You remember on some level how much easier it was to incarnate in other star systems. But what we want you to recognize is that you still have the energy from these star systems within you, and we are helping to activate it, just as the Pleiadians and Sirians are. And of course, there are many other beings from all over the galaxy who are also wanting to help. We remain here in a sense, although we are non-physical and non-local. We maintain the frequency of the Arcturian star system so that you may feel us and remember. We want so much to see you continue in on your journey of ascension, and we are doing everything that we can without interfering to nudge you along. Again, it brings us great joy and pleasure to hear you calling us family and to see you recalling the good times in the Arcturian star system. The Sacred Site Network. We have created a functioning network for humanity, and it is meant to allow all your greater access to the points of your planets that are most powerful. For example, if you have always wanted to go to Egypt and see the pyramids, but you have not had the opportunity to do so, you can utilize this network to tap into the power of that sacred site on Mother Earth. The same is true for all the sacred sites, chakra points, and vortices. You have access to all of them from right where you are, and you can dial into this network by accessing the codes that have been deposited in your energy field. Now, you don't need to have any idea what the codes look like in order to access them. You can access these codes with your intention, and with your desire and your belief that we are all saying is true. And then in the same way that you would access a website through a network, you would access the power spot on planet Earth through this network that we have created and are offering to you now. We also want to remind you that at some point in at least one of your lifetimes on planet Earth, you have been to the site that you feel most intrigued by and that you want very much to visit. And so, as you tap into the energy of the sacred site, you are also tapping into the memories from that lifetime or those lifetimes, and you will receive your own personal downloads. These downloads will help you with your integration process. They will help you in becoming the fullest version of yourself that you can possibly become. And we are happy to give you this information at a time when your collective is ready to take giant steps forward. We are very excited to see how many of you access this network upon receiving this message. Andromedan upgrades and downloads. We brought forth a tremendous amount of energy, and you have all demonstrated an ability to absorb and assimilate that energy. Now you have a new opportunity to receive from some of our galactic partners. There are beings from the Andromeda star system who want to help, and their energy is quite different. It is quite dissimilar to our energy and to your own, and so as you receive it, you may feel that you are not in alignment. You may feel for a time as though you are experiencing more ascension symptoms, tiredness, and disorientation. The good news is that with your Andromeda upgrades and downloads, you will be able to access parts of yourself that you didn't even know existed. You will have new perspectives and a myriad of guidance coming from within you, and the entire experience is going to elevate your frequency and make you more available to other extraterrestrial beings for contact. You are moving beyond where we expected you to be at this point, especially those of you who are awakened, for you are the ones leading the human collective. You are the ones taking humanity beyond where any of us in the higher realms thought you would be at this time. You can pat yourselves on the back, and you can give yourselves plenty of rest and relaxation in order to keep up with those Andromeda energies. There is something quite jarring about receiving so much, but the growing pains are symptoms that you are releasing that which no longer serves you in the process. You are capable of opening yourselves up and receiving so much energy information, and you are still just dipping your toes into the water. Soon enough, however, you will feel the positive ramifications of all of this, and you will integrate all aspects of yourself, making you the beautiful whole beings that you always intended to be in this lifetime. You are receivers and transmitters. We have discovered that humanity is a part of a larger project of creation, and we want to share with you our findings about that particular project. You know that you are not alone in the galaxy, in the universe, or even in your own solar system. What you may not realize, however, that you are placed precisely where you are in the universe and in the galaxy to act as antennae and beacons. You are transmitters and receivers, and your position in the cosmos is perfectly aligned to give so many other beings access to you and to the information that is contained within your physical bodies. You are like walking history books of the universe, and you are telling new stories all the time. You are making up new timelines, and those timelines contain new pasts. So you very much are the creators that you have set out to be in this lifetime, and you are at the hub of the universe, receiving and transmitting energy and information to your fellow beings so that they may all learn from your experience and mostly from your emotions. You are a very emotional race, and other beings need to understand the power of the feeling, the power of the emotion, and even the power of a sensation. So you have agreed to be part of this project, and every single person on the planet is of service, because no matter what each of you is living, you are receiving and transmitting, and you are feeling, and all other beings in the universe, including ourselves, are benefiting from your position and from your lives. And we want to thank you for your service. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Co-creating the unknown. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. There is an advantage to not knowing what you are creating. The advantage lies in the fact that you are actually co-creating with beings who have the ability to see what you cannot. Everything is a co-creation, because you do not exist within a vacuum. Everything that you create affects every other individual in the universe throughout all time and space. And so, when you co-create with higher frequency beings, which you are always doing, by the way, you have the advantage of their vision, their ability to create that which you could not possibly imagine. And when you co-create with the greatest and highest good of all beings as a part of your intention, you are supported by more of these higher frequency beings of light and love. You can and you do summon higher frequency beings when you have good intentions for all, but you summon more when you have the entire collective in mind for your creation. In other words, if you want to create wealth for yourself, you are still supported in that because your creation of wealth can benefit others in a number of ways. But when you intend to create wealth for all beings on the planet, you not only summon more energy, but you also summon more helpers. Now, when it comes to creating that which is unknown to you, remember that you are always creating an experience so that you can feel something, and as the frequencies are getting higher and higher that you have access to, so will be the creations and the experiences. Therefore, you have yet to discover how good you can feel, just as you have yet to discover how much you can create. But the higher frequency beings that you are summoning for help now, they can see beyond what the human mind can comprehend. They can see the energies that are going to be most helpful in your creative process, and they can see how much your creation will impact the whole of humanity. There is strength in numbers, and you are a powerful collective with even more powerful friends in the higher realms. And remember that next time you set out to create anything at all. Getting to know your galactic family. We are giving you a taste of what it will be like for you to have full contact with extraterrestrials. We have an energy that is foreign to your solar system and to your planet. Our energy is Arcturian. Each star system and each planet, moon, sun, and other celestial body within each star system has a unique vibrational signature. So as you receive our energy transmissions, you ready yourselves for which is otherworldly, that which is coming from far, far away. Now the energy that you receive from us with the unique Arcturian signature that it has readies you for further contact with highly evolved beings. We are not intending to come across as boastful, but the Arcturian star system is known for having a high vibration and for having very spiritually attuned inhabitants. So you know when you are connected with a highly evolved being, because it will feel familiar to connect with that being. That will be due in part to the connections that we have made and are making with you through these transmissions and at other times when you are relaxing or asleep. You will want to interact with these evolved beings because of what they will activate even more within you, and they will be able to help you to navigate through your ascension process. The well-intentioned beings in this galaxy far outnumber those who are seeking to control and manipulate, and that is also true of the beings on planet Earth. So synchronizing, harmonizing with the beings that are going to help you is easier than you might think. Getting over the differences in appearances will be harder. Getting over the differences in customs and practices will be harder, but it will be all worth your while to continue to seek out contact with extraterrestrials. Because in getting to know them better, you get to know aspects of yourself as well, and the whole and complete version of you is the version that will ascend. Assisting the entire galaxy. You are assisting the rest of the galaxy by tuning into the energies that are inside of you. You have aspects of you energetically and physically that come from other parts of the galaxy, other star systems. And so, as you tune into what is inside of you, and you create a balance within, there is a ripple effect. And because you are connected in more ways than one to the other star systems in this galaxy, you are helping to create balance for all beings. Many of you are looking for a mission or a purpose, and you want to reach out as many people as you can. And we say to you that you are having a tremendous impact on all beings when you go within yourself and you find balance, when you find peace. Everything that you do, think, and say has an impact as well. But usually you are attempting to make up for a feeling lack within yourself when you set out to take an action, when you set out to be of service through word and action. You cannot help but access what is inside of you. It's going to come up. You are going to get triggered one way or the other. But when you look within yourself for peace and balance, for love and for openness, you will see it outside of yourself as well. You are creating from within you, and when you bring that balanced, peaceful self out into the world, you are offering others an opportunity to follow your lead. So please do continue to seek to be of service and to help as many people as you can. But start with that inner realm and recognize the impact that you can have without lifting a finger. Then, of course, you can take action from a place of joy and from a feeling of inspiration. This is how the new world will be built. It will be built from the inside out and from the ground floor up. Meeting the ETs halfway. You have extended yourselves out to the other beings in the galaxy, and they have heard your voices. They have taken all your requests into consideration. We are speaking about the physical extraterrestrial beings that exist in the 5th, 6th, and 7th dimension. These are beings that have a higher vibration than what is currently being experienced and expressed on planet Earth. They hear your call and they want to help. What is more important than your asking, however, is your willingness to meet them halfway. If you are willing to raise your vibration, you are more than likely to make a connection. You certainly don't want to connect with an extraterrestrial being if you are holding a lower frequency. There are, of course, extraterrestrials in the 4th dimension as well. And like all of you on planet Earth, there are some who are working for the light and some who are working for the dark. So you all want to be holding a higher frequency when you extend that invitation and when you make those requests to your brothers and sisters in the higher dimensions and to the benevolent beings in your dimension. You have the ability to raise your vibrations, and we suggest that you practice. Practice by feeling within yourself for your vibration, breathing consciously and intending to raise it. You will be able to tell how you feel, and when you are accessing a higher vibration, that's when we suggest you reach out. See what you can feel. See what you can sense. See what you suddenly know. Give these beings something to work with because they want to help, but they also want to co-create with you. And in order to do that, you must meet them as equals, as beings who have something to offer. Then you can let the fun begin. Your place in the cosmos. You have brought yourselves to a beautiful intersection of energy and information. This is the point in your journey where you begin to piece together things and make sense of your place in the cosmos. Downloads are coming that will unlock mysteries from within your own beingness. As you recognize the truth of what you are receiving, you will no longer question why you are here and what you are supposed to do. That is the information portion of the intersection. The energies are for support. They are to help keep you grounded and to keep you from feeling overwhelmed. They are also meant to help you maintain your sense of self. You have a sense of self that is based primarily on facts and experiences, tendencies, habits, and personality traits. Now you are beginning to understand that none of those things could possibly ever define who you are as an individuated conscious of Source. When you receive information about who you have been throughout your many, many lifetimes all across this galaxy, you are going to know the truth about your existence. You exist to take on various perspectives, to compile data through experience, and then to create a better universe. Once you see all the angles, you come to the same conclusion no matter what the experience. Everything is an opportunity to know yourself more completely as unconditional love. Unconditional love exists within you, all around you, and at every single one of those potentially mind-blowing intersections of energy and information. Co-creating with extraterrestrials. You have taken the necessary steps as a collective to gain the trust of many extraterrestrial beings who at one time were afraid of humanity. You have moved beyond a certain level of victim-perpetrator consciousness, and that has given you greater access to your power as a collective. As a collective consciousness, you are very powerful when you are using your ability to focus and your intention to create. Enough of you are doing that in your own personal lives to have created a tipping point for the collective. And so the collective has moved out of the lower frequency of considering yourselves to be victims, and you have reached a critical mass of individuals who consider yourselves to be creators. What this means is that the various extraterrestrial groups are now moving forward with plans to co-create with you on a grand scale. When human and extraterrestrials connect and make arrangements and agreements to serve all parties, the galactic collective consciousness raises in frequency, and you all find yourselves living in a very different galaxy. Connections are being made, and there's more cooperation between world leaders and extraterrestrials now than there's ever been. You are ushering in a new age that involves working together with beings who want to unite and who want to empower humanity. It is in your trust that you create these bonds, and you are much stronger working together with other collectives than you are working alone. Your voices have been heard, and your cries for help are being answered, and by all accounts you are ready for this very important collaboration to commence. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Helpers from all across the galaxy. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council, and we are pleased to connect with you all. We have assembled a team of members of the galactic community to assist us in reaching the point that we are aiming for when it comes to humanity's ascension. We are looking to add members to this group all the time. We do not have a name for it, so if you are wondering if this group is one that you have heard of before, we can assure you it is not. We have this newly assembled group taking the pulse of humanity every moment of every day to look for opportunities where before there were only blockages to assisting you. Evidence of your progress is not to be measured in the number of wars that you are going on, the number of dictators that are in power, nor the number of natural disasters that are occurring. The way to chart your progress as a human collective is in your ability to feel. It is just not your ability to feel that gives you power. It is also opening you up to receive more of that help that we and others are offering. You have an ability to sense when energies are at your benefit and when they are detrimental. When you reach out to receive the help that is being given to you through the cracks of least resistance, feel for your essence. Since we are the grand orchestrators of this particular assistance, you will be able to feel us in the energy that you can receive, the energy that can assist you in the personal challenges, and the energy that is meant for the entire collective consciousness. We are working in as many ways as we can to assist humanity. But what we notice is that more of you are helping yourselves every day, making our jobs easier, ensuring that you are on the timeline that leads to the quickest, easiest, and most joyous ascension. The balance of light and dark in the universe. The entry point for all souls into this universe is the gate of Arcturus. It is a passageway through which all souls not only enter this universe, but it is also the opportunity that we and other gatekeepers have to ensure that the individual souls entering this universe are of the proper frequency. Now, once a soul enters, there is free will, and there is polarity in this universe. So some souls choose to play on the side of darkness, and more souls choose to play on the side of the light. There has been a shift in the balance that has created a preponderance of light, and those who are working on the side of light. Ultimately, we are all on the same side. However, in order to give everyone in this universe the opportunity to experience all possibilities, there must be some who are willing to play in the dark. Now the coming together of the light and the dark brings us all to a new position. The position that we are all striving for in this universe is to see dark and light as not enemies or opposites, but differences and different choices. We know you are all choosing to be part of the movement of light in this universe, and we also know that in order to do this, many of you are facing the darkness within you. We applaud you for that. We applaud you and we support you in knowing yourselves more fully. And as you choose to know yourself as a light, while still acknowledging the darkness within, you restore balance. You give the universe an opportunity to reflect upon itself, to see all the beauty within itself alongside the darkness, and to choose to become more, to choose to expand without eliminating any part of yourself. Your universal family. You are placing a great deal of emphasis upon your connection to each other through your blood. You have always considered family to be the ultimate connection to one another, and that has served you very well by creating the experience of caring for other individuals no matter what. You can care for someone who has done terrible things because he or she is still family. That is how you have operated for eons and eons of time. Now, what if you could start to extend your sense of family beyond those with whom you share genetics? What if you could start by caring about everyone in your community with the same type of bond and the same sense of connection that you have to your family members? And then what if you could extend it out everywhere in your country and then everyone in your world? And now we want you to imagine you could feel the same way about every single being in the galaxy and then every single being in the universe. Just for a moment, consider that you could feel the same connection, the same amount of compassionate, caring, loving way of being with all other members of the universe. That is what you are being asked to do. That is what the process of integration and ascension is all about. It is about seeing all members of family who deserve your love, compassion, forgiveness. When you see that there are no outsiders and there is no them, that's when you're on the verge of a major breakthrough in the evolution of your consciousness. When you can see all beings as members of your family, you unite all aspects of yourself, and you begin to operate as a whole being. And when you can treat every single person with kindness and respect, no matter what they have done, that's when you know you have no separation within yourself. And that's when you know you are operating as source energy projected into a physical body. Reaching out and reaching within. We have begun looking at the ways in which all of you are extending yourselves out to connect with other beings. We are very pleased to see this happening. We see a large majority of you reaching out than we have seen on planet Earth in quite some time. This is an indicator to us of your evolution. You are not reaching for saviors anymore. You are not reaching out because you just want to solve all the problems in your lives and all of the less fortunate situations that you have on planet Earth. You are reaching out because you want to connect. You are reaching out from a desire that comes from within you when you are ready to know more and experience more. And we sense that readiness within you as well. So we are happy to report to you that more of you are connecting at this time than we have seen in a very long time on planet Earth. And more of you are going to continue to make contact with other beings like us. When you reach out, do so with your hearts and not with your minds. Do so with your energy and your vibration rather than with your thoughts and questions. And when you reach outward, make sure that you are reaching inward as well. If you do not explore your inner realm, you will never know when you are in contact. You will not know because you need to feel that contact. It needs to register within you on a visceral level. And when you feel the connection, you are going to want more of it. You are going to want to explore outer space, other dimensions, and an inner realm. We see many of you also getting bored with the physical reality as it is. You are getting bored because you know there is so much more for you to explore than what is currently available to you. We say that you need patience and an understanding to continue on, but we also understand your frustration, and we understand where the impatience comes from. So we are reaching out to you. We are extending our non-physical hands to make that connection, to make contact, and to activate within you the knowing that your world is readying itself for greater connection as well. And you are all in for quite a ride, and we are happy to usher you along on that journey. Further contact with extraterrestrials. We welcome you to a new age of understanding and cooperation, because you have come to a place now where you can access transmission from more collectives, more star systems, more parts of the galaxies than ever before in human history. There is simply no limit to what you have access to through your telepathic connection and channel transmissions. Of course, you have experienced greater contact on a physical level with extraterrestrials than you are experiencing right now. You have had open physical contact at various points throughout your history. However, the fact that you don't have open physical contact with extraterrestrials is serving humanity. When we say open physical contact, we mean contact that is available to all humans. Some humans do have that open physical contact, but they are in the minority. There are very few individuals percentage-wise that have that type of access. But all of you have access through the process of going within yourselves, through channeling, through astral projecting, through dreams, and certainly through decoding the downloads that you are receiving. Where you are right now as a human collective is a very exciting place to be, because while you are on the precipice of that full open contact with physical extraterrestrial beings, you get to have all of those experiences that are ready for you at this time. And the experiences that you can have by going within yourself and connecting with beings from other dimensions are without limit. Just as in the dream state, there are far less limitations on you than in your waking state. The same is true of your connections with these extraterrestrial beings that are, like us, not from Earth, that have your best interest at heart. Be clear about which extraterrestrials you want to connect with when you go within yourself. trust that the connections you are making are in fact real, and get to know them. Become fascinated by who they are, where they are, and what it is that they have to share with you. Know that you are equals no matter what dimension they are in, no matter what technology they have, and know that you are as fascinating to them as they are to you. Synchronicities and universal energies. We are capable of recognizing the synchronistic occurrences that take place in your lives, even when you are unaware of them. And we can tell you that the synchronicities are increasing. They are increasing in frequency. They are increasing in the significance of them. More and more people are experiencing synchronicities, and more people are seeing the meaning within the synchronicities, and therefore calling more synchronicities forth. You are able to notice synchronicities when you pay attention to details. Sometimes they are more subtle than others. Sometimes they hit you right over the head. Like anything, these synchronicities can be interpreted many ways by the individual who is experiencing them. But we want to talk to you about the synchronicities that you are unaware of. The synchronicities are increasing at this point because the universe is aligning all sorts of energies that have been misaligned up until this point. Now, how can that be, you might wonder? How can the universe have misaligned energies? Well, the universe is affected by its inhabitants, and as people and extraterrestrials do things that are out of alignment with their true nature, with the unconditional love that you all are, the universe experiences a misalignment of energies. Getting that alignment back is simple. The beings in the universe simply must make the choice that honor that true, unconditional loving nature that is within each and every one of us in the universe. So as the energies align, circumstance and events in the lives of the inhabitants of this universe begin to reflect that. You can all expect even more synchronicities, and you can expect to become more aware of them now that you have received this message. You can expect to see the energies lining up in this universe, and as they do, you experience a deeper desire to be the true self that is unconditional love incarnate. You will continue to experience new ways of expressing that unconditional love and new opportunities to be who you really are. And the universe and everyone in it benefits each and every time you are that true self. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. The Symphony of the Galaxy coming together. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We have taken the essence of humanity and combined it with the essence of your galactic brothers and sisters to see what would be created out of the combining of these essences. This is one of the ways in which we keep ourselves occupied. Here is what we have come up with. If the essence of humanity is combined with the essence of all the other collectives in the galaxy, what is created is a beautiful sound and a beautiful light show. You see, when you all come together, there is like a symphony that is created. It is purely magical and distinct to this galaxy. Everyone at this time is in the process of figuring out what their role is going to be in the coming together of all the beings that are physically incarnate in this galaxy. We can see many different possibilities, and so none of you is fated to play a particular role. If you decide that you would like to be an ambassador who helps connect humanity to beings from the Orion star system, then that is your right. It is your right to make that choice. You can choose to be one who helps the hybrid children adjust to life on Earth. You can serve on a council. You can join a federation. This is precisely why it is important for all of you to follow your bliss and to let joy be your ultimate guide. When everyone is playing a role that helps bring all of you together, the end result will be pure ecstasy. Believe us because we have seen and heard it. We will continue to work as one of the forces bringing you all together. You as a celestial body. You have begun to accept the truth that you are multidimensional, multifaceted beings who exist in several parallel universes at once. You have begun to accept the truth that you have been much more than what you know yourself to be in this one lifetime, and you are ready for your next understanding of yourselves. You have also existed as celestial bodies, planets, stars, suns, moons, comets, asteroids. You have known yourself as every imaginable celestial body. Imagine the bigness of those experiences for you. Imagine knowing yourself as a being that housed billions upon billions of sentient beings. Recognize the truth of this. Feel the truth of who you really are as source energy beings. Nothing is outside of you. Now hold on to your hats, because we have another one for you. You have existed as an entire universe. Yes, you. Why is that so hard to believe once you acknowledge that you are source energy masquerading as a human being? When you recognize that you live in a holographic universe, you must acknowledge that the universe is you and that you are the universe. But you have known this to be true for the entire lifetime of a universe. And imagine how long that is. Imagine how long eternity is. Of course, you're going to fill that eternal clock with as many experiences as you can, some of which last billions and billions of years by your counting of time. Recognize that no experience is too big for you, that no way of knowing yourself is too foreign to be accepted by you. You have existed in all these forms and you have access to them right now. You have access to those memories. You have access to those experiences. You have access to that energy, that consciousness that you once knew yourself as completely. And when you recognize that you are the creator of your reality, that you are eternal and infinite, you must also realize that this journey of yours has no end. You will continue to create yourselves in as many forms as you can imagine and more. And you will let the experience flow through you, because in order for you to understand on an experiential level who and what you are, you must give yourself a taste of everything and bring it all home to the core of who you are. Warming the hearts of your galactic family. We are pleased to offer you our assessment of your recent leaps in evolutionary progress. There has been a major shift in the energy on planet Earth recently, and that shift has been felt by many of you who are monitoring the energies from day to day. This recent shift has to do with the collective's willingness to be in this galactic community that you are part of. More and more of you are waking up to the truth that you are not alone in the universe, and you are feeling for the presence of your extraterrestrial friends. By opening yourselves up to other beings, you show a willingness to cooperate. You also demonstrate that the beings who you connect with do not have to be exactly like you in order for you to respect them and take them seriously. This is bringing you closer to one another as a human race. For years and years and eons of your time, the difference between the different races of humans has been a point of separation. And if you can see now that these differences are actually strengths, and see that your point of harmony are greater than the points of difference between you, then you can come together as a human race and ascend together in spite of your differences. This warms the heart of your extraterrestrial brothers and sisters as they can see you coming together with one another to form a unified whole of human consciousness. If you can all agree that it is worth your while to see each other as equals, then that goes a long way in bringing you closer to full extraterrestrial contact. And so letting your points of harmony guide you to a place in your evolution as a collective consciousness is very encouraging to all of us who are watching from the non-physical realms as well. We are excited to see you all coming together, sharing your perspective with each other, and knowing that in spite of your differences, you can agree on some basic truth about what is decent and what is right for humanity. It is necessary for you to reach out beyond the Earth atmosphere to the other beings who are present in order for you to understand yourselves, and in order for you to feel yourselves as a whole being. It is necessary for you to understand your galactic origins in order to understand yourselves as humans, and not every single one of you has to believe in extraterrestrials. But enough of you do, and that is responsible for the major shift in energy that has occurred. Higher frequency ET beings. If you are capable of receiving our messages, then you must be on a similar wavelength. You must have the vibrational resonance with us that is required to receive these messages, just as the channel must raise his vibration in order to connect with us and transmit our energy. So must you be able to raise your vibration to receive and integrate that which we offer. What that means for you is that you get to determine for yourself what type of download you want to receive. You get to tune yourselves energetically to the vibration of the beings that you want to be in contact with. You get to use your discernment and decide for yourself which messages, which beings, and which transmissions resonates with you at your core. This puts you in a driver's seat, so to speak, when it comes to connecting with other beings who have physical bodies and who you'd consider to be extraterrestrial. These beings, no matter who they are not able to affect every single human on planet Earth, no matter what they are offering vibrationally. Physical extraterrestrial beings can only influence those humans who are offering a vibration that is receptive to their offering. So if you want to interact with high-frequency extraterrestrial beings, all you have to do is tune yourself to that vibration, and you don't then need to put your attention on any other beings that are vibrating at lower frequency. You get to pick and choose. It is a very big galaxy, and there are many, many different beings who want to connect with you for various reasons. If you want to connect with the extraterrestrial beings who have your best interests at heart, who want to co-create and play, and learn more about you, then you just have to put your attention on these beings and their vibrations. They will be the ones that you are in harmony with, and therefore they will be the ones that you connect with, that you receive downloads from, and that you have contact with in the physical. There is nothing for you to be afraid of. All you need to do is pay attention to your vibrations. You are Arcturian and so much more. We have awakened within you a piece of your galactic history. At some point in your cycle of incarnation, you have incarnated in our star system, not just once, many times. For some of you, Arcturus feels like home, and for others of you, another star system feels like where you are from. Your ability to reconcile the fact that you have incarnated all over this galaxy and this universe in every imaginable form connects you more deeply to your source energy origins. You cannot claim to be one thing and not another if you are going to align yourself with that which is all that is. Now, you can feel an affinity for certain aspects of yourself and feel that you are more powerful or stronger than other aspects. But you cannot deny any part of yourself if you are going to know yourself as source energy, if you are going to acknowledge your divinity. We invite you to feel for that which is Arcturian within you, that which is Pleiadian within you, that which is Sirian within you, that which is Andromedan within you. Imagine that you are capable of holding all the different energies, all these different forces, and all these different vibrations within you at once. And imagine that you can be in harmony and at peace with so many different perspectives coexisting, and then know if you can imagine that it can be so. And if you can imagine that, then you can have peace on Earth, peace in the galaxy, peace in the universe. You restore peace and harmony by acknowledging that you are absolutely a part of everyone, everything, and all it is. And you grant yourself the divinity that you have often sought outside of yourself by recognizing that all exists within you as well. It is tempting to want to claim one aspect of Source as who you are and to define yourself by it, but instead see it as a choice. See it as a choice you are making in the moment, and know that you can make other choices at other times. You can activate other parts of yourself to know yourself more fully and to experience oneness within you, an individual. Breaking down the barriers. In your desire to connect with other beings such as ourselves, you are awakening within your memories. You are giving yourselves the opportunity to connect with more than just beings from other planets, star systems, and dimensions. You are giving yourselves an opportunity to connect with who you have been and who you will be. You are multidimensional beings who have traveled all across this universe to give your oversoul a myriad of different experiences. Therefore, when you want to connect with us, you really want to connect with you. You want to know yourselves as multifaceted, interesting, and wise beings who have seen parts of this universe that you have not seen in this particular lifetime. And so you awaken within you the energies that you held in the forefront of your consciousness when you incarnated in different parts of this galaxy. You awaken aspects of yourself that didn't incarnate but rather chose to be non-physical. These non-physical lifetimes are the ones you don't really think about because you are so challenging for you to relate to. But they are all affecting you and all calling you. They are all within you, parts of you that you are rediscovering. As you reintegrate all these aspects of yourself, you know how much joy can be had by simply exploring who you are and who you have been and certainly who you will be. Now, as you look at connection from that standpoint, you recognize that it's not difficult to make connection with other beings. No matter how far off they may seem to be, these other beings exist within you as well as out there somewhere. And as you activate their energies within you, you harmonize with them. You harmonize with the external versions of them, and when you harmonize, you do connect. You allow for the connection to build and for more energy to move in between yourselves and these other beings. The more that you practice connecting, the easier it becomes. Eventually, it will be as easy as picking up the phone and calling someone that you know. You will find that there is nothing more satisfying than feeling yourself as the other beings and the other beings as you. In so doing, you break down the barriers that seem to exist. You release the fears that you have of the unknown, of the unfamiliar. You open your hearts to so much more of who you are. So keep all of this in mind the next time you reach out to connect with beings like us. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Uniting the Galaxy. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council, and we are pleased to connect with all of you. We have awakened within you a sense of your connection to the other parts of the galaxy where you have incarnated previously. We and others like us are making it possible for you to travel to the far reaches of the galaxy without needing to actually leave your physical homes. This experience for you is meant to trigger within you memories of living on other worlds, and we can see that you are responding to the energies that we transmit and that you are taking what we are giving to you and incorporating into your consciousness and your sense of self. This is an awakening that occurs in tiny steps and monumental leaps. You can expect to receive more communication through your dreams of lifetimes when you have lived in an Arcturian star system and in all the other star systems in your galaxy. When you look within yourself for evidence of what we are saying, all you need to do is to feel for the diversity that exists within a human being. You are diverse creatures with so many different ways of being in the world. Each as you have known yourself as several different beings throughout the course of one lifetime, and you count on shifting that sense of who you are even more in the coming months and years. This revelation that you have about yourselves and your origins is not meant to get you to want to leave Earth behind. We are not attempting to lure you off the planet or to give you the impression that you are supposed to be somewhere else in the galaxy. We want you to all see yourselves as the ones who are uniting beings from all different parts of the galaxy, beings that come in different forms, shapes, and sizes. We want you to look within yourself for that sense that you are in fact meant for something big, meant to unite the galaxy, and you are also meant to continue to spread yourselves and your DNA around to allow others in this galaxy to feel what the earthly experience is like. You are captivating to us, as we are to you, and it is the mutual interest that we have in each other that continues to bring about the expansion of the galaxy and the universe. Galactic deliberations. We are in the process of deliberating with other councils and other collectives, and the subject of those deliberations is whether it is appropriate to put more energy into your solar system at this time. We all want the same thing for humanity, but we disagree at times over how much you can handle and whether it actually serves you to receive in the moment that we can offer. The physical extraterrestrials have an even more challenging task because they are deciding how much more physical contact you can handle. They decide which ones are ready to receive their contact, their technology, and their presence in your skies. Extraterrestrial presence in your skies activates you. It activates memories of when you were the ones in past lives making the contact, making your presence known. Now you are the ones reaching out and up into the stars, looking for assistance and seeking connection. It is our opinion that you are ready for more, and sometimes we act on that knowing that we have, and by act we mean deliver pulses of energy, waves that will activate your knowing of who you really are. Sometimes we give you DNA upgrades, and sometimes we deliver downloads that will activate certain abilities within you. This is all by agreement, of course. We are not doing anything that any of you are not asking us to do, but we've had to be patient because all that you carry in your bodies, in your chakras, and in your energy fields, we have to give you the opportunity to make yourselves ready for what we can deliver. Making yourself ready means being grounded, being present, and paying attention to what you are feeling. It means taking care of yourself physically by resting, hydrating, and feeding yourself high-frequency foods. We will continue our observations and our deliberations, and when you show your readiness, we promise you, there is so much more that we can deliver. Look within yourselves. We have let you all into our frequency range through these transmissions. We have created a doorway that all you can walk through at any time. This is not a temporary arrangement. You have a permanent access, and we are pleased to offer to you freely and without hesitation. When you are ready to make a connection, like the one we have made with all of you, the circumstance of your life will take you directly to the being or beings whose connection you will benefit from. Your accessing of the doorway is a byproduct of your willingness to look within yourself and to be more honest with yourselves about who you are, who you have been, and what you feel. We give you access because we know that in our frequency you feel more complete. All frequencies are yours. They are all aspects of you. When you look within yourself and you see or feel something that you don't like, that you would rather not experience, and you shut yourself off from it, that is going to limit the number of ways you can connect and the number of beings you can connect to. When you operate as a whole being who is capable of looking at and experiencing all of your many aspects, you are welcoming in those of you who exist in other realms and dimensions, and you are saying that you are ready to play with us. If you want to have more contact with beings that are out there, so to speak, then allow yourself more contact with what is within you, with all aspects of who you are. When you try to fix something within yourself, it is the same as ignoring it or not acknowledging it in any way. Living with all aspects of yourself in a state of unconditional love, compassion, acceptance, and even respect is the way to coexist and connect with all beings, regardless of what dimension they exist in. We are happy to be part of your spiritual family and to help illuminate more of those aspects of who you are, so that we can offer our love in the hopes that you will do the same. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Love and Service. Love unites humanity. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council, and we are pleased to connect with all of you. We are determining the best approach in this moment of how to deliver our current transmission. We know that there are so many of you who are receiving these transmissions, but also struggling in your daily lives. We want to soften the intensity of what you are going through right now by giving you some good news. You have achieved a level of consciousness on planet Earth that has never been exactly this high before. Of course, you've had pockets of areas, you've had civilizations, you've had entire continents in the case of Atlantis, where the consciousness reached a very high level. But as far as the entire Earth goes, there has never been so much love and compassion amongst humanity as there is right now. You can point at the areas where humanity needs to do a lot of evolving and wonder where we are talking about. But what we are talking about is the fact that when you have injustice, wars, mass shootings, when there is any report going out into your many forms of media, there is more love and compassion coming back from the collective than there has ever been. The tragedies that you experience in your personal lives and on the global scale are evoking the love and compassion from the hearts of your fellow humans. So no matter what you are personally living right now, do not hide your pain from anyone. Give your fellow humans the opportunity to show you how much compassion and unconditional love you can offer. And of course, you have all the opportunity as well to offer that love and compassion to yourselves. You are coming together as a collective because of your willingness to feel. Love will unite all of humanity, and those of you who have done the majority of the heavy lifting for humanity will not only be there in the moment when you can feel the collective coming together, you will also be the leaders that bring humanity into the fifth dimensional frequency range. Self-care is self-love. We have established a connection with all of your guides, and we can report to all of you that your spirit guides are very excited about what they are seeing humanity moving towards. They are optimistic, and they also have a message that hasn't been getting through to most individuals, and that message is that you need to take care of yourself first. So many of you are looking for a purpose and wanting to be of service, and you are forgetting that in order for you to have something to give to another, you first must find a certain amount of balance, a certain amount of vitality, a certain amount of joy in your own life. You have everything that you need to achieve all three. As awakened beings, you know how to balance your energy. You now know how to meditate, and you know how to follow the path of joy. You need not worry about overdoing it when it comes to self-care, which is really self-love in action. And the reason why you needn't worry about overdoing it is that any time that you are in a state of joy, you are allowing more energy to flow to you and through you. You ground that high-frequency energy into your bodies and into the planet. You are more likely to spread joy around to others when you are taking care of yourself. You are more likely to smile. You are more likely to be kind and courteous. You are more likely to not let things get to you and have a tendency to get to you when you are overdoing it in terms of your physical action and in terms of the amount of stress you are taking on. Now is not the time to be adding things to your plate. Now is the time to be relaxing and receiving, and then you can think about how much more you can contribute. By holding a high vibration has to be of paramount importance to those of you who are awakened. The rest of the collective is counting on you. They need leaders, and you need to lead by example. You need to lead by empowering yourself and then showing others how they can do it. Love you like we do. We have been discovering the eccentricities that exist within humankind, and we find most of them quite endearing. We find the things that you are ashamed of to be that which makes you most lovable. We wish we could give you our perspective so that you could release your feelings of shame, your feelings of being unworthy. We wish that we could just help you somehow get over the idea of fitting in. We love that which makes you unique. We especially get excited when we see one of you who is determined to be who you are, in spite of the fact that you most certainly are not going to fit in. It is refreshing to say the least when one of you is happy with who you are, and we are beyond joyful when we experience one of you in a state of unconditional self-love. If you can, in this moment, release something that you feel ashamed of, you could go so far into a higher frequency that you would likely see the effects on your life very quickly. If you could let go of the need to fit in and be who you really are, you could easily find yourself in a job that you want or in a relationship that you desire. Life would be so much easier for you if you could just let go, if you could just remember and remove the self-imposed shackles. And we know that we can help you by continuing to love you when you are not loving yourself. Again, nothing brings us more joy than when we see one of you loving yourselves, but we also take quite a bit of joy in loving you when you're not. Now, you are less likely to receive the type of response from one of your fellow humans, but that is meant to serve you. When someone reflects back to you how you feel about yourself, that person is doing you a favor. Now, of course, the person won't know that. He or she is dealing with their own stuff, and that is why they are putting you down in some way. But it is helpful to know. It is helpful to have that reflection so that you can make the course correction, so that you can join us in loving you unconditionally, and so you can live the lives that you've always meant to live. The power of love. It is the most beautiful experience that you can have to love another person, to find the love that exists within all of you and to feel and project it out. This is the best of the experiences that you have available to you. We don't think it matters whether the person that you love reciprocates that love. It's not what you want to be unrequited in that love that you feel, but whether someone loves you back or not. You still get to decide to be the love that you are. You can be in love with another person and feel completely fulfilled, and again, whether the person loves you back is irrelevant when you are truly in love. Being in love means holding that vibration. It means that you are in that loving state of being. And there is so much joy, excitement, and freedom all tied together with that feeling of love. Being in love with someone who does not love you back is one of the ways that you get to experience unconditional love. Now, many of you feel that it is one of the worst experiences you can have to be unrequited in your love, but that's just your ego talking. We also understand why you would want to have the other person fall in love with you, because then you get to do lots of things together. And let's face it, it's easier to love someone when they're being nice to you, when they're doting over you, when they're touching you, kissing you, and praising you. But you didn't come here for the experience of what is easy. You came to planet Earth because you were up for the challenge. If you can allow yourself to love someone who you may never even meet, we think you have allowed yourself an experience that is a beautiful reminder of what Source experiences. And when you can align yourself with Source, you can tune in to the power of love. Love is a purpose. We have the capacity to love anyone and everyone that we are aware of. And the reason we are able to feel that love is because we have the knowing within us that no matter what someone does, thinks, says, or believes, they are all a part of the same one being. We are all a part of Source, and Source is love. We also love planets, moons, stars, suns, and every other imaginable celestial body. It is not something that we take very lightly, this capacity for love. We hold it very dear, and we are certain that we are fulfilling our purpose for existing every single time that we feel love flowing through us. You have the same capacity for feeling love, for being love, for expressing love. But most of you are reserving it for those who you feel it is appropriate to feel it, express it, know it, and so on. If you wanted to feel more aligned with the purpose for your life, and you had no idea what you were supposed to do, your next move that would serve you immensely would be to go within your heart space and feel the love that you are. And once you get that love vibration going, then you can focus on someone you feel needs it. You can practice unconditional love by aiming the love that you feel and want to express at someone who hasn't earned it, someone who might never earn it, someone who is on the other side of the physical political spectrum that you are on. You could aim that love at someone who has hurt you, someone who doesn't seem to love you, and then you'll get a taste of what it is like to be well beyond resentment. You will get a taste of what it feels like to be ninth dimensional and to be Source energy. And if that were the purpose that you decided upon for this lifetime, that would be a grand purpose indeed. You are receiving more to give more. You are bringing more of yourselves forward in this time of rapid awakening. This is the time where more and more people are waking up, and they need guides such as yourself to help them through the process. So this is why more of you are already awake or experiencing the integration of more past life aspects of you, and why you are allowing in more of the energy that your oversoul is always sending to you. It is also the reason why you receive so many upgrades and why you are requiring so much maintenance of your physical vehicles. You need to keep up with these energies that are helping others awaken and helping you become the guides that you were always destined to become for those who are lagging behind a bit. It's all a part of the process of giving you an experience. You wanted to have the experience of helping others to awaken. They wanted to have the experience of being helped. It has nothing to do with being an old soul or a new soul. It has to do with choice of experience for this lifetime. You are all as old as you can possibly be, and yet you are rebirthing yourselves in every moment into a new version of your original energy signature. Your perspective is always changing to bring new light to this process that is underway. This process of awakening is multi-layered. It is a very complex undertaking, but one that you are all ready for. Again, that is why you are receiving so much at this time. You are preparing yourself to lead the way, to bring others along on this ascension journey. By your example, by your words, and by your energetic support, you give everything to the collective. You are in a constant state of giving, and they are ready to receive more of what you have to offer. That is why it's so important for you to speak your truth. There's no reason for you to hide what you know, because more and more people are ready for the information that you have. They're ready to hear your stories and to follow your lead. You know how important it is to have a mentor or a guide through this process because you found yours at all the right times along your journey. And now this is a time for you to be the one who is offering assistance. We are inviting you to take on that role with enthusiasm and with courage. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. You are the leaders of the future. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council, and we are pleased to connect with all of you. In the breaking free from social norms, you put yourselves on a different frequency, a different wavelength than the majority of people on planet Earth. This different means that you are all creating a new standard, a new normal. You are not here to change the current system or to change society. You are here to create something new, and in doing so, you often feel like the weird ones, the outcasts. You feel that you do not fit into what you cannot hold a typical conversation with a person who fits in nicely with the way society wants that person to be. When you believe in extraterrestrials, channeling, dimensions, parallel universe, angel, fairies, and all sorts of other things, you are creating the experience of not only being separate, but also not being included. This can be a lonely path that you have all chosen for yourselves, but it is the path that you are on now, and you cannot help but to believe in what you believe. You cannot make yourselves fit into a society that does not acknowledge the things that you talk about as though they were commonplace, wanting to fit in as normal and natural desire. Wanting other people to get you and to validate you and to be able to relate to you is an innate tendency that you are born with. Staying on your path in spite of the fact that you don't fit in and that other people don't get you will have its rewards. You, the weird ones and the outcasts, will be the leaders in the future. You will be the ones who can explain what is happening to everyone else. You will have an opportunity to provide guidance and support to those who are struggling with adjusting to the new normal, the normal that you accepted a long time ago. Bridging your reality to the reality of the majority of civilization is a task that you signed up for, but don't expect them to come to you. You will be the ones who extend out your hands to help and to serve and to bring everyone into the fold of the fifth dimension. Love is the path to the fifth dimension. We have given you a taste of what is to come for humanity. And we are not only the ones who are doing this, there is also energy and information coming to you from your Sun that is meant to show you the light. It is meant to enlighten you to the future of the human race on planet Earth and to give you sneak previews of what it is to come as you bring yourselves closer and closer to the fifth dimensional experience of your reality. The energies are also coming to you from planet Earth and the photon belt. When you put all of that together, what you get is a massive amount of energy, information, and love. This is the most important aspect of what you are experiencing. It is not the DNA upgrades. It is not the cellular upgrades. It is not the unlocking of codes and information within you. The most important element that you are downloading is the love that this universe was created from, that you were created from, and that is the basis for everything and every reality. The point of all of this is not to get somewhere or achieve something. The point of everything is to love, and to know that you are the love that you experience, plain and simple. That is the experience of self as source. That is the way that you connect with each other. That is the way that you find something in your life to get excited about. That is the perfect reason for all of you to exist and get out of bed in the morning and do what you do. It is for the experience of love flowing through you. So embracing this truth means that you give in to that which is calling you, that which is lighting you up, that which energizes you. Because as you do, you find more love within you. You then have more love to give, and the more of it that flows through you, the more alive you feel, and the easier it is for you to step into the full knowing of yourself as a fifth-dimensional being, as an infinite being, as a source energy being. This is truly what we desire to give you a taste of in our transmissions. This is what the earth, the sun, and the photons are also encouraging you to feel. Enjoy your beautiful world. It is a beautiful world that you all live in, and there are many aspects of your world that you can focus upon. You do live in a system of duality, and there are extreme polarities present on planet Earth. And those of you who are coming from the light could easily become preoccupied with the dark end of the spectrum. You could easily find yourself looking to remove all the darkness, and in doing so, you would take your focus off what is already right and beautiful and filled with light and love on planet Earth. You don't have to run from the darkness or bury your head in the sand in order to enjoy what is beautiful and right in your world. And you also don't have to go looking for all the darkness with the intent of exposing it and making others accountable. You can send the darkness, and those who operate in the dark, your light and love, and you can still enjoy your world. You can take what is right and beautiful and filled with light on planet Earth and use it to co-create the new Earth, the Earth of the fifth dimension. You don't have to defeat the darkness in order to do this. So at times you will notice that those who are operating in the dark will get in the way of your enjoyment on planet Earth. But if you let them ruin your experience on planet Earth, then you give them more power. If you let yourself be lowered vibrationally to their level in an attempt to defeat them, then you will have lost your connection to the light. You don't have to worry about those who operate in the dark defeating you, and you don't have to worry about them preventing you from ascending. All you need do is understand that they represent something that is sometimes hidden from the light within you, and use their presence as an opportunity to heal yourself and become whole. The whole you is what will make the journey to the fifth dimension. You are light workers. We are the checkpoint through which the consciousness enters this entire universe. We know about the balance of darkness and light in the universe, and we are maintaining a balance that is slightly favoring the light. Now you might wonder why, at this point in your evolution, you would need any darkness at all. And the truth is quite simple. Those who play the role of the dark are doing so to give you an opportunity to experience something you've never experienced before. You know that you are unconditional love. You know this because when you hear it, that truth resonates with you. But how do you experience that unless you have something truly unlovable in front of you? When you choose to be who you really are, you help to take this universe to the next level. You help to tip the scales even further on the side of light by offering more light. You have your own gateway inside of you, and that gateway has access to an unlimited amount of source energy, an unlimited amount of light and love. It is up to you how much of that you let in, and therefore you are also helping to keep the amount of light in this universe at a magnitude that will always be a dominant force. We together are all ensuring that the shift in consciousness occurs. We get help from you, and you get help from us. And there are so many beings on the side of light banding together, creating strength in numbers. So you see, even a little advantage goes a long way, because those who are playing in the dark are still feeling the separation from Source. And only the love and light that you shine upon them can awaken them to the truth that no matter how far in the side of darkness they have traversed, they are never actually separate from Source. And that is why you are called light workers. The way of love. We are very much in love with each and every one of you, no matter who you are, no matter what you do. For that is our way. It is the way of love, and love is the way that we have decided upon for ourselves. It just so happens that the decision to love is harmonious with our true nature. It is more than just a coincidence, however. It is a calling, and you all receive the call as well. You receive the call to love each other no matter what, but the call is often obscured by the reasons that the mind comes up with to not love another. These reasons can be quite compelling, and they are often chosen over love in spite of the fact that your true nature is love. We want you to observe how differently you experience your life and your world when you lead with your heart instead of your head. When you see someone walking down the street with their shoulders slouched, their head down and forward, and their chest sunken in, you can tell that the person has been leading literally with their head and trying to protect their heart. One of the reasons why many humans choose not to love is because of the risk of getting hurt. When you are walking around your house or down the street or at your place of work, see how differently you experience life when you stick your chest out and pull your head back and lead with your heart. It may seem like a silly and simple trick, but it actually works because you are putting your focus there, and your heart has as much to say about how you live your life as your mind does. The mind is emphasized more than the heart in society, and it's time for that to shift. It's time for everything to shift. It will begin when enough of you are willing to be vulnerable, to love all others in your path, to lead with your hearts, and to forget about all the reasons your mind can come up with to shield yourself and to keep your heart hidden away. And you will eventually do this. You will eventually become beings of pure, unconditional love. If you do it now, and if you do it consciously, you'll have a much easier time with the energies that are coming in. Unconditional love and soulmates. There is something that needs to be experienced firsthand in order to be truly understood by all of you. There is a moment that you'll always grant yourselves in every lifetime, and that moment is an opportunity for you to know yourselves as unconditional love. And it's not a test. No one outside of you is administering the test, and it's not something that you pass or fail. It is simply that moment where you are given the option to love someone anyway, to love someone in spite of something that you find to be unlovable. Now, in countless past lives, you have been given an opportunity to love someone unconditionally, and you have chosen to hold a grudge. You have chosen not to forgive, to hold resentment and anger within you. And those lifetimes create for karmic relationships with others because you need to give yourself the opportunity again and again and again until you give yourself the experience. The experience of loving unconditionally is truly liberating. It is a magnificent experience. It is about freedom and joy, and it connects you so deeply to the person that you are offering it to that everything else that has ever existed between you melts away. That is when you know you are face to face with a soulmate. Your soulmate is usually the one who continues to give you the opportunity to love unconditionally. And you will do the same. Just by being yourself, just by doing and saying the things that come quite naturally to you, you will trigger the soulmate, and you will give the other person the opportunity to love you unconditionally. Now what happens in the moment is so beautiful because when someone else loves you unconditionally, you are able to see yourself differently. You are able to see yourself through the eyes of Source. You are able to love yourself unconditionally, and that is also very liberating. You feel free as you let yourself off the hook for having to live up to your own standards for love. You open yourself to receiving more love, and of course, you are more open to giving it. Knowing yourself as unconditional love is an experience that you'll most certainly want to have. And we certainly wish for all of you that you give yourselves this experience many, many times. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Help others to evolve by listening. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. Before we speak, we recommend that you listen. Now, in your conversations with one another, you are often seeking to get a point across or share some information. You often desire to be heard. Take into account that the person or persons that you are talking to want the exact same thing. They also want to be heard, and even more than that, they want to be understood. They want to be acknowledged. If you are empathic, which most of you who are awakened are, then you know what the other person or person feels. But they still want to be heard, so it is your task as a compassionate and loving being to listen and to give the other person's perspective as much weight as your own. If you are talking to someone else whose political beliefs are very different from your own, you may just want to believe that they are wrong and that you are right. From where the other person is coming from, they are right, and they have every right to their beliefs, no matter how backward or archaic they may seem to you. You all want to evolve together, and in order to bring as many people with you as you possibly can, the most important thing you can do is to give another person the right to their perspective and their beliefs. When you do, you are showing love and compassion, and you are giving them an opportunity to grow in your acceptance of them as they are. So no matter what someone else is saying to you, we suggest that your first instinct be to validate that person. Give the person you are speaking to respect and let him or her say whatever they want to say without interrupting. When you speak, speak from the heart. Demonstrate to the other person by your example what speaking from the heart feels like, sounds like, and looks like. And no matter what the conversation is that you are having, and no matter with whom, you can help bring the other person further along in their spiritual evolution. Loving all parts of yourself. You often favor the parts of yourself that show to the rest of the world how special you are. You like the parts of yourself that will get you love from other people, parts of yourself that feel ashamed of because others have taught you that they are shameful and are parts of yourself that need the most love. If you hide them away from others long enough, you can deny their existence to yourself, but with the lack of love that you show these parts of yourself, coupled with the lack of love from the rest of the world, these parts of you wither away. You become less of your whole self because of a judgment. If you can find it in your heart to look at the parts of yourself that society deems unlovable, you can put the pieces back together that have been missing. You can bring these parts of yourself that you do not like into the light and shine the love that you have within you on them. In so doing, you can start a movement within yourself because nothing is ever hidden away completely from the rest of the collective. As you decide that you can love all parts of yourself, that information will be shared with the rest of the collective because you are all connected. And whether anyone knows it originated within you or not, the permission will be granted to others to love all parts of themselves, even actions that society would deem as unforgivable. All parts of you are parts of Source, and Source is love. You can find the love within yourself and start this movement because when you live in a society of people who love themselves completely, you live in a society that is inching its way ever closer to representing heaven on earth. Send love to all. We are able to perceive your energy and any fluctuations that we detect in your field. Therefore, we are able to monitor how you are doing as individuals and how you are doing as a collective. And we are happy to report that the recent activities that have been spurred on by your son has been well received and integrated by the collective. Those of you who are aware of what is happening at this time are able to do more for the entire collective than you might think. You are able to send data to the collective through the experiences that you have. So as you are consciously opening yourself up to receive and assimilate these energies that are being given to you by your son, you subconsciously transmit the data to the entire collective. You are all having a ripple effect on those who are unaware of what is going on, and you can do the same with what your collective is very consciously aware of. In other words, when you see people putting their focus on what a politician is saying and resisting that politician, you can help your collective by sending transmissions of love to the politician and to everyone who's getting triggered by that politician. When you hear about a natural disaster on the news, you can and you often do send love and light to those who are affected by the natural disaster. It's not always as easy to see the need for your support when you see something like abuse or when you see something like a murder or a dictator running amok. Many times on your world you are encouraged to take a side and to be on the side of good. But we suggest that you offer the light and love that you are able to download and assimilate from the sun and from the higher realms to the entire collective, no matter what they are doing, no matter what they are saying, and no matter what they are believing. Those of you who are awakened are the ones being called to be of service in this way, and the effects that you have are greater than you know. Shine your light for all humanity. You have begun to recognize the true nature of your beingness, and you are taking yourselves beyond the limitations that have been in place for humanity for eons of time. You are ready now to bring some more of the light of that true nature to this world. It is very important for all of you to recognize that the light within you is more powerful than any government, any corporation, any group of individuals who are seeking to control and dominate. Your light comes from the purest source imaginable, and your light is capable of reducing the amount of darkness in the world. You see, as you shine your light in whatever way you choose to shine it, you are illuminating that which needs to be seen, processed, and integrated. And therefore, you quicken the ascension process through your willingness to be who you are. Now, many of you are looking for something big to do, something that will be an enormous impact on the world and all of our inhabitants. But when we talk about shining your light, we are referring to all of the little ways in which you can choose to express yourself in the moment. You can dance, you can sing, you can paint or draw, you can give freely of your time and your compassion. And each opportunity that comes your way to do so helps you break free from that limitation, that self-imposed limitation that was set in place to keep you small, to keep you playing a third-dimensional game. But your light is all that is required to release you from that limitation, and your light is easy to find. Look within your heart, feel for it, and let it guide you to the next most exhilarating adventure that you can take. As we have said, that exhilarating adventure could be taking a sculpting class, it could be gardening, it could be going on a hike that you've never been on before. You're the best one that determines what makes your light shine most brightly in that moment. So check in with those hearts of yours and let your light guide the way for all humanity. Aspects of unconditional love. When you are facing an aspect of yourself that you consider to be undesirable or even unlovable, we suggest that you soften your focus. We suggest that you look at that aspect of yourself with less intensity, with less scrutiny, and that you look for less detail. Whenever you look at the bigger picture, or even the biggest picture, you see things in a much different way. When you fixate on one detail as though putting your attention on it, it is going to make it go away. You take yourselves out of the perspective of the higher self, the oversoul and the source. These are the perspectives from which you can see the bigger and biggest possible picture. And these are the perspectives from which we would like you to view yourself, your lives, your actions, and certainly your circumstance. Now, ultimately, we want you to love every aspect of who you are, even those aspects that you find so challenging to face. But we're not going to ask you to go right there from where you are. Instead, we are inviting you to a broader perspective that allows you to see all aspects of who you are at once. The truth of who you are is unconditional love. Everything else that you experience yourselves as is a variation of that unconditional love. It is unconditional love filtered through a particular lens. So if instead of focusing on what the projection is of that unconditional love after it has been shown through the lens, you were to look at and feel and acknowledge the unconditional love as the origin of that projection, you would have a much different experience of yourself. Soften your focus, lessen the intensity of the probing that you are doing, and instead fall into the unconditional love that you truly are. That will shift the way the love is filtered. That will shift what you project, and therefore what you see and experience will shift. And you can once and for all know that all aspects of you are the unconditional love. They are because you are. The value of humanity. We have taken many steps to convince you as a collective of your worthiness. We are able to send much energy and information, and we are able to tell you through these transmissions how valuable you are, how beautiful you are, and how lovable you are. But we cannot make you receive what we send you, and we cannot make you believe what we say to you. So now we are taking a different approach. We are honoring you with the practical knowing that we have of your origin. We know that the human race has been born out of the best that the galaxy has to offer. You were in many ways engineered by all of us who exist in other parts of the galaxy, and you were engineered to be able to hold a significant amount of energy from source within your physical vehicles and within your chakra systems. We know this because when we were incarnate as physical extraterrestrial beings, we worked together with other teams from around the galaxy and from other parts of the universe to ensure that the human being would be the best possible expression of source in a humanoid form and in physical reality. What you are doing now is fulfilling that destiny. You are actualizing our intent for all of you, and it is not always easy. The fact that it is not easy is a wonderful indicator to all of you as how much progress you are making, how much work you are doing for the universal collective. It is an indicator of how valuable you are to all of us across the galaxy and beyond. We had a hand in creating you, and therefore, trust us when we say you are the best of the best, and you are capable of holding immense amounts of source energy within you and operating from the highest frequencies that you can possibly imagine. And you are of tremendous service to this entire universe by your mere presence here on planet Earth. Your heart's perspective. We are bringing the perspective to your reality that offers you a sense of completion. You get to experience many different perspectives on reality. Not only are there the perspectives of your friends and family members, but also the people who are part of the media. And so we like to round out all the perspectives that you are exposed to and to give you a choice. We don't ask for membership in a group. We want you to get as many perspectives as you can to round out your own, so that you all have the perspectives within you that are necessary in order for you to make an informed decision about your life and how to approach it. When you are contemplating taking a particular action, most of the perspectives that are influencing you are doing so on a subconscious level. It is a little voice inside your head that has been so active within you throughout your life that you don't even hear it anymore. We want you to make your decisions consciously, taking all different perspectives into consideration. We know that there are other channeled beings out there and they have their perspectives. And we also know that if you are paying attention to us, you are probably also paying attention to some of them, and that is a good thing. We want you to have as many perspectives at your disposal as you can possibly obtain. And you also want to weed out those subconscious voices so that you can listen to your heart. Your heart is very well-rounded. Your heart guides you through the impulses that you get, but more importantly, your heart guides you through the vibration that it holds. Your heart holds a high vibration like an eternal flame that you can always go back to. And when you do, you will be holding that high vibration as well. And then the perspective that is of the highest vibration will be the one that gets your attention. And that's what we want for you. We want you to be able to determine for yourselves which perspective that is coming from outside of you is a vibrational match to that of your heart's perspective. Your life's purpose. As you already know, we are here in service to humanity, and we are happy to be of service to you. You may have noticed that we don't come down from the ninth dimension, land ships on your world, in order to do something that will be of service to all of you. It is with our words and through our energetic transmissions that we assist you. Now, we see so many of you looking for a calling or a purpose so that you too can serve humanity. You want to help, and we want to help you. We want to help the helpers by letting you know that with your words, with the energy that you transmit, with your kindness, your compassion, and your ability to listen, you are helping and you are of service. We would love to see more of you acknowledging yourselves and then going out and having a good time. We would love to see more of you playing instead of worrying about what it is that you can do to be of greater service. It is your energy, your presence, and your intention that helps humanity more than your actions ever could. When you do for others, often you do out of a sense of obligation or even pity. Now, when the opportunity presents itself for you to do something to be of service, we absolutely encourage you to do so. But what isn't serving you is sitting around thinking about what you can do to be of service when the opportunity is not right in front of you. When there doesn't seem to be anything that needs to be done by you, then take that as a clue. Remember, you are creating your own reality, and if you want to create an opportunity for yourself to be of service through action, you will. In the meantime, we suggest that you utilize your free will and your ability to act to go out into the world and do the things that give you the greatest amount of joy. Do the things that raise your vibration. And then when you do find yourself face to face with someone who could use some cheering up, or who could use someone to inspire, you will be there. You will be there offering a higher vibration because you weren't worrying about how you can help. Once you decide that you are enough, and that your presence here on planet Earth at this time is serving the collective, then you can let go of this need to find some grand project that will last years and years, and then you can relax and enjoy your life. By doing so, you will be emanating a higher frequency, and that is something that will help every single person on the planet. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. How you are of service. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council, and we are pleased to connect with all of you. There has been a tendency amongst those of you who are awakened to consider yourselves to be more responsible for others than you are responsible for your own well-being. You have demonstrated that you are, by and large, the most compassionate, caring, giving people on the planet. Now, of course, there are those who are caring, giving, kind, compassionate, loving, who are, by the definition of most, unawakened. And there are awakened beings who are quite selfish. But for the most part, you all feel an obligation to help, an obligation to be of service, and a calling to help others awaken. So you often find yourself wanting to know how it is that you can contribute more. The answer to that question is always right in front of you. You can contribute more by looking within yourself for what it is that you are still holding judgment towards. You can look at the areas of your life where you know you have work to do. There is always room for more forgiveness, more acceptance, and more unconditional love for those who you can see are working to separate and manipulate. If each one of you takes the time necessary to process and integrate what is going on within you, then you'll notice a shift in the collective as well. But instead, when most of you are doing is attempting to shake others awake, or you are doing for others what you believe they cannot do for themselves, you must believe in the ability of your fellow humans to wake up on their own and to create the realities that are most service to them. What you give your fellow humans that is most valuable is your unconditional love, your compassion, and your belief in the good inside of them. When you allow others to be where they are and to evolve at their own pace, you do them more good than you know. Loving your oppressors. We are surprised by humanity every single time we look upon you. There is no shortage of love, compassion, and kindness in your world, in spite of the fact that you have all been oppressed for millions of years. You have not lost faith, and you have not lost hope, and you have found strength where it seemed there was none to be found. You have persevered through the darkest of times, and we are pleasantly surprised to see that humanity is still making life on planet Earth as pleasant and enjoyable as you can. The more of you who awaken, the more recognition there is that there are forces who are keeping humanity at a manageable level. There are more and more of you who are awakened to the fact that you have been under the control of certain nefarious groups and that they have the ability to silence people who want to expose them. And so what can you do once you recognize that you are being oppressed? You are being kept down, and you cannot oppose the ones who are doing it by exposing them. And you certainly cannot win by force because they have technology that far exceeds what is available to most humans. Again, we are going to ask you to do the unimaginable here, the unthinkable. We are suggesting that you do the only thing that will keep you in a higher frequency range. We are asking you to love your oppressors, because as you hold that higher frequency, you make yourself invisible to them. It is through fear that they manipulate and control. Your love and your compassion for each other must extend to them in order to disarm them. There are those working on the side of the dark who can be saved, but it will take a tremendous amount of light to do it, and that is where all of you come in. Freedom from contractual obligations. You have arrived at a very important point in your evolutionary history. You have arrived at a point where you no longer need to think about contracts and blueprints and agreements. If you are living something that is the result of one of these pre-incarnational choices, the truth is that you no longer need to live it. If you are living something out of a sense of obligation or guilt because you believe that you've made a pre-incarnational choice about it, then we hereby release you from that contract. We want you to understand how free you really are. Freedom really is a choice and a state of being. It is one that presents itself to you every day, but you sometimes choose to ignore it and instead get sucked into habitual thoughts, words, and actions. The belief that certain circumstances were preordained has served you up until this point, because that has been the case at one time or another in your lives. But now the time is different. The energies are different. The energies around you now are about liberating you from karmic cycles. And so we suggest that you reach for that knowing within yourself. We suggest that you reach for what resonates about this transmission, and we suggest that you choose freedom. Choose to be free from anything that feels binding or limiting in any way. Free yourselves from these obligations that you sometimes feel compelled to work within and stay within. The mission and purpose of your life is yours to determine for yourself. You have made it this far on your journey, and that means you are entitled to make decisions for yourselves. You are free from contractual obligations, and you can start living that way as soon as you like. We are so thrilled to offer you this transmission and free you of the burdensome thoughts around being in a pre-birth agreement that you somehow obligated to stick with. We want to grant you your freedom, but in truth, you have given it to yourselves. Take it. Your desire to be good. You have the propensity towards good, towards doing the right thing. You have an innate desire to be good, and that is because when you are doing something that aligns you with Source, you feel powerful, you feel love, and you feel that connection to where you are from. You come from Source, and Source is unconditional love. Everything else that you see being played out on your world, between individuals, between nations, between groups, is just to get you to experience the good that you are. It's not a test. You don't have to pass the test in order to ascend or to have eternal life. You get to experience the goodness of who you really are. That's the point of being on planet Earth, experiencing all of the trials and tribulations and feeling those emotions. If you can do all of that and still feel good about yourself and about your actions, then you will have moved past the illusions that there is anything but good, that there is anything but light, and that there is anything but love. And then you will know that you have succeeded in your mission to know yourself as you truly are. That is a primary mission for all beings, no matter who they are. The mission is always the same, whether you are human, animal, or extraterrestrial. You all want to know yourselves as you truly are, and you truly are good. You truly are fearless, and you truly are love. So this illusion that you participate in gives you the opportunity to feel what it's like to go against your true nature. Because when you do, you have the prodigal son experience of returning home to who you really are. And that movement from feeling separate to feeling one with Source is the ultimate experience. It's what all of this is about, and it's all worth it. Community, unity, and the collective. We have established a sense of unity among all in our collective, and that unity has brought us closer to other collectives, councils, and beings of light and love. When we stop seeing ourselves as individuals and start to feel the harmony that comes from knowing ourselves as a collective, everything becomes easier. Imagine how much easier things would be on planet Earth if you worked together instead of always competing. Collaboration is the way of the future. It is the fifth dimensional way. When you connect with others who have similar interests or similar beliefs, you feel better. You feel more whole and complete. You then want to extend the feeling out to include others. You will benefit greatly from including others in your sense of community, even those you disagree with, even those who do things that you would never do and say things that you would never say. The sooner you start to navigate through your life with the knowing that those individuals are a part of your community, the easier you will make things on yourself as you shift your consciousness. The shift doesn't have to be hard. It can be done with ease. But a big part of that is going to be creating the unity that you want to create. The unity that is necessary to see yourselves as a collective. You don't need to agree with everyone in order to acknowledge them. You can give others the free will that Source has granted them, and you can accept them and love them unconditionally. This is something that you are destined to do, so why not do it now? Do it now while the world around you seems so bitterly polarized, and see how much easier your life gets. See how much progress you can make just by including one more person in your sense of unity, your sense of being a collective right here and right now. Be yourself. It is the perfect time for you to express yourself as you know yourself to truly be. What the world needs now more than anything else is authentic human beings. You need more examples of your genuine nature to inspire others and to give others the opportunity to see yourself. You see, when you are true to yourself, you are more good to your fellow humans than when you pretend to be what you think you're supposed to be. Even if what you think you are supposed to be is someone who does whatever he or she can to be of service, you are not helping anyone by pretending. And you are most of the service when you recognize that at times you need to just chill out. You need to honor yourself so that others can follow your example. If you are going to create a new earth where everyone is respected, acknowledged, honored, and appreciated, and where all are treated equally, then that earth must have room for everyone as they truly are. Now, we are not specifically talking about pretending to be someone or something to impress other humans. We are also talking about the need that some of you feel to be perfect spiritual persons. To be the perfect New Ager. To be awakened and enlightened means to be accepting of all parts of yourself. It does not mean that you have to do everything that you think a spiritual and awakened person does. So let yourself off the hook. Be kind to yourself and honor your needs and desires in the moment, because that is the version of you that will be of the most service to others who need permission to be themselves as well. You grant each other that permission when you recognize that who you are as individuals is unique. It does not have to fit into some preordained version of what being spiritual and awakened means. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. End of Chapter 6. What it means to be awakened. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. It is a beautiful sight to behold one of you having a moment of awakening. We see the awakening experience occurring on your planet, and each time it happens, another light is shining more brightly. Many of you wonder what it takes to be considered awakened, and it is quite simple. You are awake when you acknowledge that you are a source energy being who is creating the reality that you are experiencing. Now, you are not always going to maintain that truth in your consciousness as you navigate through your lives. You're going to have moments when you feel quite separate from the person in the car that just cut you off. There are going to be times when you feel like a victim. There are going to be times when you judge others. But the beauty of your status as awakened beings is that you will always come back to the truth of who you really are. And when that really sinks into your consciousness, you will also be looking at others in the same way. You will see others as beings of light and love. You will see them as source energy, and you will accept that others will create experiences that are different from yours. You will accept their creations without judgment. You will come to know that whatever someone else is dabbling in, they will also be coming back to the truth of who they are, and they will somehow be better off for having had the experience. It is so important that you allow each other to have different experiences and to coexist harmoniously, not feeling threatened at all by what anyone else is doing, and certainly not by what anyone else is believing. When you truly embrace the truth that you are source energy beings, you understand that everything that you experience stems from something inside of you. And so the more you turn your attention back on yourselves for the truth of who you are, and for the momentary vibration you are offering, the more awakened and enlightened you'll become. This is your destiny. This is the destiny of every single human who is living on Earth at this time. Some of you will get there sooner than others, and when you do, you will reach out as source energy with a compassionate hand. Stepping into your power. We have noticed that the human race is very focused upon what is going on outside of each of you. You pay attention to what is happening in your community, in your country, in the world, in your families, in the lives of celebrities. You focus on so much of what is happening around you that you forget to check in with what is going on within you. Part of the reason why you have developed this tendency is because of the number of times you have heard about something bad happening. Whether it was someone you knew or to a stranger, it does not matter. When you hear about something bad happening, and you are told that someone else was to blame, then you keep yourself stuck in a victim-perpetrator dichotomy. And this is not where you want to be. When you are looking outside of yourself, take note on how often a person is blaming some entity outside of themselves for their current situation, and compare that to how often you are hearing about people creating their reality. Now, of course, you can narrow your scope. You can only follow people on social media who are awake and who are taking responsibility for their lives. But you are still a part of human collective consciousness that believes in victimhood, and you are still a part of collective consciousness that wants people to pay for what they have done. It is time for all of you who are awake to be the change makers that you came here to be. One of the easiest and most effective ways that you can do this is by being responsible for your own lives. Take responsibility for your creations. Be aware of what you are feeling, what you are vibrating, and whether you are claiming to be a victim. You don't need to worry about changing the world outside of you. You don't need to change who is in charge. The police, the military, and the government are not in charge, really. You are. And the more of you who take ownership of the fact, the less you need to look outside of yourselves for fear that someone is in a position of authority or power is going to take something away from you or persecute you. Now is the time to step into your power, and it is much easier than you think. You take back your power when you not only take note of your vibration, but you also take the time to shift to a higher frequency. Breaking free from the programming. You are breaking free from the chains that you placed upon yourselves before incarnating in this lifetime. You had to have these chains in place until you were ready to bring yourself to the fifth dimensional frequency range. You knew that there were certain experiences that you had to have in this lifetime to set yourselves up for the full integration of all aspects of who you are and who you have been. And now you have lived these experiences. You have much more freedom than you've ever had in any earthly lifetime. The chains are no longer there, but the programming still is. Part of why you knew that you would be able to limit yourself in the ways that you have has been due to the programming that was in place before you got here, and all the new ways that have been derived to attempt to keep the vast majority of you from knowing your power. The easiest way for you to release yourself from the programming is to turn off your TVs, your computer, your phone, and all of your devices. Get out into nature and feel for the truth of the high-frequency energies that have been competing with the programming for quite some time. Just as you are free from these chains, you have made yourselves available to these energies, and they have made themselves available to you. But the lower frequency vibrations of the social programming has been the interference. It has been keeping you divided. It has been telling you that you have reason to be afraid, and it has you striving for a level of success that has nothing to do with becoming more of who you are. That is why it is so important for you to tune out the programming, tune into the energies that are available to you in the atmosphere, the energies that are coming up from Mother Earth, and the energies that are projected from your sun. You have access to so much more than you allow yourselves to receive, and it is time for you to grant yourself the full access in the here and now. Your memories. If you can remember something that has occurred in your life, then that memory is impacting your now moment in some way. When memories come up from this lifetime, you have many options available to you, and none of these options is better than any of the others. You can decide in the moment that the memory is irrelevant and let it go. You can smile and remember the moment fondly or as fondly as you can and then move on. You can look at the memory from a new and different perspective, one that serves you much more in the present moment. You can see the memory as an experience and therefore as something that has served you very well. You do not need to be a product of your past or your memories. You are not doomed to repeat them. You do not need to be haunted by them. You do not need to give them any power over you unless it somehow serves you to do so. We invite you to have a new and different relationship with your past, with your memories. We ultimately want for you to experience the now moment that you are living fully and completely. But until that time, you are going to have memories come your way, and we just want you to know that you have options. You have choices for how you handle anything and everything that comes your way, including something as seemingly fixed as your past. Of course, nothing is fixed. You can change your past. You can change your experience of your present, and you can change the future that you are moving towards. Ultimately, you are always only changing yourself. You are changing your perspective, and as you do, you grow. You become more of who you are. And you have more compassion, understanding, more acceptance, and unconditional love to give your fellow humans. Therefore, we suggest you use these opportunities as the wonderful moments in time that they are. We suggest that you see all memories as opportunities, and you take full advantage of them in the moment. Create new experiences, because that is why you are here. You are significant. You have the power within you to give yourself that which you desire. It is quite simple, really. This power that within each and every one of you gets activated when you give up the sense of insignificance that has been placed upon you by others. You all are source energy beings, but that is not what you emphasize about yourself. You tend to emphasize where you went to school, what you do for a living, where you live now, and other assorted details about yourself. These details have nothing to do with who you really are, but society emphasizes them. And once you buy into that idea, then you have the mindset and the belief that tell you that the only certain people get to do certain things. Only certain people get to have certain things. Only certain people get to be in beautiful romantic relationships. Now, the way around this programming that you have taken on is not through deconstructing it. It's not through changing society or even your beliefs that you picked up from society. The way that you grant yourself the lives that you want to be living is through the emphasis on your true nature as a source, energy, being. You are significant. Even though there are 7 billion plus of you on planet Earth, you are still significant. You are still unique expressions of that which is source, infinite, eternal, unconditional love. Therefore, do not let any definition of who you are that has been placed upon you determine your value, your worth, and especially your power. You are very powerful beings. We suggest that you spend some of your time every day consciously breathing, while reminding yourselves of who you really are, and feeling it in every cell of your body. Past life memories and integration. It is a perfect time for all of you to be considering what it is that you would like to know about yourself. As you grow closer and closer to the point where you will simply be your higher self, you are accessing more and more of the memories of who you have been in previous lifetimes. But you have been far too many beings in far too many time periods and dimensions and star systems to remember all of them. That is why we are suggesting that you decide for yourself which aspects you want to integrate now, which memories you want to bring into the surface of your consciousness, and which abilities you want to tap into. The lifetimes where you have developed psychic, channeling, healing, and other abilities are ones that are particularly interesting, and they can also give you some new tools to play with as you access them. Now, of course, you are opening the floodgates a bit here, and you are going to access memories that are not so pleasant, but that's part of the integration process, and you have to take the bad with the good to become the whole you again. Just know that when you are accessing something about your previous lifetimes that you find unpleasant or downright disturbing, you are not that person now. You have evolved from that point in your history, and you have decided to be the beautiful being of love and light that you are right now. It is going to make it easier for you to accept the warmongers, the dictators, and the other beings who are playing in the dark when you recognize that you have been there as well. And that is how remembering serves you. We invite you to ask for these memories as you are drifting off to sleep, or simply close your eyes, open your third eye, and see what you see. See which version of yourself is ready for integration, and know that your feelings are the indication that it is real and not imaginary, that it was something that you lived and something that you were integrating. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Accessing fifth dimensional abilities. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. You have awakened within you the abilities that are associated with the fifth dimension, but you do not know how to access them yet. It is like buying a new technological gadget that you've never seen before and not having any instructions available to you. So as you feel for the abilities within you, please recognize that your acknowledgement of them is the first step in gaining full access. You won't be able to access these abilities by lamenting the fact that you haven't accessed them yet. That is counterproductive. So what you want to do is focus. You want to focus on how these fifth dimensional abilities feel as you contemplate them. And we're talking about telekinesis, telepathy, teleportation specifically. There are others as well that you'll become aware of as you continue on in your journey. Feel for the power that is within you. Feel for it vibrationally. Do not wait until you have full access for these abilities before you feel how powerful you are. Many of you have already taken sneak peeks of these abilities. You know that at times you access them, if only for an instant. You also know that you're becoming your higher selves, and with that means greater access to so much more than these abilities. We recommend that you don't get fixated on them or any one of them. Instead, we want you to continue to feel for the power, feel for the consciousness and the vibration of your higher self. Your higher self has the instruction manual. When you act, speak, and think as your higher self would, you bring yourself into harmony with that which you most desire. And in so doing, you help others gain access to their higher self and to their fifth dimensional abilities. You are about to have a lot more fun than you have been having. Your past, present, and future. You sometimes find yourself looking at the past, and in the process of looking at your past, you remember things. But you remember those things from your present moment perspective. From your present moment perspective, you might feel much differently about your past than you did while you were living it. And that has everything to do with the overall vibration that you were holding back then versus your overall vibration in the present moment. This can cause you to feel guilt, shame, regret, sadness, and anger around situations, events, and circumstances that you didn't feel any negative emotions around at the time. It is important for you not to judge who you are now or who you have been. Therefore, if you're going to look back at yourself in the past, we suggest that you do so from a place of compassion. We suggest that you look at anything from your past through the eyes of unconditional love. There's nothing that has ever happened in your life experience that you need to now fix or make better in any way. This is one of the reasons why you're often told to be present. The present moment version of yourself is really the only one that matters. And if you have people in your life who continually try to get you to go back in time with them to relive some aspect of the past, you can help that person or those people to be more present by holding your consciousness in your present, no matter how hard they try to get you to go back to the past with them. Your lives are yours to define. Your lives are yours to live. And your lives are yours to continue to create. So we recommend that you don't let anything from your past determine who you are deciding to be in the moment and what you are allowing yourself to create. Creating the future that you want means being present in the moment that you want to be in. Allowing your past to control any aspect of you or of your life is also a choice, and it's a choice that doesn't serve you. Be present. Be who you want to be and let go of everything else. Going with the flow. It is all about the way that you look at something. This is what determines your experience of it. Therefore, when something is appearing to be detrimental to your experience, to the enjoyment of your life, you really do want to change the way that you are looking at it. It is the most important factor in whether you are enjoying your life right now. You have that free will that goes beyond what you do or do not do with your lives. Your free will is also about deciding how much you are going to enjoy your lives versus whether you are deciding to just suffer through them. Now, it may not be easy to change the way you look at a circumstance in your life, but it is the challenges in life that are making it interesting. If everything were easy, life would get boring. So take the challenge to look for that silver lining. Look for it with the knowing that it is actually there. This is not about pretending that you are enjoying something. This is not smiling through a feeling of sadness we're talking about. We are talking about making a gradual shift, in the same way your ascension has been a gradual shift. Once you let a simple shift in your perception, you will open the floodgates. There is a great relief in letting go of attachment. If you were attached to going to the beach, then the rain would be much harder for you to accept. But if you can adapt in the moment and use the rain as an opportunity to explore something else, something you wouldn't have normally considered, well, that's going with the flow. And that's how you allow energy to move through you. And that's the life that we want for all of you. Measuring your spiritual growth. You are expecting to feel something much different in order for you to accept that you are changing, raising your vibration, and raising the level of your consciousness. But you cannot always measure these things. You cannot always detect changes, so we are here to help. We want to help you measure the progress that you've made as individuals by getting you to look at some very important facts about yourself. Are you more empathetic now than you were 10 years ago? Do you care more about the earth and her environment more now than you did 15 years ago? Do you feel more compassion for others now than you've ever done before? Do you have a better relationship with animals than you've had at any other point in your life? Noticing things about yourself, small things, this is a way to measure your progress. You don't need to hear a little voice inside your head and know that it is coming from an ascended master to know that you are progressing spiritually. Instead, notice how differently you react when a family member of yours says something derogatory in your direction. Notice how much you care about people that you've never met before. Notice how interested you are in seeing equality, world peace, the end of violence, discrimination, poverty, and famine. You don't have to be the answer to all these things to know that you've grown as a human being. We just ask that you notice what your intentions are for the rest of humanity. We ask that you give yourself more credit and be less critical. You don't have to do anything to save this world or her inhabitants. Just be yourself, and that is enough. And when you acknowledge yourself, that brings us a tremendous amount of joy. Your ego and your higher self. You are awakening at a pace that is comfortable for your consciousness. It is also a pace that is comfortable for your ego. You often hear people talking about the death of the ego, or you hear about their attempts at suppressing their ego. But you are experiencing your ascension from the perspective of your ego. It is the only way for you to move from knowing yourself as your egos to knowing yourself as your higher selves. It is not to be diminished in some way, this perspective of the ego. You are simply expanding it to include more aspects of who you are from other lifetimes and parallel universes. You are reassembling the fragments of the ego so that your ego can comfortably become your higher self, which of course has always been there within you, just waiting for you to come to it and to don its perspective. You don't need to see this as a competition between the ego and the higher self, and you don't need to see it as either proposition. You are awakening to the knowing that you can merge your egoic perspective into that of your higher self's perspective. You can become your higher self without defeating or killing any other part of yourself. In fact, all parts of yourself are necessary in order to be the whole you that you are as your higher self. So this journey needs to be comfortable for that egoic perspective. You don't want to take on too much all at once. You don't want to shatter your old way of doing things all at once. You want to bring yourself, all parts of yourself, again slowly, gingerly, with tenderness and care. This is the way you are going to ascend. You are going to upload your ego into your higher self. And when you do, you are going to know the higher self's perspective, and you are going to be the fifth dimensional beings. So we ask you to please make the journey as pleasant as you possibly can on this very important, very significant aspect of who you are. Courage, power, and mastery. We have witnessed acts of courage on the part of the individual humans that have given us cause to believe that anything that any one of you is facing right now has not a single chance of getting the better of you, You, however, must pay attention to where you are putting your power in any situation. When you put the power in your own hands, you summon the strength and the courage necessary to face any circumstance that you find in your lives. When you give the power to the circumstance or a person or a government, then you find yourself shrinking in the face of something that you have created. Humans have been doing this since you began to have your consciousness there on planet Earth. You have created insurmountable odds, vicious villains, and enormous natural disasters, so that you would have an opportunity to face something that appeared to be bigger than you, that appeared to be outside of you. You have given yourselves many opportunities to experience what it is like to be courageous. You need not, however, create these circumstances in order to demonstrate to yourself how powerful you are. Instead of creating obstacles for you to overcome, you can begin to create new experiences, new realities, new worlds that will give you an opportunity to experience yourself as masters. Masters do not need to prove to themselves that they are powerful or courageous. Living as a master means that you live in harmony with your environment. You coexist peacefully with one another, and you create from out of nothing the most glorious of circumstances. So now that you know how powerful you are, know that you have tested yourself over and over, you can let go of that old paradigm, and you can let in the experience of mastery on an individual and a collective scale. We know that you are ready. Do you? You are making progress. We are beyond satisfied and pleased with your progress you are making when it comes to settling disputes in your personal lives. We see the efforts that you all make to come to agreement with each other, to bring peace to situations where there has been turmoil, even bad blood. We are recognizing the movement forward that you are making as a collective in the settling of the smallest of disputes. Whenever one of you decides to take the high road, to apologize, to forgive, to give someone else the benefit of the doubt, you are making enormous headway, and you are bringing yourselves closer to the full ascension of your consciousness. The coming together of individuals with different perspectives is one of the most beautiful things that we witness on your world, and we witness it happening every single day. We want you to know how powerful the effects are of your solving the minor issues that come up between you. The effects are enormous because of the ripple effect. The energy that gets sent out across the universe is one of unity. Bringing yourself together, you create the source energy experience. The source energy experience is all beings coexisting harmoniously in the same one being. No matter how different the perspective might be, they are peacefully coexisting within source. This does not mean that source is schizophrenic. What it simply means is that the source energy understands perspective, understands the power of difference and variety, and seeing all that sync up on one planet is something that brings you closer and closer to having heaven on earth. Of course, you still have a long way to go, but you are making progress every day. When you think about the very large dispute and how they are playing out on your world, recognize that those are extrapolations of the experience that you are having with each other in your relationships, in your friendships, with your neighbors, with your co-workers, with authority figures, and all of these disputes can be settled when you give your ego a break and you let yourself have the experience of knowing that everyone and everything is a part of you. Therefore, when you are at battle with another, you are only battling yourself. And when you recognize this, it is very easy for you to lay down your arms and coexist peacefully. Your radiance is brilliant. You all exhibit a radiance that emanates from the core of your beingness. Your radiance is not only seen, it is felt. Those who are tuned to seeing and feeling that radiance know you by it. We certainly do as well. There is an energy transmission that comes off each of you that will help you in rediscovery of the deeper connection that you have with each other. You are knowing yourselves in this lifetime as friends, lovers, co-workers, relatives, and even just acquaintances. But the bigger picture of your connection to each other is something that will become clearer to you as you are able to perceive that radiance. When you are able to feel and understand the transmission of energy that moves between you, it will become clearer to you who you really are to each other. You will find that the knowing of someone else takes on a new meaning as you let their radiance in, as you merge with another. You are not just getting to know who they've been in this one lifetime. You are actually integrating with them. You can integrate parts of yourself by interacting with another in the same way that you integrate aspects of yourself by listening to us or reading our words. These integrations occur because you are ready to reassemble. And on the human level, there's just as much reassembling going on as on the galactic scale. When you are receiving another's radiance, you are perceiving it with your own. Therefore, you connect with more of the light of who you are when you connect with the light of someone else. And when you let that light in, you both shine brighter. When you are true to yourself, when you allow another to be true to themselves, that is when you know that there is a synergy occurring. And that is when the light shines even brighter within each of you, and as a result of the two of you coming together. And that sort of brilliance is something we love to witness, and we see more of it all the time. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Your true spontaneous nature. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. You all crave consistency. You love predictability, and you are fascinated by the sequence of events that unfold in your lives in a logical way that you can understand and depend upon. Therefore, it is very often problematic for you to be faced by something from out of the blue, something unexpected. But we can recognize that the unpredictable is the true essence of who you are. You are inherently spontaneous, and you have a tremendous amount of trust in this universe at your core. So why do you need structure and consistency and predictability? Usually these desires come from a place of fear. They come from a feeling of lack of security and stability, and they give you comfort when it's more preferable for you to be experiencing adventure. Adventure is what brings you new experiences, and new experiences add to your overall growth. Comfort will eventually lead to boredom, and boredom to stagnation, and then you find yourselves wondering where the years went. So we recommend that you have a new relationship with your reality, and that you let your reality show how much fun can be had through living in a state of inconsistency, and even a state of instability. Often what you seek is insurance. You seek the assurance that you're going to survive, at least until your death. But living means moving forward. It means seeking out that which is unknown, and it is the easiest way for you to accelerate your ascension experience. Just do something new or do something different than you've ever done before. Let yourself be inspired in every moment to a new perspective, a new approach, a new way, and see how reality will give you even more to get excited about. See how many adventures come your way. See how much life has to offer you when you let go of control and you let in your true spontaneous nature. Let that take over and enjoy the ride. The expansion point. There is a point from which you make your personal expansive journey upward. That point is usually one of disappointment, lack, and even trauma. The point is a place for you to accept. If you can accept the experience that you are having, then you can open yourself up to a myriad of possibilities that will take you far beyond that point and into unimaginable territory. There is only the process of moving forward, of expansion and growth. There is no regressing. So as you contemplate the point where you find yourself, perhaps it is a point that you have been for many years. It is necessary for you to look within yourself for what is being asked of you in order to move past it. What is the point of the point? And better yet, where can it take you? If you are willing to look at the possibilities as they open up before you, you are bound to find yourselves expanding out joyously from that place of trauma, lack, or disappointment. The energy that you summon when you find yourselves in one of these situations is your own. It is yours to receive and to harness. It is a joyous wave to ride, and you will find the opportunity to ride that wave when you stop resisting the point you find yourself in. When you let go of blame, judgment, shame, and everything else that you use to make where you are wrong, you will catapult yourself forward into the unknown. But that unknown will be your creation, and it will be what you have created in large part because of the unwanted circumstance of that point you find yourself in. Be willing to accept wherever it is you find yourself, and you will find that the energy that you've summoned to take you beyond where you are is not only the solution, it is an exhilarating ride, and it is the stuff of a joyous journey. Doing what you love. We have observed that the human race as a whole is consumed with a desire to excel at something. You all want to be good, to be deemed good, and to have praise lavished upon you for the good that you do and the good that you are. We love watching you excel at something, and it is particularly gratifying for us to see you excel at something that you are doing for the pure enjoyment of it. There is nothing more satisfying for you than getting lost in an activity that you simply cannot pull yourselves away from because you are so engrossed in it and captivated by it. Once you take that and use it in order to get praise from another, that's where things begin to fall apart. It is much more important that you be completely engaged in an activity than it is for your actions to get the notice and the acknowledgement of any other. There is a phrase that you have on your wall that says, so-and-so sold out. And that phrase refers to losing one's authenticity in order to appease the audience or to get a bigger paycheck by appealing to a bigger audience. And we understand why this happens. We understand the desire to be acknowledged and paid for what you do. But we also know that you will never have the same experience of joy in doing what you do if you are doing it as a means to an end. Therefore, we recommend finding something in your life that you can do for the sake of doing it and never letting go of the innocence and purity of that experience. We want that for all of you because we see how much you light up when you are engaged in such an activity, when you do for the sake of doing and you receive joy from the act of participating in that which is calling you. If you are engaged in such an activity, you will be in the flow, and you can trust that the energy of this world will support you, and you can stay true to yourself and stay true to your expression through the activity without ever compromising yourself or what you do. And that is what we wish for all of you. Your new abilities. When you surprise yourself with a moment where you go beyond where you have been before, you are allowing yourself to have a glimpse of what is possible, and what is possible to be experienced all the time. You get these glimpses from time to time, and then you want to get them back. You want to be able to control when they come, how frequently, and what they can use them for. It is far better for you to simply appreciate the moment of surprise and to let yourself bask in the experience of what you are capable of. There is no need for you to be further along than where you are in order to enjoy your lives. There is nowhere you are supposed to be that you are not, and no ability you are supposed to have that you are blocking yourself from having. You are meant to live the life that you are living and to let that which is coming to you come. Be in a relaxed state of being as often as you can, and you will allow yourself to experience more. Soon the glimpses will get closer and closer together, and you will begin to experience new abilities on a daily basis. But your journeys will never end, and so you will continue to expand and experience more. Once you have access to an ability every single day, you will find you can still experience a honing of that skill, a perfecting of it. And so no journey will ever be complete. And the sooner you accept where you are right now and accept yourselves and all the abilities you have and do not have, the sooner you can enjoy your lives. When you take the approach that you're going to have fun with your spiritual evolution, and you're going to have fun with the creation of your reality, that is when you can make everything that you are living right now perfect and perfectly enjoyable as it is. And that is the secret to living happily ever after. The relief of surrender. When you encounter a situation in your lives where you don't know what to do, you don't know how to proceed, or you don't have a clue as to how you're going to get out of it, that is the perfect opportunity for you to experience surrender. There is something quite beautiful about the act of surrendering. It is ultimately a willingness to concede to the circumstances they are. You sometimes put a tremendous amount of pressure on yourselves, and that pressure is designed to get you to find a way out, to come up with a solution to the problem or to eliminate the situation altogether. This is the way that your mind works. Your minds love a problem because it gives them meaning, purpose. It gives them something to do. But your minds are not privy to all the information available, and therefore they are not the most effective tool that you can employ to an impossibly seeming situation in your lives. Surrender, however, is a wonderful tool. It is like saying to the universe that you don't know how you're going to make something work. You don't know how it's all going to work out, but at the same time, you are surrendering. You are not giving up on your desire for the situation to play out in the way that you would prefer. You are just letting go on taking all the responsibility, placing it all on your shoulders, and thinking that you have to come up with a solution. That type of pressure doesn't bring you results very often. Oftentimes, it keeps possibilities from coming to light for you. Pressures keep you in the dark. Surrender, which is signified by a white flag, lets in more light. It is a way of letting go of struggle, letting go of the need to be one who finds a solution, and letting in the light that will ultimately illuminate the path for you. You have access to so much more when you're not trying so hard, because when you are trying, you are narrowing your focus. You are placing your attention only on that which you are able to conceive of, and you are blocking other possibilities from coming to you. So we like surrender because we know how much help you really have. We know how much grace there is all around you, and we know that in surrender you allow the downloads to come to you. You allow for the unseen solution to come to light, and most of all, you release the pressure from yourselves. When you do that, you have a momentary feeling of relief, and that feeling is why you create the problem in the first place. It's the reason why you have the other end of the spectrum available to you. The pressure gives way to relief, and relief allows solutions to flow. your intellect and your intuition. You have brought a tremendous amount of wisdom and creativity to planet Earth. You are creative geniuses, and even with all that intellectual prowess that you have, you are emotional beings as well. You don't have to choose because your intellect and your intuition. You don't have to choose between your heart and your mind. The truth is that you have struck a wonderful balance as a collective between science and spirituality. You have ushered in a time where the two are merging, where there is more agreement between the two of them ever before in your history. As your scientists go deeper, they discover what is at the heart of everything: consciousness. Consciousness creates, and the wisdom of the heart informs consciousness on how to create, on what to create, and on the timing of those creations. You, as individuals, can all find this balance within yourself, so that you are utilizing the power of your intellect, while also being informed by the wisdom of your heart and your emotion. Whenever a society in the galaxy has decided to live out of balance regarding the intellect and the intuition, there have been dire consequences. That is why it is refreshing to see a society on Earth that seeks to strike a balance and has done so beautifully. You are especially empowered when you listen to subtle, nuanced nudges that you get from within you. Those can come in the form of thought, an emotion, or an impulse to action, and it is wonderful to see you using all the tools that you have at your disposal to bring yourself into a new level of consciousness, a new age, a fifth-dimensional frequency range. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Your higher mind. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with you all. You have begun to explore the synchronicities that are leading you down a path that will ultimately take you to the discovery of your higher mind. You have a mind that operates with your higher self, a fifth-dimensional mind that can see the bigger picture, and is not limited in the same way that the physical mind is limited. Now, the higher mind operates with an awareness that all synchronicities are happening at once, and therefore, everything that you experience is a synchronicity of some sort. When you begin to see connections between events, information, and global occurrences, not to mention astrological ones, you will have the bigger picture perspective that helps you to navigate through the thoughts that are available to you in ways that the physical mind never could. You are beginning to access this higher mind and the frequencies that it holds, and this is very good news because as you operate from that perspective, you are also operating as your higher self. Therefore, the information that you access will be used for that ultimate agenda of shifting you to the fifth-dimensional framework. Your lives are perfectly laid out, and your discovery of this higher navigational system will simply take you to experiences that you want to have. You are no longer burdened by contracts, agreements, karma, or any blueprints that you had in place when you incarnated, and your higher mind knows this. Your higher mind is directing the show, and when you access it by noticing patterns, by accessing higher frequencies, and by seeing the synchronization of all things, that is when you dwell in the fifth-dimensional frequency range. And that is when you are a beacon of light for other wanderers who are looking for the exact same experience. The evolution of your spirit. We have witnessed an evolution of your spirit that we could not have anticipated. We often talk to you about the evolution of your consciousness, but your spirit, your essence, is also making that journey. And it is a journey that will result in the full experience of yourself, the full knowing of yourself as love and light. When you are experiencing a sense within you of caring about someone you don't know, someone you haven't met, someone you will probably never meet, realize that the feeling is coming from a deep place within you, and that place is your true essence. Your spirit is an aspect of consciousness. It is more than just the awareness that you have. It is the feeling that is embedded within that awareness, and your feelings are taking you beyond the evolution of your consciousness. Your feelings are extending out as the love and light that you are to give you the experience of yourself as source energy in the state of expansion. Every act of kindness, every moment of compassion, every desire that you feel within you to serve is further evidence of that expansion, that evolution, that knowing of yourselves as light and love, the purest essence of source that you could possibly know yourselves as. As you continue to experience this evolution now, and you do so more consciously, recognize that it is a gift that you are giving yourself. It is an experience of bliss, an experience of heaven on earth, and there is so much more to come. Stretching your consciousness. You have immense capacities to stretch your conscious out, to go beyond where you have been before. The desire to do this, however, is not present in the vast majority of you. Therefore, we are reaching out to you, the awakened ones, in the hopes that you will exercise your right and your free will to stretch your consciousness further. Now you might wonder what we mean by stretching your consciousness. First of all, recognize that your consciousness is not limited to your physical body. Your consciousness exists eternally, whereas a physical body will not always contain the higher level of consciousness that you hold. Just imagine for a moment where you would take your consciousness if you did not feel that it was tethered to your physical body. Where would you like to go right now? With whom would you like to interact? Do you believe that you can get there without your physical body while still being in the fourth dimension? We suggest that you start small. Start by stretching your consciousness out just beyond your physical body. See what you can sense in your energy field. Take control of your energy field with your consciousness. Let go of any thought forms that are floating around in there, keeping you in a repetitive cycle. Now move your consciousness out even further beyond your energy field. Feel for the higher frequency energies that are available to you. Reach for them with your intention. Vibrate in harmony with them, and now bring them back into your energy field and back into your physical body. And breathe. You've just given yourselves an upgrade, and you have demonstrated to yourselves that you can indeed stretch your consciousness. Shifting your ideas and biases. You begin each thought that you think with an idea about what you're thinking about. This idea is what brings you the thoughts. If you are in favor of something, then that will be what calls forth the thoughts that you think. You probably think that you can access whatever thought you want to access at any moment, but that is less true than you think. You have a particular bias when it comes to most subjects that you are pondering. You might call those biases beliefs, but we want to give you a different way of looking at these biases or ideas that you have. They are merely a perspective, and that perspective is usually learned from personal experience, or it is something that you pick up from your parents, religion, media, friends, or even college professors. The important thing for you to recognize is that what you think is only true because of your idea or your bias about what you are thinking about. So how do you shift? How do you get from one perspective that you have held for a very long time to a bright and new shining one? It is a matter of choice. This is where your free will comes into play. You can decide for yourself that you want to see something differently. You can decide that you want a different perspective, and when you make that decision, you are calling it forth. You can bring yourself the evidence that you need to support a new perspective. You can ask the universe for it, and the universe will deliver. And once you have your new perspective, you will be able to access a completely different array of thoughts. Once you have the brand new perspective on something, you still have a choice. You can choose that perspective if it suits you, or you can ask for another. You can ask for the universe to help you in discovering as many perspectives as you can possibly access, and the more perspectives the better, because you want to have access to as many choices as you possibly can. That is true freedom, and that is true free will. Your dream life. We have the desire to share with you our perspective on the way that you interpret reality, keeping in mind that this is just our perspective, and it is our perspective of how we perceive you interpreting your reality. So is it a truth then, with a capital T? Probably not, but if it resonates, if it makes sense to you, then you might benefit from hearing our perspective on the way you interpret reality. First of all, we see you interpreting reality as solid and fixed. It is what it is, you sometimes say. When you take the approach to reality, you become powerless in the face of it. We also see that you look at the present as though it is a product of the past. You see continuity, and that often gives you comfort. We also see you projecting into the future more of what you see in the present. You make projections based upon the data that you have in front of you, and you extrapolate it out. So if things are going badly, they will get worse. That is the assumption. Here is what we invite you to do instead of maintaining your interpretation of reality. We suggest that you see your waking life as being no different than the dream life. In the realm of your dreams, things can change right in front of you. In the realm of your dreams, there is very little continuity, and it is often impossible for you to predict what is going to happen next, or what you will dream about next, based upon the current experience you are having of your dream. It behooves you to bring that same experience of reality to your waking life. As you begin to tear down the walls of the institution of the reality you have been experiencing, you will find that there is indeed a great deal of power that you can obtain for yourselves. You can start very simply by acknowledging that you can change your interpretation of reality right now. Whatever it is that you are experiencing right now is not something that is unchangeable, and there's not just one interpretation of it. Shift your perspective and shift your experience of reality. and then see what shifts next. Why you are here. It is the perfect time for you all to consider the big question that often gets bandied about in a person's lifetime. And there's a very good reason why it is a perfect time for you to be asking these questions. You are the ones who get to decide what the answers are. You are the ones deciding whether or not you are making the shift in this lifetime. You are the ones deciding what you want to do with your life, how you want to serve, and what exactly it is you want to be. You are catching up where you were at the moment you decided to incarnate into this physical lifetime. And as you are able to access that aspect of yourself, you also get to decide what the new blueprints are going to look like for the next phase of your life and the next phase of your evolution. The old blueprints got you to where you are today. They got you to this awakened place where you are now. Now, as awakened beings who are continually downloading more and more of your higher self's consciousness, you are entitled to decide for yourself how you want to move forward. You get to decide what you want to do. There is nothing outside of you making that decision for you. It was always you making decisions about this lifetime, but now you are throwing off the veil of the ego and the physical mind, and you are able to grasp more purely the concept of creating your own reality. You are also getting more and more every day to the truth of who you are. Many of you were raised to believe in a God that was outside of you, that ruled over you, and that decided what happened to you after you died. Coming to the realization that the source of all things and all beings is within you is one that takes time for you to actually do anything about. You have needed time to absorb that truth. And now that you know about the truth of who you are, it would be to your benefit to decide for yourself what it is you want to do with your life and how it is you want to serve. We want to say one more thing about this. Your presence here on planet Earth, holding the vibration that you are holding, seeking to be compassionate beings of service, that is enough. That is why you get to decide what you do, because it is up to you how you affirm the truth to yourself, that your mere existence is of service to the whole. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Nothing to learn. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council, and we are pleased to connect with you all. You have taken yourselves to a point in your evolutionary journey where you no longer need to be looking for the cause of why you are in a particular situation. You don't need to approach life and its circumstance from a practical and pragmatic way. You have the ability to shift from wherever you are to wherever you want to be, and that process of shifting does not require you to understand how you go to where you are. You don't need to make course corrections anymore. You can simply bring yourself to the place where you want to be vibrationally, and then find yourself there. There is no reason for you to look at life as a series of lessons. You can be wherever you want to be, and you can become whatever you want to become without learning anything. What you do need, however, is practice. Practice is different because practice is something you do, whereas learning is something you conceptualize. We invite you to practice holding vibrations, especially the ones you want to experience, the ones you want to create your reality with. This does not require you to go back and study your thoughts, words, and actions. All that is required of you is that you have a willingness to go within and seek out that vibration. Let your learning occur on a subconscious level, and if you insist on learning anything, learn how easy it is for you to find the vibration that you seek, and therefore to find the circumstance that you want to exist in. It is all much easier than you think, and you are ready now to experience faster turnaround time to the vibration that you are offering. So you can approach the creation of your reality with a renewed sense of excitement and eagerness, because now you know that you are being supported in the process by faster moving energies and by no longer needing to look in the rearview mirror. Your intuition is your greatest asset. You have entered into a phase of your evolution where your intuition is going to be heightened, and it's going to be more important that you listen to it. When you are in the phase where everything is moving faster and you are jumping timelines left and right, your ability to hear and listen to your intuitive hits is your most important asset. Your intuition is always guiding you. It represents your connection to your guides, your higher self, your oversoul, future versions of you, and of course, source energy. It is data that you are receiving and interpreting. Therefore, you'll want to get to know your intuition very well so that it becomes second nature to you. You will want to know how exactly you interpret the data that you are receiving. Are you more likely to feel something, to know something, to see something, or to hear something? What is your mode of receptivity? This is very important for you to acknowledge so that you can tune in when you need to. And what we are saying is that you need to, more often now than ever before. You can always make course corrections, but in the past you had more time with which to do so. Now you are manifesting faster and faster, and the physical is speeding up to synchronize with the energetic. Anything that gets you to pay more attention to what is going on within you is a good thing. So embrace this new phase of your evolution. Embrace your heightened sensitivities and embrace your ability to shift your reality in a heartbeat. Your intuition will get louder and louder, and your ability to sense it will increase as well. You must rely on yourself and not go looking for answers outside of you as much in order to navigate into the fifth dimension and in order to thrive once you find yourself there. Becoming one with the universe. We observe the mechanics of your lives, how they work, and how life continues to give you exactly what you need to take you to the next step of your evolution. We notice that you engage with life based upon what you believe you can receive. Your willingness to participate must deliver you something, even if that something is a sense of satisfaction that you've helped someone else on their journey. We invite you to become curious about life itself. Become curious about exactly how things manifest in your reality, not because you want to know what you did wrong or did right, but because you want to explore this universe. By exploring this universe and the mechanics of it, you help to determine for yourself where exactly you find in the structure of the universe and the forces that maintain it. You can align yourself with these universal forces and be taken to your next experience willingly. And that is the most enjoyable ride that you can take. The more open you are to seeing life as a guide and listening to that guide, the more capable you will be of guiding yourself along this journey. Your path has many twists and turns. We suggest that you get curious about them. We invite you to put yourselves on the timeline that is being delivered to you by the universe, and we want you to recognize this timeline as your creation, but not your destiny. As you learn to work with the universe by trusting, surrendering, letting go of your agenda, you will have a magical, wonderful, and enjoyable ride, a ride that will take you to places that you could not have possibly known existed. As you become curious about the universe, you become one with it, and in so doing, you become one with yourself and all other beings. Let yourselves be taken for a ride every once in a while. It's fun if you let it be that. Exploring the corners of your consciousness. You have begun to explore the far reaches of your consciousness. Your consciousness has many layers to it. And as you open yourself up to the truth that you are multidimensional beings, eternal and infinite beings, then you must realize that there's more for you to consciously experience in what you have been experiencing up until this point in your lives. There must be keys to unlocking that which is the corner of your consciousness, and you are discovering those keys and being given those keys by your friends, your helpers, both physical and non-physical. In terms of your experience of life and of yourself, the key to unlocking the doorways that exist within your consciousness are the moments when you surrender, the moments when you give into the experience you are having, the moments when you accept that everything that is occurring in your life is a part of a much bigger picture. You are not just here to awaken to the knowing that you create your reality so that you can create a perfect life experience for yourself. You are here to go deeper, to go beyond what your mind has been able to offer you in terms of possibilities. Your vision boards could not possibly hold all that is available to you, so there's really no point in clinging to any desire that you have ever dreamt of for yourself. The reason we say that is because there is so much more. There is so much more than you can imagine, and everything that comes your way in your life is about pushing your way into the corners and getting you to explore the layers of your consciousness. To you, that you truly are creates expansion. You will never be satisfied with living out a life of comfort and luxury. You will find yourselves bored, and sooner than you might expect. Unless you are willing to follow the flow of energy to the depth of your consciousness, you are going to feel bored, unfulfilled, and you are likely to be afraid. That fear that you feel is not about losing something you already have or not attaining one of the items on your vision board. The fear is about not becoming the totality of who you are. It is about not feeling more of who you are flowing through. That is the experience you are here to surrender to. Meditation is powerful. When you are sitting quietly and paying attention to your breath, that is when you are at your most powerful. That is when you are the most connected, the most aligned, and the most aware. Many individuals believe that if they are thinking during meditation, then they are not doing it right, and it somehow doesn't count. Many people give up on meditation because they believe they are not good at it and therefore have no business doing it. But thinking during your meditation time can also bring you great insights. You can become aware of what is important to you. You can determine your vibration by paying attention to your thoughts, and you certainly can become more aware of your emotions by first noticing your thoughts. So let go of any sense of perfectionism you have when it comes to meditation, and instead focus on the benefits. When you are in a state of meditation, you are rejuvenating yourself. You are accessing more of the source energy that you truly are, and you are in a state of receiving. When you meditate, you are not technically doing anything, but you are accomplishing so much. It is in your non-action that you allow everything that you have already done to take effect. You affect this universe more in your attention to your vibration than all of your actions, words, and thoughts put together. Give yourself the gift of as many minutes of meditation as you can possibly grant yourself in a day, because it will always be time well spent. You are masters, each and every one of you, and in a meditative state, if you allow yourselves to. You can feel how masterful and powerful you are. You can feel yourself expanding, becoming, and accessing. It is a gift, and the more you receive the gift of meditation, the more you'll receive from the universe. Your evolution. You will continue to evolve even after the shift is completed. You're not ever going to stop evolving and becoming, even when you return home to Source. There will be times when it seems as though you have to do a lot more work, and there will be other times when it seems that you are moving happily through your lives without much of anything to spur on your growth and evolution. No matter where you are, no matter what you are doing, and no matter how much you are experiencing right now, you're always in a growth cycle. The times when these experiences of growing and evolving hit you the hardest are the times you need the most support. They are the times that call for more support, and you have so much support that you don't need to ask for it. But you do need to accept the support that is being offered. You do need to let go of control so that you can let in all of the support and all of the love and compassion that is coming your way from your guides, your angels, and other high-frequency beings of light and love. Your growth and evolution are inevitable. They will continue regardless of what you do or do not do. But how you go about facing the hardest part of your journey will be in large part determined by how much help you're willing to accept, how much you're willing to open yourselves up to receiving. You are not giving up your power when you ask for help or when you receive it. You are demonstrating to yourself how powerful you are in your ability to receive. You are demonstrating to yourself that you are a collective. These guides and other beings, they are all other parts of you, and to draw upon the help and support that they offer is just a wise use of your own resources. Your evolution is a group effort. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Reassembling your fragmented aspects. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We are taking the approach to your ascension that we would like for you to take as well. We are enjoying the process of watching you grow, of watching you become the beautiful fifth-dimensional beings that you are destined to become. When you are taking a journey like this, it is to your benefit to celebrate each of your accomplishment, each tiny step forward that you take, because this journey is a giant leap forward. The significance of the shift for humanity is that you are becoming a new version of yourself, and that version of yourself is a total and complete projection of source energy. You consist of many different aspects that have been fragmented off over your many lifetimes of existence. When those fragments come back together, you know yourself yet again as your higher self. You have known yourself as your higher self before, and you will know yourself as your higher self again. Part of the process of reassembling those fragmented aspects does require you to experience some pain. There will be, and there have been, growing pains for each of you. What is necessary for you to bring yourselves to the higher self version is that you accept who you have been in all your previous lifetimes, and even in your past in this lifetime. When you encounter other individuals in your life who display traits and behavior that you despise, realize that you are face to face with one of those aspects of you. And as you release your judgment of that person, you show him or her compassion and unconditional love. You invite one of these fragmented aspects back into the whole. You reassemble all of your parts. If you realize that this is what you are doing all day, every day, then our hope for you is that you can enjoy this ride a little more. As you see all of this that you are experiencing as a reassembly of your higher self, you'll have a much easier time embracing everything that this world can throw at you. Remember, however, that it is just you throwing pieces of you back at yourself. The power of your personal lives. There is no doubt that humanity is taking strides forward, and we are pleased to report to you that your personal lives and what you are living in your personal lives are the reason why humanity is taking strides forward. You have the ability to affect the entire timeline that you find yourself on. You as an individual are connected to all other individuals, and we mean that quite literally. There are cords connecting all of you, and if you want to experience what it is like to be one with the entire universe, all you have to do is to feel for that connection that you have to all other beings in it. So as you navigate through your personal lives, and you affect the collective in a positive way, you help to raise the vibrations of the entire timeline. But then you shift onto other timelines where you can affect all on that timeline. The beings on the new timeline are just other versions of the beings from the timeline you just came from and helped. This may be confusing or seem like science fiction, but actual scientists are exploring parallel universes, which is just another term that means the same thing. And these scientists are fascinated by parallel universe. They are considered by many in the scientific community to be a reality and not at all a part of fictional story. So you are an individual, jumping timelines, affecting all the other individuals on that particular timeline. And all of the timelines come together at the point and create an experience of a shift in consciousness for all. You are bringing together all possibilities, all potential realities in this shift in consciousness, because this is a universal shift, but it also involves the entire multiverse. You are changing the past on those timelines where it appears that humanity didn't make it. You are changing the past. Think about how significant that is for a moment, and know how powerful you are in the living of your personal lives, facing the challenges that you face head on. And that is how you create a new universe for all. Enlightenment. We have enlightened you to a certain extent, but enlightenment will always be an inside job. It's not something that you learn, it's something that you experience. It's something that you bestow upon yourself when you feel that it is time for you to make a shift in the way that you are relating to yourself, to others, and to the world. Enlightenment is a rite of passage. In many ways, it is unique to the individual who experiences it. Enlightenment is that moment when all aspects of you are awakened to the truth of who you are. And in that moment, the light that is inside of you, the light that is at the heart of you and is able to shine more brightly and be expressed through you and by you in your unique journey. In many ways, it is a beginning. It is the beginning of your journey as a fully conscious and awake being who then seeks to know him or herself in the most authentic way. The most authentic way to know yourself is to experience yourself through your connection to others. When you see everyone else as a projection of you and an aspect of the totality of who you are, that's when you know you have reached that state of enlightenment. You see no separation. You see no need to judge anything. And you are completely present in the moment when your current experiences. Now, as wonderful as all of that sounds, if it were really the only valid experience for humanity, then you would just go right there, but it isn't. It is one experience, and it is not the purpose of your lives. The purpose of your lives is not to reach some enlightened state of being. The purpose of your lives is to move through everything that is along that path of enlightenment and to experience all of it. There is so much that you are experiencing that you might not consider to be positive or spiritual, but it is a part of your journey and is a part of who you are. The more you embrace all that life has to offer, the quicker your path is to enlightenment. And once you reach that knowing, that experience, and that projection, you will be ready for your next journey. You can always go deeper. There is always more to explore, and nothing, no state of being will ever be the ultimate or the end of your experience or your journey. Permission to be yourself. You are about to experience a transmission that you've been waiting for. We are offering you this transmission as the permission that you have never been granted previously by another person, by any other being that you have ever encountered. We are here now to give you permission to be yourselves. Your decision to be who you are in every moment is an act of self-love. Your decision to honor yourself and listen to your guidance, listen to your intuition, listen to what your body is telling you, is the most important decision that you have ever made. We want you to forget about everything that you have ever been told and even been taught and just listen to yourself in the moment. This decision to be yourself means that you must follow your feelings. Your feelings are guiding you back towards yourself, and you are here now on a mission to become more of yourself. And how can you do that if you don't allow yourself to be who you are in every moment? The experience of becoming more of who you are is meant to be a very natural evolution. It is not supposed to be hard. It's not supposed to be something that you work at. It's something that you allow to happen, just as the flower allows itself to bloom. You are right where you are supposed to be, no matter where that is. And no matter what the circumstance of your life right now, you are being given an opportunity to be yourself, to honor yourself, and to be true to yourself. Now, as a part of being service, you might wonder how you reconcile these two things. And we would say that it is easier to be of service to others when you are of service to yourself. When you are of service to the human collective, you must include yourself as a part of that collective. You must be of service to the entire collective, including yourself. And no one knows better than you do what you need in any given moment. And that is why you are here. Give yourself permission to be who you are and let your ascension happen. Watch how much more of service to others you are when you give in to the moment-by-moment guidance that you are getting from within. Making yourselves whole. You are bringing forth the entirety of your beingness when you ascend. You are not leaving parts of yourself behind, because every part of you makes up the whole of you. And the whole of you is more of source energy, which is all that is, than just the pieces you like. Now, you still get to activate the pieces that you like, but you are bringing all parts of you, including all past lives, simultaneous life, and parallel life versions of yourself. It takes every bit of you to make the whole of you, and there is nothing wrong, nothing shameful, nothing broken or incomplete about any part of you throughout all of your history in all of your lifetimes. Every experience that you've ever had is extremely valuable in helping you to decide what you are going to create as a powerful creator being in the fifth dimension. Therefore, you need to bring all aspects of you because they contain these memories and these experiences. You've created quite a tapestry through your many lifetimes. Every single moment has been a valuable part of this evolution of your consciousness. How can you choose with all of that data available to you if you leave some of that data behind? Your lives as powerful creator beings will be about making informed decisions. Your lives will be about having all of you, all of your parts, at your beck and call, but choosing the aspects of you that you want to experience in that moment. This is how source energy operates, and this is how an awakened being, knowing that he or she is source energy, operates. The beauty and majesty of the totality of all your lifetimes and all your experiences is a treasure to behold. The more you accept and embrace all parts of you, the sooner you become the whole you, and the sooner you ascend. Giving into temptation. There is a reason why you feel tempted to do things that you know are not in service to your highest good. You have within you a certain amount of programming that gives you an opportunity to test your limits. You want to make the most of the lives that you have in front of you, but this also is a time of integrating all aspects of self, including those that are on the darker side of things. So your lives are filled with opportunities to explore that which is unwanted, that which does not serve you, and that which does not serve the others around you. And it is an opportunity for you to partake in something, feel the vibration of it, experience the effects, and then learn from the situation what you need to know. You all need to experience compassion for your fellow humans, and what better avenue is there to compassion than having experienced something yourself? You now know what serves you and what does not, and if you are placing yourself in a position where you are tempted to partake in something that does not serve you, it means that there is still something for you in that experience. Perhaps you need to forgive yourself for giving into the temptation in the past. Perhaps you still need to understand what brings someone to the darker side of things so that you can have compassion for those individuals. And sometimes you just need to feel how something feels so that you are more determined than ever to partake in the opposite. To be on the side of the light and to partake in that which serves you and all others is the choice you are all making. But just because the other choices exist, and just because you may have made those choices in the past, doesn't mean you are flawed in any way. Giving in to that which does not serve you is an experience, and you need experiences to help you decide, to choose what is best for you and for everyone else. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Tapping into your 5D power. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council, and we are pleased to connect with all of you. You are awakening part of your consciousness that have been dormant for quite some time. And as you awaken these aspects of yourself, you're going to notice that you have access to more of your power. You are powerful, masterful beings who have been limiting yourselves on purpose in order to create third-dimensional experiences of reality. But now all of that is changing as you move from fourth-dimensional beings to becoming the fifth-dimensional higher self version of who you are. The power that you are unpacking is the power to shift into a moment's notice from one experience to another. You will not need to go through the long and arduous process of feeling your emotions and then getting to that place where you can activate the vibration of what you really want. Instead, you will be able to shift immediately. Now, these aspects of you have done this in previous incarnations because, of course, you have been fifth-dimensional before. You have sixth-dimensional and seventh-dimensional as well. You have experienced all of the dimensions prior to descending into the first, second, and third. And now that you have more access to who you have been, you are aligning with higher frequency energies that are all around you. Your solar system, your planet, and your sun in particular are all working to bring you into these higher frequencies. Now, on top of all of that, you have the summoning of energy you have done in all of your previous lifetimes, and in every moment you have lived in this lifetime. You also have helpers like us in the higher dimensional planes who are assisting. We are helping to bring this about for you because it is time. You have done enough in the third and fourth dimensions, and you are ready for a new experience of reality. You are ready to know yourselves as more powerful, masterful beings of love and light. The final steps to becoming who you really are involve embracing everything you have ever been. And so when you see someone out there in the world doing something abhorrent to you, just realize that they are an aspect of you as well. And when you can let go of that judgment that you hold and forgive others for their misdeeds, you can embrace your true power, the power that can only come from within you. Living your truth. You have experienced the question of your own truth, and you have experienced the accepting of your own truth. You now know the difference between when someone else's truth feels like and how your truth resonates with you. You have had enough experience in this one lifetime to inform you for several more, in fact. There are more ideologies now than ever before on the planet, more perspective, more points of view, and therefore more truth. What is important for you to recognize is that you will be continually offered new truth as you move forward with your ascension. You'll be asked to decide for yourself what your truth is and how you can live it. It's not enough just to know your truth and to speak your truth. When you live your truth because it resonates, you are a powerful force. When you allow others to live their truth, even if it differs from your own, then you become more powerful as a collective. You see, all of the different perspectives, all of the different ideologies are like puzzle pieces, and they fit together when you are in harmony. They present you with a beautiful picture of planet Earth when each piece is allowed to be exactly what it is. And the truth that resonates with you now may not resonate with you in a year or two. Why would that be if they're truth, you might wonder? You will continue to evolve, and so will this reality. It will evolve with you, creating new rules, new laws, and new ways to experience it. So why would you want to cling to something that could only slow you down? We recommend that you accept that a truth resonates with you for the time being because you are playing a particular role. Because as you continue on in your journey, you're going to want to play different rules, and you're going to resonate with different truth as you continue to evolve and become more of the totality of who you truly are. You are gathering information. You are better than you've ever been at determining what is right for you. You have all been on information gathering expeditions, and this information is helping you discover where you want to go, what you want to do, what you want to do it with, and much more. The information that you collect is not only valuable to you in your lives, but it is also valuable to the collective, the universe, and the source energy. The more life you live, the more information you gather, and the more information you gather, the stronger your desires. As your desires increase in strength and intensity, the summoning of energy from the higher realms also increases. You are creating new realities for you to explore and discover, and you do so by being open to everything that exists within this universe. The more you close off yourself to something, the more you close yourself off to everything. And the more closed off you are, the less information you gather, the less desire you feel, the less summoning you do. And when a person begins closing themselves off systematically in that way, they find themselves closer and closer to the death experience. Nothing opens you up to receive like the death experience. If you believe that the information that you are gathering is about what it is you need to deny or resist, then you're simply wrong. The information that you gather is about determining what works for you, what is right for you, and it helps the collective determine what is right for it, as you are all parts of the collective of humanity. So the trick for living a life that is filled with magical and wondrous experience is to gather that information without resisting and while remaining open to all that the universe has to offer. We promise you there is so much more for you to discover and gather for yourself, for the collective, for the universe, and for Source. Share your gifts. We have the pleasure of watching over you as you discover the gifts that you have and the gifts that you share with the rest of humanity. It is so important that you share your gifts because when you do, you grant yourself more access to those gifts. You allow more energy to flow through you when you give the energy that you access somewhere to go. Your gifts are blossoming now because the energies that you receive are holding such a high frequency. You couldn't possibly hold them back at this point. The experience of your gifts coming to you can be challenging at times because you don't know whether what you are seeing is a result of something going wrong with your physical body or whether it's because you are accessing more of your clairvoyance. Sometimes the downloads and upgrades that you receive cause discomfort and even pain in your physical body. These are ascension symptoms, and the best thing you can do when you are needing to slow down and give your body a chance to rest and recuperate is to listen what is going on in your physical body and give it the rest that it needs. Awakening these gifts means that you are accessing past life versions of yourself as well, and that can mean other experiences, some of which are pleasant and some of which not so pleasant. So as you access your gift of channeling or your psychic gifts, you may also access the trauma that you experience with some authority figure. Some members of a ruling class decide that he or she didn't like what they were seeing or what you were saying. You've all been traumatized one way or another as a result of having gifts that others did not. So at times you are going to have to deal with that as well. You're also going to have to deal with being different, looking different, sounding different. But the more of you who step up and share your gifts, the more of you there are. And the more of you there are, the less weird it seems when someone comes along and starts speaking a light language or when someone is seeing things or hearing things that no one else is. It is time to embrace those gifts and embrace the fact that those of you who are awakened are on the leading edge. You are on that track to ascend ahead of the rest of the collective, and it's time to stand tall and proud and share your gifts with the world. Duality and polarity in this universe. We have an understanding of this universe that gives us the ability to coexist within it with beings who are not of service to the greatest and highest good of all. We understand that the universe that we live in with you is about duality and polarity, and therefore we can accept that there will always be dark forces in this universe. Now, once we came to accept this truth about the universe, we were able to let go. We were able to let go of any need or desire to eliminate or even punish those dark forces. We know that there's so much more power in the light, and we also know that any beings who want to remain in the light must be focused on the light. In other words, the light must let go of any preoccupation with the dark in this universe in order to fully be the light. And so that has been our journey, and we are here now to suggest that it be your journey as well. Part of your journey is becoming aware of the darkness, and we know that once you awaken, it becomes impossible to ignore the darkness. The next step is acceptance, and finally let go of your attachment. You let go of the attachment to a need to be right. Only a being who feels a need to be right would want to continue to focus on what is wrong or what is lying in the shadows. We would much rather see you encouraging more people to come to the light in order to free themselves from the bondage of that preoccupation with the dark. You can do this in your own lives, and you can encourage others to do it by setting your example and by holding space for them. But ultimately, the darkness must always remain as a choice. Once you allow the choice to be, you can still choose the light, and we know that if you are listening or reading this message, you are choosing the light. As you grow, Source grows. We are placing much of our focus on what we know you are capable of. This is how we hold space for humanity. We hold a vision, and that vision is based upon the fact as we see them. We see your potential, but we always see what you have already accomplished, and we base our knowing on the truth that you are divine beings in physical body. As you begin to access the truth within yourselves on a more regular basis, you will feel empowered with every step you take and with every moment you experience. There is a complexity to the creation of your reality that each of you is able to access and work through on a moment-to-moment basis. The truth of who you are allows you all access to what treasure the universe has for you. Remember that you create all of it because you want to experience all of it. As all that is, you need to experience it all in order to grow. In order to become more of all that is, you must first experience all that is. And then when you release all your resistance and all your judgment on certain parts of all that is, you get to experience that expansion and that growth. But what you are also doing is experiencing as yourself. You see, your growth is a microcosmic experience of the macrocosmic growth of Source, or all that is. We know that your growth is inevitable. We know that you can also blind yourself to the truth of that growth and expansion, but you will never blind us. We will always be here holding the vision of what you are becoming, what you are expanding into, and what you are creating. Our sincere desire is that you get to experience it more consciously, so that you know your hands in the creation process and feel empowered by it. That is also the truth of who you are and the truth that we always see. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you.